This 8-hour course will teach you the fundamentals of Node.js and Express, so you can start creating backend and full-stack web apps using JavaScript. This course was created by John Smilga. John has created a bunch of courses, including many of the more popular courses on the Free Code Camp YouTube channel. John's teaching is very hands-on, so you will create a bunch of projects while you're learning.
What's up, everybody? This is John from Coding Addict, and welcome to Node and Express tutorial video, where we'll cover fundamental building blocks of Node and Express.js framework. Now, since I want everyone to be on the same page, we'll start the series with Node and Express fundamentals and gradually move to more complex topics. We will build complex REST API with Express.js as well as full-blown MERN application. In this comprehensive Node.js course, you'll not only learn fundamentals of Node, but also many related technologies like Express.js framework, MongoDB, as well as Mongoose. The main goal of the course is to show you how to build modern, fast, and scalable server-side web applications with Node. Like in all my other courses, to solidify our knowledge, we'll build a bunch of cool apps and go through the steps of deployment as well. Lastly, let me just say this. If you're like me and you enjoy learning new tech by building projects instead of going through the slides, you will enjoy this course. All right, and let's start by answering the most obvious question first. What is Node.js? And even though there are plenty of good answers out there, the one that I like the most is this one. Node.js is an environment to run JavaScript outside of the browser. Node.js was created in 2009, and it's built on top of Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine. As you probably are aware of, every browser has an engine, a tool that compiles our code down to machine code, and Chrome uses one by the name of V8. In extremely simple terms, the creator of Node, Ryan Dahl, ripped out the V8 engine and built Node on top of it. Since the moment it was created, Node has evolved tremendously. And while there are many things to like about Node, I particularly enjoy large community around Node, since that tremendously saves time on feature development, as well as the fact that with the help of Node, it's never been easier to build full stack apps, since both front-end and back-end are essentially built in the same language. And you guessed it, that language is our beloved JavaScript. As far as course requirements go, there are not that many. My expectation is that you are familiar with basic HTML elements, simple CSS rules, and have general understanding of JavaScript, especially ES6, callbacks, promises, and async await. Since this is a Node course, and I already have tremendous amount of Node content to cover, I'm not going to spend too much time on JavaScript language fundamentals. While you can still follow along with the course without knowing basics, it's crucial if you want to understand how stuff works behind the scenes. As a side note, if you need to brush up on the JavaScript fundamentals, I have a YouTube channel called Coding Addict, where I post a bunch of cool JavaScript related content. Specifically, you might be interested in JS Nuggets playlist, where I cover a bunch of useful ES6 features, as well as asynchronous JavaScript topics. So if you need to jog your memory on JavaScript fundamentals, I suggest going to YouTube, look for the channel by the name of Coding Addict, and then more specifically, the playlist by the name of JavaScript Nuggets. When it comes to course structure, it goes something like this. In the first section, we'll get familiar with Node.js, as well as my dev setup. In the second section, we're going to install Node.js and quickly cover some general differences between browser.js and Node.js. Then we'll spend some time on Node.js fundamentals in section 3. And after that, we'll learn what is Express.js in section number 4. And once we're done with Node and Express fundamentals, so once we're done with pleasantries, then we're off to the races, where effectively in every section after that, we will build a bunch of cool Node.js apps. All right. And before we install Node, let's quickly cover some major differences between browser JavaScript and Node.js. So essentially how Node.js apps are different from the browser JavaScript apps. And let's start with the biggest one. When working on Node.js app, you have no access, let me repeat, no access to browser APIs. Since, well, they don't simply exist in Node. There is no browser. So there's no DOM, there's no geolocation, no fetch, and all the other cool browser goodies. You see, unlike browser apps that are interactive, for example, user clicks the button or toggles the nav and that sort of thing, with Node, we build server-side apps. And I know it's hard to picture that right now, but our Node apps will only consist of pure logic without the graphical interface. On that note, you know how in browser apps, we use a bunch of cool things available on the window object. Yeah, sorry to break it to you, but that's also not available in Node. So at no point in the course we'll write document.querySelector. All right. And once we have covered things that Node.js does not have, let's switch gears and see some of the goodies that Node has to offer. For example, unlike browser, we can access file system, info about our operating system, respond to network requests, just to name a few. Also, another major benefit of Node is the fact that it's based on versions. So unlike browser apps, which depend on the user's browser, our Node app depends only on Node.js version it was built in. So in other words, if we build a browser app, and if our user's browser does not support a specific feature, it is our responsibility to fix it. Otherwise, our app might have bugs, correct? But when we're done building our Node app, there's no rule that we have to upgrade to a newer Node.js version and possibly break our app. We simply can keep running our Node app in the version it was built in and without any worries go on about our day. Lastly, unlike browsers where modules are optional, in Node.js you have access to modules by default. And it's hard to imagine a Node app where you're not going to use them. As a quick side note, under the hood, Node.js uses CommonJS library for the modules. And while the general idea is exactly the same as for the ES6 modules that we use in the browser, syntax is a bit different. As far as the install, it's as straightforward as it gets. Just navigate to nodejs.org, pick a LTS version, answer yes to all the questions, and if you don't get some weird bugs, congrats, you have installed Node. In order to check if everything went correct, just type node -- version in your terminal and you should see the version number. If you don't, you'll have to troubleshoot the error. Now, as much as I would like to help, when it comes to install, it's impossible for me to troubleshoot your local setup. So when it comes to troubleshooting install errors, I strongly suggest using your favorite search engine instead. Typically, within a matter of minutes, you'll see a bunch of useful solutions to your exact problem. Lastly, let's also talk about versions. As you can see, at the time of the recording, I have two options, 14 LTS or 15 current one. If you read the Node docs, you'll see that for production apps, they always suggest using LTS, which stands for long-term support. And therefore, I will also suggest the same, but as far as tutorial, I don't think you'll have any issues if you use the current version instead. Now, also, since you're watching this in the future, your version number most likely is going to be greater than 14, basically greater than mine. I definitely suggest installing the LTS option that's offered to you instead of downgrading to my version. And if you're stressing about content being out of date, let me assure you that everything we cover in the course will work perfectly fine with your current Node version. And eventually, if some bugs do creep in, I will definitely update the course content. So long story short, just install your current LTS version, whatever it is, and you'll be in good shape. So in my case, it is 14. I have two big buttons. And of course, since I would want to go with LTS, I'll click on the left one. Then notice we are getting the download package. And now I just need to go to my downloads and then crack it open. And then, like I said, we just need to answer yes to all the questions. So we go with continue, continue, and yep, I would agree. And again, we just install, and then we'll be prompted for our password. And once we add that one, we should be in good shape. And then, like I said, once the install is complete, and yep, we'll move this sucker to the trash. Then if we go to our terminal, and if I massively zoom in, and if I type node dash version, there it is. I should have my version number, which in my case, of course, is 14. If you also can see the node version in your terminal, you are in good shape and you can continue with the videos. If not, please troubleshoot it, because otherwise everything we're about to do next is not going to work since you haven't installed Node on your computer. Install is complete. Hopefully we all have Node on our machines. Now what? What do we do? For contrast with vanilla.js, it was somewhat easy, right? We create index.html, jam our JavaScript code, whichever way we prefer, and browser does the rest. It evaluates our JavaScript code. But what about Node? How do we get Node to evaluate our code? And effectively, we have two options. A REPL, which stands for read, eval, print loop, and CLI executable, which just means running our app code in Node. If I have to be perfectly honest, REPL is for playing around, and CLI is essentially for everything else. In fact, this is going to be the first and most likely the only time we'll use a REPL in this course. And after that, CLI is going to be our best friend. How do we spin up the REPL? Well, we go to terminal, and in terminal, we simply type node, and then no arguments, nothing. We just press return or enter, however you would like to call the button, and that's it. Now notice we have this little angle bracket. That just means that we are in the REPL. And once we are in a REPL, we can do REPL things. What would be a first REPL thing we can do? Well, we can simply type our name. So const, and the name is equal to John. And there it is. Of course, now I can access name, and my name is John. As you can see, you're not going to write anything serious in here. And if you have written any vanilla JavaScript apps, you know that, of course, we can also do the same thing in a browser console. So we can also evaluate some code there, but of course, we're not going to write anything serious in a browser's console. So the same thing is for REPL. Yes, we can come here, we can play around. But when it comes to serious applications, of course, you'll pick a CLI executable instead. And in order to close the REPL, we simply go with Control and C. And as you can see, we have a suggestion that we need to press it again. And now, of course, we're out of the REPL. Not bad, not bad. We now know how the REPL works. But what about a more serious Node application? How do we get Node to evaluate our code? Well, we would need to start by creating a project, right? So back on my desktop, I'm going to create a new folder, and surprise, surprise, I will call this tutorial. Why? Well, because we'll do tutorially things. And I'm going to say tutorial. Now, of course, if you want, you can add Node, but I'm just going to leave it as a tutorial. And then, of course, we'll have to use our text editor. In my case, like I already previously mentioned, I'm using Visual Studio Code, and my preferred method is just drag and drop. And then inside of the folder, what I would want is to create a new file. And this is the case where you can literally name it whatever you would want. And in my case, I'm going to go with app and JS. And in this app.js, again, I would want to write some more serious Node program. And the program is going to be following where there is a const. So there's a variable by the name of amount. And as a side note, I'll make this bigger, and I'll probably bump up the font size just so we can see a bit clearer. So we're going to go with const, and you know what? I'll also close the sidebar. Hopefully you see that I have the file by the name of app.js. And like I previously mentioned, we're going to have a variable by the name of amount, and it's going to be equal to 12. And now let's set up a if condition where if amount is less than 10, then we simply console log small number, and otherwise we'll just say that the number is large. So we go with if, and we're looking for amount is less than 10. And if that is the case, we go with console log, and we'll just say small number. And otherwise, if it is, of course, equal or bigger than 10, then we go with console log and we say large number. And at the end of the day, we just write console log, hey, it's my first node app. As you can see, an extremely complicated functionality. And in this case, I'm just going to set up the template strings so you understand that, of course, we can use them here as well. I'll say, hey, it's my first node app. And if you want, of course, you can jam the hello world there somewhere as well, because that is the traditional approach with the first program. And then in order to execute this code, we effectively have two options. I can navigate back to my terminal and I can zoom in like so. And of course, now I'm in a root, so I would need to navigate to the desktop. And probably the fastest way is just typing cd and drag and drop my folder here. Okay, so now here, as you can see, I'm in the tutorial. And in order to execute my code, I just need to type node and then app.js. Now, keep in mind that technically I could have done that from the root. I would just need to provide the full path where I go to users, blah, 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 and then tutorial. And of course, the file name is app.js. And let me bump up the font size even more. And the moment we run it, check it out. We have a large number. And hey, it's my first node app. Now, if you don't believe me, we can go back and we, for example, can say that the number is 9. And of course, again, we would need to run the code. And we're going to go with node and then app.js. Beautiful. We have small number and we still have our, hey, it's my first node app. Again, the whole point of this line here is just to showcase that not only we can use quotation marks, but also we can use the template string as well. So that's one option. But if you're familiar with VS Code, you know that it has this cool feature of integrated terminal, where effectively we have our terminal, but it is right away pointing to our folder. So we don't need to do this whole dance where we navigate to the folder and then run the app. We simply can open this up, and the shortcut is Control and tilde. And also keep in mind that, of course, you can navigate through the tabs. The problem is that I always forget where it is. And effectively, we need to go to View, and then you're looking for this terminal command here. As you can see, this would be a shortcut, Control and tilde. And in here, we have a nice suggestion that we are already located in tutorial folder. And what do we need to do? Well, again, we just go with node app.js. Why? Well, because that is my file name. So for the remainder of the course, I'll use the integrated terminal that comes with VS Code. Just understand that both of them effectively do the same thing. And there it is. Now I run node app.js because that, of course, is the file name. And I have small number and hey, it's my first node app. And that's how we can evaluate a more serious code using Node. As a note, if at any point during the course you need to compare your code to mine, just navigate to website johnsmilga.com. Again, the website is johnsmilga.com. And then either in the project page or in the homepage, you'll find Node Express tutorial project. So in the homepage, you'll find it in the latest project. So just keep on scrolling. But if it's not here, it's definitely going to be in the projects page. And you can even filter it in order to save some time. So look for Node in here. Like I said, the project name is Node Express tutorial. And that any of these links will get you to the repo. And at this point, you can either clone it, fork it, or just simply download, and you're looking for this Node tutorial. And in here, you'll find all the folders as well as the files. Now, keep in mind that eventually, when we start working on Express, we'll have to get this repo anyway, because I'll use it for a starter since I have prepared some assets for you, some assets that we're going to use in our examples. So this is really up to you. If you want, you can get it right now. Just keep in mind that you'll have to get it later anyway. And once we have executed our first code in Node, let's quickly cover the concept of globals or global variables in Node. And the emphasis is on the word quickly. Yes, there are more global variables available, but the idea is not to spend half an hour in Slideville. Instead, I would want to give you a general idea. And as we progress with the course, don't worry, we will implement them. And that way you can right away see them in action, not just some random general description. And before we continue, let me just mention that throughout the tutorial, the code from the previous video, I'm going to save in a file. So for example, remember our first complex app with amount and all that. So what I did, I created a file name by the -intro.js, and then I just copy and paste it. And this is what I'm going to do throughout the Node tutorial part of the course. So that way you can always have access to the code. And if you ever need to, you can jog your memory. Now, if you don't want to use my one, if you're adding your own comments and all that, I would also suggest doing that. Where essentially just create a file, just dump it, and then that way you are slowly progressing on the course. And if you ever need to go back and refresh your memory, you always have that option. And keep in mind that if you would want to run this file, you simply go with Node and then whatever the file name, right? So in my case, that would be 1-intro.js. Again, I'm going to keep on numbering them because I'm just annoying that way, but you don't have to. That is really up to you. So back to the globals. When we work in vanilla JS applications, we know a very cool thing is the fact that we have access to the window object. And the reason why it's so cool, because in the window object, we can get a bunch of useful things, right? So for example, we can get a query selector. So I can select a node. I can get built-in fetch, and hopefully you get the gist. Now, I don't want to rain on your parade, but in Node, there's no window. Why? Well, because there's no browser. So there's no window object. So if you'll try to access window, Node will spit back the error, and most likely your app will crash. Now, there are some globals, of course. There is this concept of global variables. And essentially, what global variables means that anywhere in your application, you can access them. So no matter how complex my application gets, how nested it gets, or whatever, I'll always have access to those variables. And again, let me repeat, these are just some of the variables. Of course, there's more. And I'm not going to spend hours and hours talking about them. I simply want to give you a general idea. And then, like I said, we'll start using them and you'll see them in action. And in my opinion, that's just going to make it way clearer about what, in fact, they're doing. And some of the useful ones, we have their name. So that would be __ their name. Just going to give us path to current directory. Then we have also __ file name, which, as you can see, is going to give us a file name. Then we have require, which is a function to use modules, as well as the module that would be info about the current module. Now, these two, we'll literally cover them in the upcoming videos because our next big topic is going to be modules. So for the time being, just remember that we have require and module, and you'll see them in action in no time. And then we have a very, very, very useful one. And that one is a process. And why it's so useful? Because it gives us a info about the environment where the program is executed. Because we need to keep in mind, when it comes to a Node app, at the moment, yeah, we're executing that on our machines. But when you deploy, for example, your API, so for example, your server, right? Where is it sitting? It is sitting on DigitalOcean or Heroku or whatever. So that, of course, is already a different environment. And of course, based on that environment, you can make a bunch of decisions in your application. Again, if you'll take a look at the process right now, it's just going to be a giant object of gibberish data. But trust me, as we're progressing with the course, we'll find a bunch of useful properties that we'll implement in our application. Now, any of them, you can simply console log and you'll get that useful data. So you can just run console log and then, for example, their name. Again, I'm not going to console log all of them. Probably the biggest one is going to be the process. Like I said, you'll get a bunch of properties that at the moment will look like gibberish. And I simply need to save. And of course, then we go with node and app.js. We run that and there it is. Now, of course, this gives me the path. So if you're interested, of course, you can console log the rest of them as well. But in my case, I'm going to stop with their name. Now, also very quickly, yes, you have access to the console. So as you can see, in order to console log, we had to use the console. So that is also something that is available globally. Then just like in the vanilla.js, we have set interval as well as set timeout. So you can run these ones. And I'm not going to run both of them, but I'll show you set interval very quickly, just so you don't think that I'm cheating. And the way it's going to look like, of course, we have our callback function. And then I'll say that my interval is going to run every second. And I must type hello world. Otherwise, well, what kind of tutorial is this? And again, we simply go back to node and then app.js. And as you can see, now after every second, I have hello world in console. And in order to stop it, remember the command was Control and C. And before we move on and start talking about the modules, let me also mention something else, where essentially we don't need to type node and then app.js. You can simply write node and then app. However, throughout the course, I'll probably keep on typing JS just because I'm annoying. That would be the first thing. Now, the second thing, and this is not a node thing, this is actually a terminal. If you don't want to type it, you can simply go back to the previous command. And in order to do that, you need to press on arrow key up and check it out. The moment you press, notice that was my previous command, and then I have one before that. So in my case, that is node and then app.js. Again, you don't need to add that JS extension, but probably I will. And then you just go back to the previous command and then press, and again, you just execute that command. And of course, if you would want to clear the console, again, this is not a node thing, this is a terminal. I just type clear. And lastly, to answer the question that's probably bugging you the most, do we always have to just type node and then the file name? Because as we're going to be testing, especially in tutorial, it will probably get annoying. And the answer is yes, but only for now. Once we learn about NPM, the external packages, which at the moment I fully understand doesn't make any sense at all, then there's command that effectively will restart our application. So we'll have to install some third-party module, some external library, and that will do the job of restarting the application. For now, yes, all throughout tutorial, up until the point where we cover that external library and external libraries in general, yes, we'll have to type node and then whatever is the file name. I know it's a little bit annoying, but I just don't want to skip ahead. I want to get us there with a full information of what is happening. So with this in place, with clear understanding of the global variables in Node, now let's move on to our next topic, which is going to be modules in Node. Beautiful. And once we understand the globals in Node, now let's talk about the modules. And first, let's return to this command. Notice we have here node and then app.js. And probably the question that you have is, well, does that mean that all my application needs to be in this one file? And the answer again is yes and no. Yes, you'll execute one file, but you'll split your code in modules. Otherwise, that would be literally insane to jam all your code in one file. And effectively, I'll just show you with an extremely complex app. And of course, extremely complex is in the air quotes right now. And you'll see why we'd want to use the modules in the first place. So in the next video, I'll give you official intro with a bunch of gibberish and all that. But for the time being, let's just build super complex app and then see why we would want to use those modules in the first place. And if you have any familiarity with ES6 modules, if you have worked with them in vanilla.js or in React.js, you're already in good shape. The syntax is going to be tiny bit different because Node uses common.js, but the general idea is exactly the same. And we start with a simple function by the name of say hi, you guessed it. And then this function is going to be looking for the name parameter. And then inside of the function, what do? We simply console log and we say hello there. And then whatever is the name of the dude or the gal that is being passed in as a parameter. And of course, we can invoke it and I can say hi, and then pass in Susan, for example. And in order to make this interesting, I'll set up some variables as well. So I'm going to say const John is equal to John. And you guessed it, since there's a John, there also has to be a Peter. And hopefully you get the gist. So imagine we would have a bunch of names, and then we have probably more functions than this one, but for the time being, this is just going to be say hi. We copy and paste. We invoke this function, I guess, 3 times. One for Johnny boy, one for Peter, and then the first one we already have for Susan. And what do? We run node app or app.js. We run that, and there it is. Now, of course, in our console, we can clearly see hello there, Susan, blah, blah, blah. Now, wouldn't it make sense if the names would be separate as well as this function or the future functions that we're going to create would be in separate files, and then we can access them all throughout the application. And that way, of course, we would have smaller files and more structure to our application. And that is exactly what the modules allow us to do. And that's why we'll move on and start talking about the modules in the next video. Beautiful. And once we understand the main problem with this code, where again, the moment code is technically still tiny, but as you can see, it is getting bigger and more annoying with every line. Now let's talk about the modules. And I guess let me just give you the main idea first, and then we'll talk about the implementations and all that good stuff. So first of all, what are the modules? Again, if you're familiar with ES6 modules, you already have the idea, but essentially that is encapsulated code. And the key here is that we're only sharing what we want. So we're only sharing minimum. How would that look like in real life? Well, I can go here with secret, and then I can type here super secret. And then since this variable is in this file, as we can see, you can access it anywhere. Okay, so by mistake, I can just access it. I can override it. Now, of course, you can make an argument that, it is made with const, but hopefully you get the gist. This is available to me everywhere in this file. So once we set up the module, you'll see what are the differences. Now, Node uses common.js library under the hood. That's what makes it happen. And then every file in Node is a module. Again, let me repeat, every file in Node is a module. So those superpowers that we will cover in just a few seconds, we have them by default. We don't need to do anything. We don't need to go to the store and buy some JavaScript code. No, we just get them by default. And the way the modules work, well, we simply need to create a new file, right? And I'll right away set up the names here because, of course, eventually this code will be sitting in the file name by the 3 hyphen and then the module basics or whatever. But the names as well as the function, well, it's going to be in a separate file. So what I'm trying to say is that in a root, of course, there's no folders or nothing, so everything is root. I'm going to go with 4. And again, I'm doing that because eventually this is going to be 3 hyphen module something. I'm going to go with maybe names, or you can type first module, whatever you would want. And I'm just going to go with names.js. Okay, awesome. And then I'll take these 3 variables from my app.js and I'll copy and paste in the names. And then also what I would want is to set up one more file. And of course, this one will be 5. And I don't know, we can say second module, or so I'll say here utils, something generic. So we set that up. And now, of course, what I would want is to grab this function from the app.js and copy and paste in the utils. And now, $64,000 question. Is this app going to work, or is it going to break? And of course, the answer is it's going to break because we have no access right now to say hi or to John or Peter. So why don't we go to the names and console log something? And as a side note, yes, you can console log this in the app.js. It is a file, so by default, it is in a module. But since we'll do most of our work in the names and utils first, why don't we go to names, and that way we can also see how we can run the file just by using Node. And what I would want your console log is the global by the name of module. So in the names, go below or above the variables, doesn't really matter, and go with console log and then module. And remember to run node and then whatever is the file name. So in my case, it is 4- and then names.js. You run this and you'll notice something pretty cool, where we have the object, and in that object we have quite a few properties. Now the one that I'm interested in the most is this exports one, and it tells me that this exports is an object. And the way the common JS syntax works, whatever I'm going to dump in that export, I'm going to be able to access anywhere in the application. So that's the key. Remember, we're only sharing the minimum. So it's up to us to set those values in that exports object. We decide what goes in there. Previously, remember, secret was accessible everywhere in my app.js. Now in the names, I can be, hey, you know what? John and Peter, yeah, I'm sharing them. Anywhere in the application, we can access that. But the secret variable, no, this is just going to be local. So I'm going to add here, I guess, the comment by the name of local. And that way, at least we understand. So this is going to be, I'm not going to use global, but I'm just going to say that share. So we're sharing this with the rest of our application. And then if I know that this is a object and it is sitting in the module, how does that work? Well, we go with module, then it is an object. So we go with export, and we have multiple ways how we can set this up. But the most basic one will simply say that, yep, it is an object. And inside of that object, there's going to be 2 properties, John and Peter. Now I can probably already guess that we're using a ES6 syntax. Since the key name is exactly the same as the value, well, we can simply pass it, right? So we have John and Peter. So now what happens in the app.js, we can access them. So I can go back, and this is the case where we'll need to run that require. Remember in the globals, we talked about this function. So in order to share them, we need to use module.exports. And essentially, I'm setting up the object like so, where I go with whatever values I would like to share. Now, in order to access them, I need to go with require, and I can assign it to a variable, or I can simply require. Now, in our case, we will assign it to the variable, and I'll use the same type of syntax where I'm going to go with names, just so we can console log that. And this is going to be equal to a require. So that's my function. And as a parameter, we need to pass in where the module is located. So where is this data coming from? And always, 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 you will be setting up your own module. You have to start with dot. Now, sometimes your modules will be 2 levels up, I don't know, 3 levels up, whatever. Then, of course, you'll start with dot dot. But you'll always start with this one dot because there's also going to be a third-party modules and there's going to be built-in modules in Node. And then we'll use just these quotation marks. Again, super, super important. Every time you create your own module, you'll have to start with dot and then /. So essentially, you're giving a path. Now, in our case, what is the path? Well, I'm looking for the names, right? So I set up here the path. And then if I console log the names, I should see something pretty cool where I go with names. And there it is. Now I'm going to run node and then app.js. Now, keep in mind, we're not running names anymore. We go with node and app.js. Now, of course, it still complains that we have no access to high. Let me comment this one out. So let's say node and app.js and check it out. Now, of course, we have the object with John, and Peter. And we explicitly said what we would want to export. So we go with exports. And that way, no one has access to the secret one. So this secret one is only for this file. And of course, we can do the same thing in the utils as well, right? So we have the say hi, and we go with module and exports. And I can just simply set it equal to. Now, the reason why I was setting this up as a object, because I had multiple things. I had John and Peter. And don't worry, in the next video, I'll show you alternative syntax, how you can also set this up. But in this case, I have object, and then, of course, I'm setting these properties. And as a side note, this is just my preferred way of actually using the exports. Again, there's multiple ways how we can do that, and I will cover the other ways in next video. But this is just my preferred method. That's why I right away set my exports equal to an object and then pass these 2 properties. And in the utils, since I only have one thing, I'm just going to go with say hi. That's it. I'm saying that I'm going to be exporting my function. So say hi, like so. And once I have exported my function, now, of course, I need to go back to the app.js, import my function, the same name. And I'm going to go with say hi. And that one is going to be coming from the different file, of course. So we go with 5 and then utils. Notice here how we don't need to pass in the JS. If it is a JS file, we just simply omit the extension as long as the file name, of course, matches. And then I can remove. Now, if you want, you can console log, but I already know that I'm going to have the function over there. I'll uncomment my say hi. So now, of course, there's going to be no error. And let me clear the console. And again, we run the node and then app.js. And there it is. Now, of course, we have a different error where it says, well, John is not defined. All right. But I know that John is sitting in the names, right? So here we have multiple flavors. Either you can destructure it. So instead of going with names, I can go John and Peter. That is definitely one option. Or I can go with property names, right? So I can say names and then John. And then the second one is names and Peter. Names and Peter. And now hopefully everything works. Otherwise, you're probably thinking that I'm just messing with you. There it is. Now we have hello there, Susan, John, and Peter. And effectively what we did, we separated our concerns. Again, the main idea is that every file by default is a module. And then when it comes to a modules, we are in charge what we are sharing. And in order to export or make it something available from this module, we go with module exports. And then we just set up the functionality, whether this is going to be a object that we're exporting or we're simply exporting as a function. So we set this equal to the exports. And if you're familiar with ES6 modules, As you can see, this is very familiar to the export default and then whatever you're exporting as default, whether that is a function, whether that is a React component or whatever. Notice I'm exporting as default. So of course, when I'm importing this, in this case, app.js, well, I already know that this is a function. So I can name this whatever I would want. And the same goes here. Since I'm exporting this as object, I can call this shake and bake. As long as I access it later, of course, I'll be able to access the property as long as the name matches to whatever I set up over here. So let me save this. And now, of course, we can talk about our next topic. All right. So far, we know two flavors. One, if we want to export one value, we just set module exports equal to that value. And then, of course, wherever we want to use it, we just import it, set it equal to some kind of variable. And of course, once we use that variable, we have access to that value. And the second flavor is if we have multiple values, then we simply set module exports equal to an object. And then in that object, we set up the properties. However, there's also another way how we can do that. And essentially, it is called export as you go. And the way it looks like, first, I'm going to set up a new file and I'll call this 6 and I'll call this alternative flavor. Now, again, naming is really up to you since that is the hardest thing in programming. And then I'm going to come up with one array and I'm going to call this items and that will be equal to item 1 and item number 2. And then I'll set up a object and I'll say const person is equal to a object. And in there, surprise, surprise, we'll go with name property and set it equal to Bob. And I'm purposely adding multiple data types just so you don't think that we can only export variables or functions. And in here, we have two options. Either where we are setting up the value, in this case, items, I simply go with module exports and then whatever is the name. And of course, in this case, I'm going to keep the items. But notice the syntax where instead of going with const items, I right away go with module.exports. Or if you are a true rebel, you can do something like this. Module exports, set up the property, for example, single person, and set it equal to your person object. Why we're able to do that? Because if you remember in the previous video, when we console logged module exports, it was an object, right? So what are we doing here? We're setting up a property on that object and set it equal to an array. And here I set up another property and just set it equal to a person. Keep in mind, of course, I can still write simply module exports and then the person. But since you might sometimes see this type of syntax as well, I wanted to cover that. And now, of course, we save alternative flavor JS. And you're probably not going to be surprised that if we navigate to app.js, and in this case, I will call this data because I'm getting a object, and on that object, I have two properties, and I need to come up with some kind of name. Now, as always, this name is really up to you. You can call it shake and bake. You can call it Uncle Bobby, whatever you'd want. In my case, I'm going to go with generic data. We go with require. Again, we're looking for the file by the name of alternative flavor. And in this case, I'm not going to do anything with it apart from console logging. And if I navigate back to my integrated terminal, again, run the node app.js, there it is. Of course, now I have the items as well as the single person. Now, please keep in mind one thing, where this syntax, whether the first line or line number 6, at the end of the day, that's exactly the same like we're doing over here. Yes, the syntax is a bit different, but at the end of the day, you just make these values available somewhere else in your code. Now, just because I prefer this type of syntax, most likely throughout the course, you'll see this approach. But if you prefer this one instead, be my guest. At the end of the day, it is your application and you're the one who is going to be maintaining it. And before we move on to built-in modules as well as third-party modules, let me throw you a mind grenade. And I'm going to start by removing this console log in the app.js, like so. And I'm going to create a new file with the same exact name, a mind grenade. As always, if you would like to call this differently, that's totally your option. And I'm going to go with mind grenade, like so, and JS. And in this file, I'll create some basic functionality. And by the way, let me save app.js. So let's go with const num1 is equal to 5, and then const num2 is equal to 10. Of course, there has to be a function that adds these values, as always with every tutorial. So we'll go with add values. Just for the sake of it, I'm just going to go with good old function keyword and the old setup, meaning not the arrow function syntax. And simply here, we'll go with template string, the sum is colon, and then of course, let's go for template literal, and we'll say num1 plus num2. And instead of setting up the exports, I'll simply invoke add values. And now I'll throw you that mind grenade that I was talking about, where in the app.js, I'm not gonna assign it to anything. I'll simply write require, and then we'll go with mind grenade. And now let me comment out these three, since at the moment they'll just overpopulate the console. And again, let's run node and app.js. And once we run our code, we can clearly see in the console something pretty interesting where we have a log of the sum is 15. So what's happening over here? Well, when we are setting up everything, if we have a function inside of the module that we invoke, yes, that code will run, even though we didn't assign it to a variable, as you can see clearly here, and we didn't invoke that variable. And before we go any further, let me mention three things. First, it's not unique. You can also do that in ES6 modules. And if you took my vanilla JavaScript course, you know that we use that functionality. Number two, yes, throughout the course here and there, we will use this particular setup. Now, it's going to be with third-party modules. And of course, once we get there, I will remind you about this setup. So that's how it works. And third, I wouldn't suggest losing your sleep over it. Just please remember that when you import a module, you actually invoke it. And this is really going into weeds, but the reason why that happens is because this code is not just exported on its own. When the node exports this, it actually wraps it in the function. So that's why when you require it, yeah, you do invoke the code if you have some kind of function that actually is executed here. Keep that in mind. I'm not talking about exporting something. I'm talking about executing function here and there. And of course, in this case, you need to use the imagination that we'll do something way more useful than this. At this point, you're looking at it, okay, I could have just set up that function in the app.js, and you're 100% correct. This is the place where you definitely need to use your imagination, where, of course, the functionality we'll use it for is going to be way more complex. But the idea is going to be similar, where we'll just require some kind of module, and behind the scenes, that module will do a bunch of cool stuff. Okay, that was fun. We created our first module, and in the process covered the general module syntax and use cases as well. Now what? Well, as helpful as our say hi function is, some very smart people created way more useful modules than that. And the good news is that we can start using them right away. So what I'm trying to say here is that Node has a bunch of built-in modules that we can use freely in our apps. In the following videos, we're going to cover following modules: OS module, so operating system module, path module, file system module, as well as HTTP module to set up our HTTP server. And before we continue, let me just say this. I purposely cover only few major modules, and more specifically, only few properties. and methods provided by those modules. You see, the list of built-in modules in Node is quite big, and the amount of properties and methods each module has combined is, of course, even bigger. And as a result, we could easily spend the remainder of the course on just that. But is that really beneficial? And of course, the answer is no. Instead, let's cover the general setup first, and later, as we progress with the course, implement some modules as we go. Now, if you're interested in more properties and methods built in modules have, just navigate to the docs and go nuts. So if at any point you would want to find out more about specific property or method or the built-in module in general, just navigate to nodejs.org and then look for the docs. And again, in my case, the version, the long-term support version is 14. So I'm going to click here, but as you can see, we also have an option of going to the older versions as well. So as you can see, I can get the docs for the older versions as well, but I'm just going to stick with my version and then be prepared to go nuts. If you enjoy docs, then you'll have yourself a big old party where, of course, you can look for modules, and then each module has the properties as well as the methods. So, of course, you can get a extremely detailed information on the properties as well as the methods here in the docs. All right. And once we have covered the general existence of built-in modules, now let's take a look at a few of them. And I'm going to start by creating that file that I promised a few videos ago. Remember when I was setting up the modules, I said that eventually there's going to be a file by the name of 3n modules. And this one, I would want to do it together, just so you don't think that I'm not fulfilling my promises. So we're going to go with module and then I guess modules.js. I'll grab that I currently have in the app.js, pretty much everything, and we copy and paste. And in this case, I also uncommented the say hi. Again, this all stays for your reference and you'll have access to it if you navigate to the GitHub repo. So grab everything in the app.js. I'll actually cut it out since we'll start from scratch and copy and paste. And now, of course, all this code is sitting in the modules. And just keep in mind that, of course, we're still referencing the names, utils, alternative flavor, as well as my favorite, the mine grenade. And back in app.js, now let's start by taking a look at the OS module. And OS module, the built-in module, provides many useful properties and methods for interacting with operating system as well as the server. And the general setup for the built-in modules, or even the external ones that we're going to cover a bit later, is going to be similar, where we're going to go with some kind of variable. And in this case, I'm going to call this OS for operating system. Then we're going to go with require. And then in the require, we'll have to pass in the name. So since this is a built-in module, of course, we don't need to install anything. Just remember that later when we work with external ones, yes, we'll have to install that module first. In this case, it is a built-in, so we just go with OS. But again, let me stress something. We're not doing dot and then /. No, we just go with OS. So that way Node knows, all right, so you're looking for the built-in module. And once we set this up, then we have multiple options. Either you can access those methods by just running this variable. So it would look something like this, where I go with OS, and notice the moment I press dot, I have all these options. So these are the methods and properties that I can use. Or if we know that we want a specific one, you can simply destructure it here. And of course, throughout the course, I'll use multiple setups just so you understand that both of them effectively do the same thing. So here I have access to all the methods and properties that this module provides. And of course, now we can go crazy. For example, I could get a useful info about the current user, which of course is me. So I'll say info about current and then user. And you know what? As a side note, I'll save here and I'll close all the files. It's just a bit annoying that I have all those tabs open back in the app.js. Once I have a comment, of course, now I would want to assign it to a user. And we'll simply go with OS, since that is the name of my variable. And then the method that I'm looking for is user info. I don't need to pass anything. I simply invoke it. And of course, since I would want to see the result, I simply go with console log, and then I'm looking for the user. And you can probably already guess that we'll just run node app.js. And there it is. Now, of course, I have a info about the user, which is me. So this would be a home directory. This is going to be the default shell and all kinds of useful stuff. Then I want to show you how we can get the uptime of the system. So effectively, how long the computer has been running in seconds. And I'll just add a comment. Method returns the system uptime in seconds. And the way I'm going to run that, I'll right away set up the console log. Just so you understand that, of course, we have multiple options how we can invoke those methods. You don't always have to assign to some kind of variable. Now I'll leave this one in here. So I'll leave the console log and then user. And let's say right above, or you know what, let's do it this way. So I'll leave the console log where the user is, and then let's go with another one. We'll go with console log. In this case, I'm going to go with template string, and we'll say the system uptime is, and then let's use a interpolation, of course. And the method that I'm looking for is uptime. So again, I go with my variable name, and I know I've said this before, but I just want to stress this point, just so we all are on the same page. And in this case, I'm going to go with OS, and then the method name is uptime. And then let's just add seconds. And again, same deal. Back in the integrated terminal, run node and then app.js. And there it is. Now, of course, not only I have the info, I also have the system uptime. And what's interesting, this actually is 100 seconds, meaning if I'll run this, notice that you would expect that this would probably stop at 60, right? Since we have 60 seconds in a minute. But no, actually, this one goes to 100. And then I'm just going to set up a object where I'll show you a few more methods. And then we'll move on to a next module, because again, the point is not to cover each and every method. The point is just to give you a general idea how the modules, the built-in modules would work in Node. So I'll clear my terminal, and then I'll create a object. I'll call this current, and then OS. And then in this object, I'll set up properties, and I'll set them equal to the method that actually returns that value from my OS module. So I'll go with name and OS, and this is going to be equal to a type method. Then I can get the release, and this one will be equal to OS, and then release. Again, we invoke it. Then we'll look for total memory and free memory, total and mem. And of course, I'll go with OS and then total mem. As you can see, somewhat predictable. And then we're going to go with free memory. And it's not going to be surprised if we're just going to go with free memory here. Let's save that one. And lastly, let's just console log it. And we should get a bunch of info about our current operating system. Again, we're going to go with node and then app.js. And not only I have the user information, not only I know how long the system has been up in seconds, I can also get some useful data about my operating system. And again, we're just scratching the surface. Of course, there's more methods and properties, but hopefully you have a clear understanding how powerful these built-in modules are in Node.js. Since in Node, we can interact with the file system, something we couldn't do when we used our JavaScript in a browser. Another useful module is a path module, which allows us to interact with file paths easily. And I'm going to remove all my code in the app.js because behind the scenes, I created a file by the name of 8 OS and module, and of course, copy and pasted the contents from the previous video. That's why in app.js, I'll remove everything And the setup is going to be exactly the same. We come up with some kind of name. Now, most likely it's going to be path. And then we pass in the module we would want to get. And in this case, of course, it is a path module. And then let's just start with a very useful property, a separator property that returns a platform specific separator. So if I go straight up with console log and then path sep, this is going to return my platform specific separator. So if I write node app.js, there it is. And of course, I have /. Now, if you're using a different platform, for you, the value might be different. After that, let's take a look at the path.join. So the join method, which joins a sequence of path segments using that platform specific separator as the limiter. And second thing it does, it returns a normalized resulting path. And in order to show you an example, I'll create a new folder. So not a new file, but a new folder. I'll zoom in and I'll say content. And inside of this content folder, I'll create another one. And I'll simply call this generic subfolder. And in this subfolder, I'll say a test and text file. And inside of the text file, I mean, you can place something, you can omit it, doesn't really matter. I'll just say text and then txt. And once we save it back in the app.js, now I would want to use that path.join method. So I'll say const and then file path is equal to path.join. And then we need to pass in those values as strings. So for example, since I'm looking for the content folder, I'll simply say / and then content. Then I know that inside of the content folder, I have the subfolder. That's another folder. And then eventually there's going to be a test.txt. So we go with test and then .txt. We save the sucker. And then if we'll console log the file path, we should see the whole path. And there it is. Now, of course, it is normalized and we get it as a value. So we have content, subfolder, test, and txt. So if I start adding some type of /, meaning trailing slashes, then of course they will be removed. We still get the normalized path. And we can also get the base name. So for example, I create this file path, but I only would want the last portion of it. How can I access it? Well, the method name is base name. So we're going to go with const and base and path.basename, and we just pass in that file path. And now if we console log the base, we should see the text. Again, these are just some of it. If you want just a directory, of course, you can imagine that there is a method that returns that as well. But since I don't want to cover each and every method, that's why I will skip that one. And there it is. Now, of course, not only I see my normalized path, but I also see the test.txt, which is my base. And the last method that I would want to showcase is path.resolve. And why it's so cool? Because it returns an absolute path. And once in a while in our applications, we need to provide that absolute path. That's why, of course, we'll have to use that method. And when it comes to path.resolve, it accepts a sequence of paths or path segments and resolves it into an absolute path. So below the base, I'm going to go with const and then absolute. And that one is equal to path. And we're looking for .resolve. And here, remember, when we talked about the globals, one of the first globals I covered was __ their name. So this is going to point to this directory where the app.js is located. And once we're here, then of course we just need to provide the rest of the values. In my case, that is content. Then I'm looking for sub folder. And then eventually I would want to get to the test.txt. I would want to get this absolute path. And then once I set up the value, of course, if I go with my console log and if I provide absolute, once I run node and app.js, you can probably guess that in the console, I'll have my absolute path to the test.txt. And if you're wondering why we would ever want that, well, remember, our application is going to run in different environments, right? So, of course, the path to some kind of resource is going to be different in my computer, in my local machine, than, for example, in Heroku. Hopefully, it is clear. And now, of course, we can take a look at the next useful built-in module. Nice. Now we know how we can work with path module. And like I mentioned in the previous video, we also have an option of interacting with a file system. So what I would want right now is to first create a new file. I'll call this 9 and we'll say path and module. Like so, JS. I'll grab everything that I have in the app.js, copy and paste. And once we have this one out of the way, I'll just remove and keep the app.js clean for now, as well as clear the console. And yes, we have an option of interacting with the file system, and the module, the name of the module is FS. Now, essentially, there are two flavors when it comes to file module. We can do it asynchronously, non-blocking, or we can do it synchronously, which is going to be blocking. But for the time being, we'll just cover both of the setups. And then later in the course, we'll cover what are the differences and why you should prefer one over the other one. For now, just think of them as different methods. But eventually, yes, we'll talk about it, the whole structure of the node, and why would you want to use the non-blocking code instead, as well as different approaches when it comes to callback functions, different solutions. And for now, I would just want to show you both methods, essentially 4 methods, and then we'll just move on to the next topic. And in order to set this up, in this case, I'm just going to destructure right away the methods that I'm looking for. And in the first video, we'll take a look at the synchronous ones. So that's why I'll destructure read file and sync, and that is coming from require. And then the module name is FS. Again, please keep in mind, it would be the same thing if I were to go like this, FS, and then FS and whatever the name. I was going with read file sync, and of course I have access to it. I'm just showing you a different way how we can access those methods. We just destructure them out of the FS module. And then the second one will be write file sync. And then once I have destructured both of them, then I'm going to set up 2 variables. So first, we'll read 2 files. We haven't created those files yet, but in a second we will. And then eventually we'll create a new file with write file sync. So I would want you to go to the content folder. If you haven't created, then I suggest creating one. And I mean, I'll keep the subfolder just because I believe the path module is still using it. But in the content, I'll create a new file. So not in the subfolder, but actually in the content. I'll say first, and then txt. So this, by the way, sets it up in the content. So let me move it up. Or I'm sorry, this sets it up in a subfolder, I believe. And it tells me, do I want to move? Yes, I would like to move. And now I have the content that has the first txt. And then I have the subfolder with test.txt. Of course, if you want, you can place it in a subfolder. That's really up to you. But in my case, I would want them simply in a content. So I'll go with the second one, txt. And as far as the values, I'll say, hello, this is first text file. And then, of course, we can copy and paste the value and just change it around to the second file. So in the second txt, we'll say second text file. And once we have both of the text files, now let's take a look at how we can read from the file system. And since we have read file sync, we know it is a method. And in that method, we need to provide 2 parameters. We need to provide a path to that specific file, as well as, well, what is the encoding. So the node knows how to decode a file. And generally, you'll go with UTF-8. And we'll first go with first. That's my variable. We'll go with read file sync, my method name. And like I said, we provide a path. We go to the content. And then inside of the content, there's going to be a first txt. And then as far as the encoding, The default one will be UTF-8, but if you want to be a bit specific, just set up the second parameter and notice these are all your options and just go with UTF-8. Okay. And then once we have everything in place, of course, we can copy and paste. This is going to be the value for the second one. And we just need to change the file name, of course. So we have the second one. And now in a console log, we should see both of the texts. So if I go with console log first and then second, I should have one long text. And let's go with Node and app.js. And there it is. I have hello, this is a first text file. And I also have hello, this is the second text file. And once I have both of them, why don't we create a new file? And the method for that is write file sync. And the way it works, again, we provide two values, two arguments. One is going to be the file name. And if the file is not there, then of course, Node will create that file. And you'll see that in a second. And the second one is the value that we would want to pass. And I'm going to go with write file sync, write file sync. And like I said, first is going to be a path. So you can call this third, you can call this result, whatever you would want. In my case, I'm going to go with / content. And then we're looking for result and then sync. And this is going to be txt. And then as far as the value, if you want, you can simply pass hello world and test it. In my case, I'm going to make it a bit more interesting where we'll set up a template string. We'll say here is the result. And why don't we use the interpolation where we'll say first and second. So we'll have first value and then the second value. And you know what? Why don't we add here colon as well? So let's say first, and then let's place a comma, and then we're going to go with second. Again, if the file is not there, then of course Node will create one. And if the file is already there, Node by default will overwrite all the values that are in the file. And I'll show you that in a second. So I'm going to go here with Node and app.js and check it out. Now I have result sync txt. And then inside there, I have here's the result. Hello, this is first text file. And then also have hello, this is second text file. And just to showcase that if there are some values, they will be overwritten by Node. Well, if I go with simple hello world and then I run node app.js, again, I have my new result. Now, if you just want to append to the file, well, we need to pass in one more argument. Notice I have the first one. I have the value that I would like to set up in the file. And the third one is an object, basically an options object. And here the property name is flag. And if you'll set this flag equal to A, then Node will append this. And the easiest way for me to show you that is run node app.js. And now we should have two results. So we have here is the result. And notice how we're starting a new line. Why? Well, because by default, we are overriding everything. And then when we add that flag, then of course we create a new value. So these are two very useful methods that we can use with Node to read files as well as create ones from the scratch. Beautiful. And once we have looked at the synchronous approach, like promised, I also would want to show you the asynchronous. And as always, let's start by creating a new file. Again, in my case, that is going to be 10 hyphen, and then I'm going to go with fa sync and JS. And of course, I'll grab everything in the app.js and then just copy and paste. And then back in the app.js, I would want to change these names. So I'm not looking anymore for the read file sync. I'm actually looking for a method by the name of read file. So this is going to be the asynchronous one, and the same goes with write file. Now, of course, we can remove all of this code as well. And the way the synchronous method works, we need to provide a callback. And if you're familiar with callback, essentially what it means is that we run that callback when we're done. So when whatever functionality we're doing is complete, then we run that callback, just like we normally would do with add event listener on a button. Remember, we go with add event listener, we add whatever the event, of course, with the button, that would be a click event. and then pass in the callback function. And that callback function will run every time we click on a button. So this is the same thing where we have the read file function, and we can simply use it since, of course, we have the structured. Then we need to provide a path. So again, we go with / content, and then the file name is first.txt. And this is where we provide that second argument, and that is going to be a callback function. Now, in that callback function, we pass in 2 more arguments. First one is going to be error, if there is one, as well as the result. And then inside of the body, first I would want to check if there is an error, and then I can just return null, as well as maybe console log. So we go with if error, and then we'll say return null, or simply return whatever you'd want. And if you want, you of course can console log the error as well, like so. And then if everything is correct, well, then of course I'll have access to my data, which of course has the name, the parameter name of result. And since I would simply want to console log the result, I'm going to go with console log and the result. But of course, keep in mind that this is where you would set up the functionality. So let's go back, and we're going to go with node app.js. And in this case, something really interesting where we don't get the text, right? So we're getting this buffer. So this is what's going to happen where if we don't provide that UTF coding, then of course we'll get the buffer. Now, where do we add this encoding value? Well, right here in between the content as well as the path. So let's just go with string, and we're looking for the UTF. So let's say UTF-8, and we'll save that one, and let's run it one more time. And now, of course, I have node app.js, and then hello, this is the first text file. And now the $1 million question. Well, how we can set up the same functionality? Check it out. We have a read file, and then we simply create a new file with both of these values. So if you're familiar with callbacks, you know that, of course, we would need to set up that functionality inside of this callback where I'm getting this result. Otherwise, there's going to be an error, because the only way for me to access this result, if I'm setting this as a callback, is of course inside of this function. And this is what I was saying before, where yes, eventually I'll show you a different approach, because inevitably we'll set up a callback help, and you'll see that in a second. So what I would want to do right now when I get back my first text file, well, now of course I would want to assign it to some kind of variable, and then I would want to read that second file, right? And then eventually, once I read the second file, then of course I would want to create that new file. And the way it's going to look like, I'm going to go with const, and I'll say first, and you can name it first text. I'm just going to go with first, and this will be equal to my result. Okay, awesome. And then right after that result, again, I'm going to go with read file, and then the same thing. We provide a path, so we go with content, and then in this case, of course, we're looking for second and then txt. Then we need to provide the encoding, so Node knows how to decode that, and we go with UTF-8, and then of course we need to provide our callback. Again, same deal. We go with error and result, and in order to speed this up, I will copy and paste. So just grab everything starting with if and ending with result, copy and paste. Again, this is the case where we're checking for the error first. If there is an error, we console log it. And if everything is successful, we assign this one to the second one. And then eventually now I want to set up my write file. So again, it is a function. We need to provide that value. And we already have result sync txt. That's why I'll create a new one, and I'll call this result and async. So again, we're looking for the content. Then we go with the file name, which is going to be result and async and txt. Of course, since there is no file, Node will create that for us. I'll right away set up my data. Now, if you want, of course, you can copy and paste this functionality. This is totally up to you, where basically we use 2 of them. And in my case, this is exactly what I'm going to do in order to speed this up. If you want to create something from the scratch, of course, that is also an option. and I'm just going to copy and paste. That's my template string. And again, if you want to add this flag, you can definitely do so. In my case, I'm just going to omit that. So here's the result. I have first and second. And the reason why I have access to them, because of course, I'm looking in the outside scope of this callback function. And then again, we have a callback function in the right file. I know there's tons of callback functions. That's why we'll have to set up a better setup when we're handling these callbacks, but we'll do that a little bit later. So for now, let's just add a comment here where we have first parameter, second parameter, and then the third parameter. And of course, this is going to be again our callback where we have error and result. And then inside of this callback, finally, we can take a look at the value. And of course, the value will be in this result. Now, of course, we're creating the file and all that, but hopefully you get the gist that if you would be doing something where you're looking for this result, of course, it would be over here. So again, let's check for error quickly. If there is an error, then of course, I would want to return as well as console log the error just in case. And if everything is correct, let me just console log the result. So I'll save it here. And two things we need to watch out for. Maybe there's an error. And second one, we should create a new file by the name of result and then async.txt. Let me clear the console and we're going to run node app.js. And I do get an error. And error simply tells me that I did not add the dot in front of the content. So I would need to go back to write file and just add dot. And once we add the dot, we are going to be in good place where I'll clear the console and I'll run one more time node app.js. And then the result will be undefined. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, in this case, we're not expecting anything back. But what's really cool that in the result async, we should have our text. Here is the result. Hello, this is first text and then the second text. So hopefully it is clear. This is how we would use the async pattern. So let me zoom out right now here and you'll see this famous callback hell. And in the next video, I would want to give you a brief description of what are the differences between the asynchronous approach or non-blocking approach and the blocking one, the synchronous one, as well as what are the alternatives to this callback hell. All right, and just to give you an early taste of the differences between the asynchronous or non-blocking and synchronous, which is a blocking code, why don't we set up a few console logs? Now, before we do that, I will create a new file and I'll say 11 here. And by the way, I definitely need to zoom in just so you don't think that I'm cheating. FS and async.js. And let's go to the app.js. We'll select everything and copy and paste. And of course, in the next video, we'll set up a different module in this app.js. So for the time being, I can just remove it. And then, like I promised, we'll set up some console logs. So why don't we go back to FS? And by the way, during this video, I'll zoom out because I definitely want to go back to this evil callback hell that we're getting from nesting callback within the callback. And as far as fasync, let me zoom in. And why don't we set up a console log in a few places? Let's say before we're accessing the file. So I'm going to go with log and we'll say start. Then we're going to go with write file sync. And then right after that, we're going to say I'm done with the task. And then inside there, let's write done with this task, copy and paste. And we're going to go with starting the next one. Starting the next one, meaning the next task. So that should do it. And now, of course, I need to go with clear. So clear my console. And I'm going to go to node. And then the file name is 10 hyphen and then fs. And we're looking for sync. I run it and notice something interesting where I have the start. So that is going to be before I read the files. And only then, once I'm done writing that file, I have done with this task. and starting a next one. And what we need to imagine that, of course, this task of getting those files, as well as the second one of setting up that file, well, it might be very time consuming, right? And imagine that if we have even 10 users and they're all the time using our application, and if, for example, this one user does this one task or both of them, and they take really long time, what it means that Node is not going to be able to serve other users. And trust me, it is at the end of the day really, really big deal. And notice how JavaScript is reading this code synchronously. It just goes line by line. So we start with this task, then we read these files, and then we write the result. And again, if this is something that takes really long time, then pretty much your application is down. So no other user can do anything with that application because one of the users is, for example, reading these two files and then writing one. Again, this is a very simple example, but you need to picture that, of course, there's going to be tasks that take longer time. And as an alternative, let's take a look at the async approach. So here again, we'll set up some simple console logs. And again, we'll cover this in a bigger detail a bit later. For time being, let's just set up console logs and you'll see the biggest difference. Where I'm going to go with log and let's say start. So I'm going to do that before I read this file. And then I would want to go inside of the write file, the last one. And instead of console logging result, which of course is undefined, since in this case, we are not getting anything back. Now I want to go with done with this task. And then right after my first read file, I'm going to go with log and starting next task. Hopefully you're able to follow along again before the read file, inside of the write file, and then right after the first read file, because of course the other ones are nested inside of this callback. And then if we go to Node and if we just change it around to 11 and then FA, and I believe it was async, and if we run it, notice something cool where I have my start and then I right away have this starting next task. And eventually I have this done with this task. So what this means is that since we have this asynchronous approach, the moment we start this task, we just offload. We just offload this task and we continue with our code. So that way, when user number one, for example, comes here and wants to get this functionality, yeah, sure. Here, Node, just offload this task and then your application can keep on serving other users. Again, it seems a bit trivial at the moment because we have a basic approach, but hopefully you get an idea. Where in one case, we have everything happening line by line. So only when we're done with the task, we're starting a next one. And with this approach, we start a task and we just offload that task and then we start a next task right away. And eventually, yes, we have done with this task in a console as well. Now, as far as the implementation, as far as the callbacks, yes, this is a bit messy, right? Notice how we only want to accomplish few tasks and it's already somewhat of a pain. Now, alternatives are using promises as well as async await. Now, again, hopefully you understand that when we talk about reading the file as well as the writing of the file, I use this as an example of some kind of task that would take a long time. Now, for the remainder of the course, mostly it's going to be reading from the database, writing to the database, and that sort of thing. But this is a very good illustration of how some task would take some time. So, of course, we would need to use a callback. And as far as the callbacks, yes, you can use them, but the code is going to get messy somewhat quickly. That's why a bit later in the course, we'll take a look at the alternatives, which are promises and async await. And I have to tell you honestly, for the remainder of the course, we'll use async await because, in my opinion, it is just easier to work with. Excellent. And up next, we have HTTP module. But before we continue, let me just mention that I purposely won't spend too much time on explaining every single HTTP method we're going to use in great detail, and here's why. You see, starting from next section, all of our work, meaning code, in some shape or form, will revolve around server setup, aka HTTP module. So at that point, of course, I will cover every last bit of syntax in great detail. At this point, though, I think it's just a waste of our time. So if you're confused about something HTTP related, don't sweat it. We will return to that subject shortly and cover it in far greater detail. Now, if you're wondering why we bother with HTTP module at this point at all, since we're going to use it later anyway, you see, with the help of HTTP module, I believe I can show you some core features of Node in action and give you somewhat of a visual representation of them. Otherwise, I would have to base everything on slides, and I don't think it's the best approach. So, long story short, if you're iffy about something HTTP related, just please be patient, and I'll answer all your questions in the next course section. Nice. I think we've got a good initial understanding of how the file system module works in Node, and hopefully I did not lose too many of you. So hopefully there are still some students left in the course, because I fully understand that seeing this for the first time is probably a bit overwhelming. And what I would want to do next is cover the last initial module, the built-in module, and that is going to be the HTTP module, which is going to allow us to set up a web server. Now, please keep in mind one thing. We'll just cover the basics because the large part of this course is going to be creating your own server and setting up the API. Now, granted, we will use an abstraction on top of the HTTP module, and that is going to be the package by the name of Express. But the whole point is going to be exactly the same. That's why, again, we're not going to cover everything in greatest detail at the moment, because I don't see the point of repeating myself. And now I want to go back to app.js. I'll zoom back in just so you can see better what is happening. By the way, let me check my zoom level. So I'm going with settings, and I think that should do it. My zoom level is 2 at the moment. And then back in the app.js, let's grab the HTTP module and we'll assign it to some kind of variable as always. Let's go with a require, and we're looking for HTTP. That's the module name. And the method we would want to use is create server. Again, we'll assign this to some kind of variable. And in this case, the variable name will be server. Then we go with HTTP, create server. And this create server method is looking for the callback. And in that callback function, we have 2 parameters. And both of those parameters are objects. And since they're parameters, you can call it whatever you would want. But a common practice is calling them rec and res. Now, this first parameter represents the incoming request. So imagine a client is requesting from the web browser your web page. So you'll have information about the method and all kinds of useful stuff in that request object. And the response is what we're sending back. Now, we're not done. Of course, we'll set up more code here. But before we do anything, we also would need to specifically say what port our server is going to be listening to. And that's why we'll go with server and listen. So that's another method. And again, this is arbitrary, but I'm going to go with 5,000. Again, if this looks like a lot of gibberish where we have the request, response, as well as the ports, don't worry. Later in the course, I'll cover that in more detail, as well as show you some useful slides and all that good stuff. And as far as the response, well, we have few methods. We have write, so we go with a res, and again, this is the object. And notice here how I'm not using the rec yet, so I'm not checking for anything. I'm just concerned about my response, and the method name is write. And inside the write, we just come up with some kind of text, and I'll say welcome to our homepage. And once we have sent back the response, I also would want to end my request. So I'm going to go with res.end. And once we're done setting up the code inside of the callback function, now, of course, I would want to open up my terminal, clear everything, and we would need to spin the sucker up. And of course, the way we do that is node and then app.js. Since that is the file name, make sure that you save it though. So before I run, I'll save it. And then notice something interesting. Notice how we're not exiting. So previously, every time we ran the file, every time we ran node and then whatever the file name, we exited from the file, right? So node was done executing the code and we just moved on. Now, in this case, since we have a web server, well, what do web servers do? They keep on listening for requests. And actually, you want your server to always be up. And of course, if I go to my web browser and then I'll make this bigger. And if we go with localhost, and of course, in this case, we have 5,000. There it is. We have welcome to our homepage. So now, of course, we have effectively created our first website. Now, granted, it's very basic, but at least we have something on screen. And before we discuss the external modules and actually set up a module that nicely watches our code and does the restarts for us, I also would want to showcase what we have in the request object. Now, this is going to be a giant object, so I'm not going to cover each and every property. However, I would want to showcase a property that gets us the URL. And what would be the URL? Well, that would be an address. And if you worked with React or DOM, you know that, for example, for the homepage, we used /. And then if the client wants to go to, for example, about page, he or she would enter / and then the about. Now, in our case, notice how we're still serving the same content. So just to give you a quick introduction of the request object, as well as set up a bit more realistic application, we're going to go with the request. Now, again, if you want, you can log it. So we're going to go here with request, and you'll see that it is a giant object. Now, since we made some changes, we do need to stop it, and then we'll go with node app.js. But notice how we're not right away console logging the request object. Why? Well, because server is waiting for those requests. So we need to go back to our browser and then refresh. And then, of course, once we navigate back, like I said, this is going to be a giant object with bunch of useful info. Now, what we're looking for is the URL property, because that URL property is going to tell us, well, what address client is requesting. So what endpoint the client is requesting. And like I said, for the homepage, the common practice is using simple /. So in here, we can set up the if statement where I say if request URL is equal to the homepage, then of course, this is what I would like to send back. And just to speed this up, I can tell you that we can cheat a little bit where we can just place everything in the end. And in my case, I'll just cut out my string. So we have res.end. So now we simply send the text. And now, of course, I also would want to check for the about or contact or whatever. So in here, let's go with if and then request and URL. And if that one is equal to about, then of course I can send different text. And as far as the text, I'm just going to say here is our short history. And then lastly, well, what happens if the user is trying to access a resource that doesn't exist on our server? So we'll have the about page, we'll have the home page. What about if the user is asking for a contact page that we don't have? Well, here we'll simply set up a default response. We'll say res.end. And just to make it interesting, I'll set up the template string, and I'll show you that if we really want to, we can also pass in directly HTML, and I'll say, oops, an exclamation point. I'll close my HTML. Again, please understand, this is just a basic scenario. Of course, that's not how we'll be setting up our APIs or nothing like that. But just to give you a quick intro, we'll do it quick and dirty, where there's going to be a paragraph, and we'll say we can't seem to find the page that you're looking for. Page you are looking for. And at the very end, I would want to set up a link that allows the user to navigate back. So I'll go with href and I'll say /, which just means homepage. And we're going to go back home. Let's close our link. Let's save that one. So at the moment, of course, we have the about. And by the way, almost forgot. Yes, we do need to stop the server. And we need to go with node and then app.js. Refresh one more time. There it is. Notice how we don't have the about. We can't seem to have the page you're looking for. And that is actually a bit interesting because it should be available, right? And of course, the reason is because I messed up on the URL property. My bad. Let me do this one more time. And we'll stop the server here. Again, let's run node app.js. And now we should have, here's our short history. That's our about page. Then we have the home page. And of course, you are already familiar with our error page. So if I'll go with error or any kind of resource that doesn't exist, then of course we'll get the error page. And of course we can bravely navigate back home and we go back to our homepage. That should do it for the quick intro of base modules. And now of course we are ready to move on to our next topic. All right. At this point, we're familiar with two types of modules, our own, as well as the nodes built-in ones. But just like in any good infomercial, I'll say, but wait, there's more. We also have access to the world's biggest code store. And before you seriously start questioning my mental state, imagine this scenario. You're building an app. And of course, as any good app, it needs to have a slider, just for funsies. Now, at this point, you generally have two options. Build it from the scratch yourself, or search on Google and copy paste someone else's solution. While I have no issues with either of these options, keep in mind that someone somewhere has struggled with the same issue, the need for the slider. And there's a good chance that that person was kind enough to build it and share the whole project with us. So our only job is to go through the docs and with the help of one command, just add it to our project. We can do that because when we install Node, we automatically also install NPM or Node Package Manager. And NPM enables us to do three things. Reuse our own code in other projects, use code written by other developers, and lastly, share our own solutions with other developers as well. The NPM project is hosted at npmjs.com. Again, the site is npmjs.com. And here you can find everything starting with useful utility functions to full-blown frameworks and libraries. And as an example, if you're familiar with React, you know that React has the Create React app package. And of course, it is hosted on the NPM. A typical Node project will have more than few NPM packages installed as dependencies. And before we install some cool packages, let's talk about naming. NPM calls the reusable code a package. And a package essentially is a folder that contains a JavaScript code. Now, another names you'll hear are modules and dependencies. And to tell you honestly, at this point, all three are used interchangeably when talking about shareable JavaScript code. So don't be surprised if during the course I call them any of these names, package, dependency, or module. At the end of the day, they all mean the same thing. Lastly, let me just mention two things. First, there is no quality control in NPM registry. Anyone can publish anything. So it's up to you to sniff out the empty and useless packages. And yes, there are quite a few of those ones out there as well. A good indication of the security and usefulness of package is the amount of weekly download. If the number is high, meaning if it's popular, it's a good chance that it's a battle tested and ready to go. And that brings me to my second point. Remember the slider example we discussed in the beginning of the video? when it comes to NPM packages, there's a good chance that if there is a bug, someone else has already fixed it. And as a result, it's already fixed in the package, or there's a working solution. All right. So that should do it for intro. Let's start using Node Package Manager in our own project. And as a side note, if you want to search for some packages, just visit npmjs.com. And then, for example, if you're looking for the Bootstrap, you'll find the package. And of course, you can click on any of them. This will bring you to the docs, as well as weekly downloads and rest of the stuff. Once we're familiar with Node Package Manager, let's see how we can start using it in our own projects. And the good news is that it's much simpler than you would expect. You see, when we install Node, we also install npm. And because of that, we have access to npm global command. And you can check the npm version by running npm -- version in your terminal. Just keep in mind that the version most likely won't be the same as your Node's version, and that is totally okay. So you can either do that in the terminal or, of course, in the integrated terminal, and you can simply type npm and then -- version. I believe you can also check by --v. And there it is. Of course, now we have the version for our Node Package Manager. And then we have two flavors. We can install package as a local dependency, and that just means that we'll only use that package in this particular project that we're working on. And the command for that one would be npm install, or I for short, and then whatever is the package name. So whether that is Bootstrap, Lodash, Express, or whatever. Or we can install dependency as a global dependency. And that just means that we can use it in any project. And the command for that one would be, again, npm I or install, whichever method you prefer, and then -g. So this is going to be the flag, and then again the package name. Now, when you install something globally, most likely on a Mac, they will ask you for the sudo. So you'll have to provide the credentials. That's why you'll run sudo npm install and then -g, and again package name. As far as which one you'll use more often, that definitely will be a local dependency flavor. Because even though, yes, you can install packages globally with arrival of npx, there's actually less and less need for setting up something globally. That's why we'll focus on local dependencies first, how to set it up in our project. And then in a few videos, when we talk about npx, I'll cover why there's less need for setting up something globally. Now, there's one more thing that we would need to set up in our project as far as dependencies. So I know you're eager to start installing the packages, but let's just wait a little bit. And in the next video, we'll add that extra thing that we're missing right now. And then we'll be in good shape. And then we'll start installing every package under the sun. Excellent. We now know that we have access to the npm global command. We now know that in order to install the local package, we will need to run npm I and the package name. So what are we missing? Well, we're missing a file by the name of package.json. And essentially, you can think of it as a manifest file that stores important information about our project. And there are three ways how you can create package.json. First is the manual approach, where you just create a package.json in the root. And please do that in the root if that's something that eventually you decide doing. And there, of course, you would need to create each property. Or there are two ways how we can automate this. And the first one is running npm init. And in there, they will just step by step ask you the questions. And if you want to skip it, you can just press enter. And the another way, the third way, is running npm init with a Y flag, and then everything is set up as default. So I'm not going to show you the manual approach. It's just too time consuming. And we'll right away go with npm init. First, I'll show you the step-by-step approach. And then, of course, I'll show you how everything is set up by default using the Y flag. So go to your terminal and just type npm init. And there it is. Of course, now they tell you that there's going to be a walkthrough of creating a package.json file. And the first one is the package name. And by default, of course, it is going to use the folder name. Now, keep in mind that if you eventually want to publish this package, then the name has to be unique. So you need to make sure that nowhere in the npm you can see the package with the same name. And I'm just going to go with tutorial. As far as version, we'll talk about versions shortly. So I'll just skip this one. As far as description, whatever, again, is just the default. Now, as far as the entry point, eventually we'll change it, but for now, it's good enough. We're going to go with one intro.js and then the test command, as well as git repository and keywords and author and license. And we simply say yes, and we are in good shape. So now, of course, we have the package JSON file with name, version, description, as well as the main property, and of course, the script's author and the license. Now I'll remove it. I'll say delete, and I'll show you that, of course, you can skip all of those questions by simply typing npm init and y. And as you can guess, yes, of course, you can come here later and then just change these values. That's why it's definitely faster to just type npm init and then the y flag. So why do we need this package JSON? Well, because if I would want to install the package, the local package, now, of course, this package is going to be stored as a dependency. And to show you that, let's just go with npm. And you know what? Let me clear the console first. So we're going to go with npm I, and then we're going to go with the package name Lodash. And if you're not familiar with Lodash, it's just a utility library, and I'm just specifically using for installation purposes. There's no real reason to have Lodash for our own project, but it's just something pretty interesting that I would want to showcase. That's why we're using Lodash. And we run it, and notice how we installed the package, and check it out. Now in the package JSON, we have dependencies property, and it's an object, and inside of that object, we have a package by the name of Lodash. Now, I'll show you in this video, or maybe in the next one, why it's so important to have this package JSON. But another thing that I would want to showcase, once we can see that we have dependencies property, if you go in your Visual Studio Code and if you click on Refresh Explorer, what you'll also notice is this Node modules folder. And in that Node modules folder, this is where all the dependencies are stored. So if you don't have that folder already, npm creates it. So in our case, of course, we didn't have any dependencies. So when we install that first dependency, npm creates that folder, and this is where you'll find the dependencies. Now, notice something interesting where for the Lodash, we only have one folder, right? So we have only one dependency. But when we need to keep in mind that, of course, there's going to be some packages that have other dependencies. And that's why I first installed Lodash, just to showcase that, yes, once you install dependency, of course, it is going to be in the Node modules. But if you'll try to install a package that is bigger, that uses other dependencies, you'll notice something pretty cool. Where if I clear my terminal and if I'm going to run npm I and then bootstrap, again, you can use any other package you could want. This is just to showcase how the packages work. We won't use the bootstrap in this project. So once I install and once I refresh, check it out. Not only I have Lodash, not only I have bootstrap, which I installed, but since bootstrap is using jQuery as well as the popper.js, now these are installed as dependencies. And if you take a look at the dependencies property, now of course we have the bootstrap as well. And again, the whole point of this video is to showcase why we would need package JSON. So we need it because we need to provide information about our project. And inside there, a very important property is the dependencies one, because in there, we'll just store the dependencies which our project is using. And then some packages are actually going to use more dependencies and they will be automatically installed as well. In our case, that was Bootstrap. And just to give you a taste of the package, why don't we just navigate to app? And I'm going to do that below the comments. Of course, you probably would need to clean the file. And as a side note, the last module, the HTTP, I saved in a file by the name of 12 HTTP. And back in the app.js, in order to start using the module, in our case, I guess I'm going to go with Lodash. First, I would need to set up the variable. And common convention is calling the variable like so. And we'll set it equal to require. And now, of course, we have access to the Lodash. Now, this is the difference between node packages, like, for example, the HTTP or the file module or whatever, and the ones that you install, the external ones. The external ones, you always have to install first. If you won't install the dependency, well, Node won't be able to find it. So in our case, we did install the dependency, the Lodash. So now, of course, I can just assign it to the variable. And since Lodash is utility library, why don't we test out one of their methods? And I'm just going to go with items and I'll create an array of arrays. So items is going to be an array. However, the items are going to be arrays itself. So 2, then 3, and then we're going to go with 4. And Lodash has this method, the flat and deep method, that effectively will just spit this back as a flat array. And the way we set it up, we just go with const, and I'll call this new items. And then since we have access to everything in this variable, now I can simply go with underscore here, dot, and then flat and deep. So flat and deep, and then we'll pass in the items. And now if we console log new items, and if I go to my terminal and just type node app.js, and by the way, I need to save it. So let me go back. I'll say node app.js. And once we run, check it out. In a console, I can see, of course, the 1, 2, 3, 4. So Lodash has the method by the name of flat and deep. We have access to it because we install it as dependency. And now, of course, I can start using it. Now, we're not going to use Bootstrap in this project because that would be too time consuming. Bootstrap was just used so you can see that some dependencies will have more packages. So once we install one dependency, there's actually going to be more dependencies. And hopefully you have a clear understanding of how we would set up package.json, how we would install the package. And next video, I would want to showcase why having package.json is so crucial and so beneficial when we are starting to share our project with other developers. Awesome. We have package.json. We installed few dependencies. And now I would want to cover why having package.json is so crucial when we start sharing our project with other developers. And for this example, I'm going to use GitHub as well as few basic Git commands. And my assumption is that since this is somewhat of an advanced course, you're already familiar with Git and GitHub, and you have the account. If you don't, please stop the video, create the account, and just use your favorite search engine to learn about the basics of setting up the GitHub repository as well as basic Git commands. So our task is to push this up to the GitHub. And now, $1 million question. Are we just pushing everything up, including the mode modules, which for the most projects is going to be somewhat big? I believe I just checked. In our case, it was like 9 megabytes, but trust me, it always gets way bigger than that. Or we would just want to send the code. And you can probably already guess that since I'm implying that the size is too big, that we'll have to push this up to the GitHub without the node modules. And we'll start by creating a dummy repo on the GitHub. So let me open up a new window. I'm going to go with GitHub and I'll just create a temp repo. And then I'm just going to create a repo and I'm looking for these 3 commands. essentially I would want to get that URL, the remote URL, so I know where to push it. And then inside of the repo, before we set it up as GitHub repo, first I would want to go with new file and we'll create a git ignored. Because of course, what I would want is to place the node modules in a git ignore file, because that way they will be ignored by my source control and I won't be pushing up this giant folder to the GitHub, because you'll see in a second that there is no need for it. So we're gonna go with / and then node modules. And if you're not familiar with git ignored, it's just a file that specifies which files are going to be ignored by the source control. And in our case, as you can see, I'm placing node modules inside there. Then I'll clear my console and I'll just initialize this as an empty git repo. And then we'll add everything. So git add, git commit. We'll just say first commit. And then I'll copy and paste those 3 commands in order to set up that URL, the remote URL. And once I have this in place, I should be able to go back to my GitHub. And there it is. This is my repo. Now, probably your next question is, okay, so we pushed it up to the GitHub, but I can clearly see that in my app.js, well, technically, I'm using the Node.js dependency, right? But we didn't push up the node modules folder. So how the person who is going to get this repo will be able to run the code in the app.js, since there's no node modules, and you told us previously that we can only run it if the dependency is there. Well, let's check it out. I'm going to go with clone option. So I'll just get the URL. I'll navigate back here. And I'll do that in desktop. Again, it doesn't really matter. We're just going to go with desktop and then git clone. Now I copy and paste the URL. I'll open up a new instance of my text editor, copy and paste. And this is where the magic happens. If we have package JSON, we simply need to run npm install. And what is going to happen, the npm will check for dependencies that we have in the package JSON and automatically set up that node modules folder. So if I go here, first of all, I can see that there has been some changes. That is already good news. That just means that I have my node modules, and if I refresh, check it out. So now, of course, I have my node modules folder. And if you have been using React applications, you're probably already familiar with this one, where again, when you are setting up the code, you're not sharing the node modules folder. And I can showcase that by taking a look at my React projects. And that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to look at my awesome picture. What I wanted is a React. And then let's go with projects. And you'll see that in that repo, we have bunch of folders, and each folder has 2 more folders, final and setup. And now check it out. None of them have the node modules, because imagine the size of this sucker if I would push for every project, for every folder, the node modules. Instead, I have package JSON. So when you get the repo, when you clone the repo or download or whatever, then of course you get the package JSON. And in here, these are the dependencies. And you just run npm install and they are being installed. Okay. Hopefully it is clear that's why it is so crucial to have the package JSON, because we can just share the code without dragging the massive node modules folder with us. We can simply just provide what packages our project is using. And then once we get the repo, then we just run npm install. That is the command. And then npm will install all the packages that are in the dependencies. Awesome. We're familiar with npm. We're familiar with package JSON. Now let's finally install the dependency that we'll use for the remainder of the course. And that is no other than the nodemon. And of course, if you want to get more info, you can visit the npm and you can search for the package. But as far as the general setup, it's just going to watch our files and then restart our app for us. So that way we don't have to each and every time type node and then whatever the file name. And we can install it as a simple dependency. That is definitely an option. But since I also would want to cover dev dependencies, we'll install that as a dev dependency. And the command for dev dependencies is following, where we go with npm and then I or install whatever. And then we go with node mon. So that is the package name. And then you can either do -d. So that just signals that that is a dev dependency, or you'll see this save and dev. So again, whichever method you choose, that is really up to you. But just remember that both of them will save it as a dev dependency. So let's install it, and then I'll talk about it. Well, why we would want to set up as a dev dependency. And the reason for that is because if we think about it, do we really need nodemon in production? And the answer is no. When we push it up to DigitalOcean or Heroku or whatever, we'll of course use something more serious than nodemon to restart our application. PM2 comes to mind. But while we're developing, yeah, that is an option. So in this case, we'll add right away nodemon to the dev dependencies. Now, what else? What kind of packages we would add to dev dependencies? For example, testing packages. For example, linting. For example, formatting, and that sort of thing. Again, nothing stops you from jamming this in dependencies, but if you think about it, it makes way more sense if we add this as dev dependency. So we use it while we are creating the app, but then once it's in production, then we just share the dependencies that actually the app is using, not the ones that we used while we developed the app. Hopefully that is clear. And once we have the package, we're almost there. Now we just need to understand how the scripts work in a package.json. And at the moment, as you can see, we have the test one. We won't use that one. And inside of the scripts object, we just set up the commands. And as a side note, we can set up the command right now, even without the nodemon. For example, I could go with start, and that command will be equal to npm, node, and then, for example, app.js. So that is my command. And once I save my package.json, instead of running this node app.js, I can simply run npm and start. And there it is. As you can see, same functionality. I run app.js and I get back the array as well as the hello world. Again, we still exit the application. So it's not like we're out of the woods, but I'm just showcasing that, yes, we can set up the commands, and then in the command, we just provide a value. And in this case, of course, it is node and app.js. Now, for some commands, you can simply type npm start, as you can see, but for some of them, you'll have to provide the full value, and that is going to be npm run. And in order to showcase that, I'm going to go with dev, and that one will be equal. And in here, we're going to go with a node mon and then app.js. So instead of running node, like we're doing in the start, now I'm setting up a dev command. And in order to run this one, I'll have to go with npm run and then whatever is the command name. Again, some of them you'll be able to use the shortcut where you go with start, and some of them you'll have to go the full route with npm run and then whatever is the command. And as a side note, yes, you can still run npm run start. This is also going to invoke the command, but in our case, we have the dev, and in here I have nodemon and then app.js. So let's try it out. Let's save first the package.json, and you should notice something pretty cool, where if I go with npm run and dev, now I'm spinning up the nodemon, and it tells me that nodemon is watching my application. And since I know that, of course, we can test it out, where I'm going to go with console log, and then instead of the hello world, which I have after new items, I'm going to go with hello people. And you should see something interesting, where once I change the text, yep, nodemon restarts my app. And now, of course, my value is hello people. Awesome. So now I don't have to type every time the node and then whatever file name. Nodemon automatically just restarts my app, and I simply set it up as a script. Now, if you want to change this around, if you don't want to run npm run dev, you can simply say nodemon and then app.js and just remove the dev one completely. And as a side note, again, if you have worked with React projects, you are familiar with this setup, because for React, again, we run npm start, and then there's a value that spins up the whole React dev server where we can see our application. Not bad, not bad. Well, we're still on a roll. Let's cover how we can uninstall the package as well. And as a side note, if you want to stop the nodemon, just press again Control and C. And notice how we're, of course, stopping the nodemon. And again, if we would want to spin it up, we'll just go with npm start. And as far as uninstalling the package, we have a command for that, and the name is uninstall. So I'll stop the nodemon, and in the terminal, I'll type npm uninstall, and then of course the package name, which in my case is going to be a bootstrap. Now, this is one of the approaches how we can do that, and there's also a nuclear approach. Now, why I'm calling this a nuclear approach, because that way we remove the whole node modules folder, and don't worry, once you run the npm install, then of course you set everything back up from the scratch, as well as you would remove this package log.json. And don't worry, I will cover the package log.json file a bit later. And the way that is going to look like, well, we can first clear the terminal. I'll install the bootstrap from the scratch again. So I'll say bootstrap here. And by the way, probably need to add npm I. And now again, as you can see, I have it as my dependency. And then, like I said, the nuclear approach is removing the node modules. Yep. And then removing the package log. And then just running npm install. Now, of course, in the package JSON, if I want to remove the bootstrap, for example, in this case, I can simply remove it from my dependencies. So I just remove it in the package JSON, then clear everything, and then we go with npm and then install. And now we'll get from the scratch the node modules, since we're the ones who removed it, and also we'll get that package -lock JSON. Now, why am I showing you that nuclear approach? Because if you have used Gatsby, you know that Gatsby is somewhat notorious for sometimes just being a little bit annoying, where you do need to remove the cache folder, you do need to remove the node modules as well as package lock, and then once you start up everything from the scratch, then as a magic, the Gatsby app starts working. And check it out. If we take a look at the node modules, now yes, there's a bunch of modules that nodemon is using, right? But there's no bootstrap, and I can clearly see that because there's nothing under the letter of B. So we can clearly see that we removed bootstrap from our dependencies. All right, and now let's take a look at how we can install package globally and what would be some of the use cases. And first, let's start with command. Let's jog our memory. Command was npm install and then -g and the package name. And in Mac, they might ask you for permissions. So you'll have to start with sudo and then again, same spiel. npm install, blah, blah, blah. And first, I would want to showcase that I haven't installed nodemon globally. And the easiest way for me to showcase that is by running nodemon and app.js. So we'll try to install nodemon package globally. Why? Well, because then I can use nodemon in any of my projects. At the moment, I have it as a local package. And of course, I can spin it up by running npm start. But let's imagine a scenario where I have, I don't know, 20 node applications and I'm constantly working on node applications. So to make my life easier, I will install nodemon globally, and then I won't get this error. Because at the moment, you can see command not found, nodemon. All right, so how do we do that? Well, we can install it in our terminal, or we can do it in the integrated terminal. It doesn't really matter. When it comes to global packages, you can install it from anywhere. So in my case, I'm just going to navigate back to my terminal, just so you don't think that I'm cheating. And I'll zoom in and we'll simply run. And by the way, I need to start with sudo and then npm install and -g, and of course, we're looking for the nodemon. So now, of course, I'm prompted to enter my password. And once I enter my password, of course, I'm going to install nodemon globally. And now in any of my projects, I can simply go with command of nodemon and then whatever is the file name. Now, to show you some of the use cases, if you work with Gatsby, you know that they have the global Gatsby CLI tool. And that was one of the reasons why you installed something globally, is because, well, you used one of the frameworks, for example, React or Gatsby in this case. And then, of course, in order to set up the Gatsby project or React project, you needed to install this globally. Now, things have changed, though, with arrival of NPX. And I'll talk about the NPX at the end of the video. But notice, if you navigate to your React docs and if you look for create a React app, which again was something that you needed to install globally, now they suggest this NPX route, where essentially you go with NPX and then again, whatever is the command name, for example, for create React app, that would be create React app. For Strappy, the headless CMS, that would be create Strappy app. And hopefully you get the gist, where for every resource that of course would be different. And with that command, you don't have to install that tool globally. For example, again, in our case, we're installing nodemon, but normally prior to NPX, you would install this create React app globally, and then you can spin up those React projects. Now I'm going to go back to my terminal. As you can see, I was successful. So what's going to happen if I go back to my project and if I run nodemon and app.js, since I have installed that package globally, there it is. I spin up my app.js. And if you don't believe me, I can change it back to hello world and I have no issues. Hello world. And there it is. Now, of course, I have hello world in the console. So hopefully it is clear that yes, we can install packages globally. And yes, one of the biggest use cases was working with some type of front-end library. But with an arrival of NPX, things have shifted, where now those libraries suggest using the NPX route instead. As far as my personal preference, since I'm recording a lot of courses, and since some of the global packages usually introduce some kind of bugs to the students, now, not for all the students, but there's always this one student who just has a lot of issues with the global package. Personally, I avoid them as much as possible. So I always either use the NPX or I just set it up as a local dependency. Again, it's not a rule. You can do whatever you would want, but I'm just telling you what is my preferred option. As far as what is NPX, it stands for execute, and official name is the package runner. It is a feature that was introduced in NPM 5.2. And again, the main idea is following, where you can run that CLI tool, for example, in this case, create React app, without installing these globally. So as long as you have NPM with a version of 5.2 or greater, instead of doing this whole spiel of setting up the CLI tool globally, you just go with NPX and then whatever is the tool name. And of course, the last one is the folder name. As far as the package log JSON, why do we need it? Well, if we take a look at our dependencies, we can see that they have versions. And if you remember, some of the dependencies have dependencies on their own. And of course, we need to keep in mind that those dependencies have versions as well. And for example, the person who gets your project, you probably want them to have the same exact setup, because keep in mind, as these versions change, well, so does some of the functionality, correct? So for example, you set up to your whole project, you use some kind of dependency that uses some other package, and that version changes, not for example for the bootstrap, but for the jQuery. And then pretty much your project is obsolete, meaning it might get some bugs because the version of the jQuery changed. So that's why you have this package log JSON. And in there, you have those specific versions for all the packages, not only for dependencies, but also for the packages that the dependency is using. Now, as far as this version, we have three values, and you can think of it as a contract between us, the people who are using the package, and the person who is creating. And the first number is a major change. So when this changes, that means that there are some breaking changes. Now, the second one is a minor one. So that means that it is backward compatible. So for example, if this changes to 18, I shouldn't expect any breaking changes. And the last one is just a patch for the bug fix. So that's also something to keep in mind when you decide to publish your own package. That, of course, that's why you have here this version. Now, lastly, I would just want to mention that if you're interested in more info about the package.json, I would suggest this resource. So I simply went with package.json, then keep on scrolling, and you're looking for, I guess, this blog post, right? So the name is The Basics of Package.json. And in here, you'll literally find everything explained to the smallest detail, whether that is a name, version, and the rest of the fields that you can find in a package.json. Beautiful. We now know how to utilize NPM, and for starters, as a result, for the remainder of the course, instead of frantically typing node app.js in a terminal, we'll simply spin up nodemon, and it will watch for the changes and restart the app for us. Now what? Before we move on to creating servers with Express.js, there are a few important node topics I would like to cover first. And those topics are following: event loop, async patterns in Node.js, events emitter, and streams in Node.js. While these topics are extremely important, please keep in mind that our goal is to only understand the general ideas behind these concepts. And I only introduce them so you have an overall understanding of how things work in Node.js before we build our first Node.js app. If you're not satisfied with my explanations or simply want to do more research by yourself, just type any of these terms in your favorite search engine, and I can guarantee you'll find plenty of useful resources within a matter of seconds, like blog posts, YouTube videos, and conference talks. With that said, it's my strong opinion that it might be easier to understand those concepts more deeply. So not just a general understanding, but understanding them more deeply once you have one or few working Node apps under your developer's belt. Let me also mention that in order not to waste your time with time-consuming setup, in few upcoming videos, I will run some pre-built code. Let me be very clear though. I'm only going to do that in a few videos, and for the remainder of the course, we will type out everything together. All right, and let's kick things off by discussing the event loop. Now, event loop in Node.js is one of those topics where I could spend the entire course discussing it, and it still wouldn't be enough. So let's try to avoid that and instead just understand the general concepts. While there are tons of useful event loop explanations out there, the one that I probably like the most is this one. The event loop is what allows Node.js to perform non-blocking I/O, so input and output operations, despite the fact that JavaScript is single-threaded, by offloading operations to the system kernel whenever possible. And as you can see, I'm reading straight from the Node docs. Now, don't beat yourself up if this sounds like a lot of gibberish. There's a reason why one can dedicate the entire course just for event loop. It is a pretty complex topic, but one word I do want you to remember is this offloading, and you'll see why in a second. Also, don't worry, I have prepared more examples as well as some slides to get my point across. But just in case you're not happy with my examples, or you just want to explore the Node event loop in greater detail, here are a few external resources I find particularly useful. When it comes to blog posts, just go to your favorite search engine and type Node.js event loop. And the one that I find really useful is this one. And the resource is nodejs and not .org, but it is .dev. And then follow the link And here they cover event loop in great detail with a lot of cool examples and pictures and slides and all that good stuff. And when it comes to videos, I would suggest going to YouTube and then just type event loop. And the first video that's going to pop up is going to be the event loop bot in browser JavaScript. And I'll talk about it in a second. And the Node.js specific event loop video is this one. I believe it's 15-minute long, and you can see the name over here. So this is a very, very useful video where the speaker covers a lot of useful details about Node.js loop in great detail. And the reason why I'm suggesting the first one as well, what is the language that we use in Node? That, of course, is JavaScript, right? And even though there's some differences between the event loop, the one that we use in the browser, and the one that is in the Node.js, if you understand the concepts behind the event loop that we use in a browser, trust me, you're already halfway there to understanding how the Node.js event loop works. Since it's such an important topic, like promised, I have prepared some of my own resources as well. We'll start with the slides and move on to the code examples in the next video. As a side note, I made all the course slides available on courseapi.com. Again, that website name is course-api.com. And once you click on the slides link, you'll see all the slides. And I would want to start our discussion by taking a look at what it means that a JavaScript is synchronous and single-threaded. And effectively, it's just a fancy way of saying that JavaScript reads everything line by line. So for example, if I have console log with first task, then I have a for loop that takes some time, in this case 2 seconds, but that could be 10 seconds, that could be 20 or whatever. And then I have another console log of next task. JavaScript will just start reading everything, and it will read it line by line. And if this takes a long time, it will only run the next task once it's done performing this time-consuming one. So hopefully that is clear, that JavaScript just reads everything line by line. And now let's take a look at our second slide. And in here, we can see the solution if we would want to offload something to the browser. So when we're building browser JavaScript apps, we have this option of offloading to the browser. Now, of course, it doesn't mean that we can offload the for loop. That's not going to work. This effectively is still going to be the blocking code, but browser nicely provides the API where we can offload those tasks to the browser, and only when the task is done, then we execute the callback. And probably the example you have done the most is the fetch, essentially when we make the network request, but we can also do that, for example, with a set timeout. So I still have console log with first task, but then even though my set timeout function has the second argument of 0, so essentially I have set timeout function, I provide the callback function that's going to be executed in certain amount of time, even if this is 0, meaning you would expect this one to run right away, it only runs after the next task. So once JavaScript is done executing the immediate code, only then it executes the callback. So in this case, we have the set timeout, the API that is provided from the browser, and we just say that we would want to execute that in 0 seconds. So effectively, there is no wait time. However, JavaScript will first execute this code, and only then will execute the callback. So that way we can offload those time-consuming operations to the browser. Again, it doesn't mean that we can offload for loops. It means that browser does provide some APIs where we don't have to write the blocking code. Now, let me be very clear though. When I say we cannot offload for loops, what I mean is that we can still write blocking code in JavaScript. But the browser does provide some nice APIs where we can offload those time consuming tasks. And that brings us to our main friend, the Node.js event loop. Again, before I go over the example, let me stress something. Event loop is somewhat complex, and this is just to give you a general understanding. So let's imagine this scenario. I have an app, and just like any cool app, I have subscribers or users or however you would want to call them. And in this case, since my app is so popular, I have 8 of them. And what do the users do? Well, they're probably being annoying and they're requesting something from the application. And as the requests are coming in, the event loop is responsible for avoiding this type of scenario. So let's imagine this. I have all these users, the requests are coming in, but Larry the Little decides that in his requests, there's going to be some kind of time consuming, I don't know, database crawl or something like that. So effectively, he's requesting something, and behind the scenes in my code, that means that I need to perform something that takes a long time. So in this case, the event loop just registers the callback. So it registers what needs to be done when the task is complete. Because if the event loop wouldn't do that, then we would have this scenario where the requests are coming in, and because Larry is requesting something that takes a long time, the rest of the users would have to wait. And essentially, it's not that the actual operation takes a long time. It's just the fact that we're wasting our time on waiting for that operation to be done, and only then we can serve the other users. But what the event loop does, it registers the callback, and only when the operation is complete, it executes it. Now, keep in mind that, again, we're not executing this right away when we can. Effectively, it's the same scenario where we run our immediate code first, and only then, when we have the time, we execute the callback. So, for example, in this scenario, if I would have 100 console logs after the next task, I would run them first, and only then the second task would appear here, regardless of what is the time set in here. Because again, we're running our immediate tasks first, and only then we run the callbacks. So the same thing happens here, where the requests are coming in. Let's say that the operation is complete. We first registered the callback, operation is complete, and instead of executing that callback right away, it effectively gets put at the end of the line. And then when there is no immediate code to run, then we execute the callback. Hopefully that is clear. Event loop is our best friend because with the help of event loop, we can offload some time consuming operations and effectively just keep all our users happy. All right. And once we have looked at the event loop in theory, to hammer this home, let's also take a look at some code examples where we can see event loop in action. As a side note, all code examples are located in the event loop example directory. So if you need to take a look, just grab the repo and you can find it there. And you should be familiar with our first example, since it's a async version of read file method. So we import read file from the FS module, and then we have a console log, started our task first. Then we have read file method where we pass the path, we pass the encoding, and then of course we have the callback. And then in the callback, I console log the first result, and then of course I have completed the first task. And then right after the read file, I have starting next task. And something really interesting. In a console, I can see that we first console log started the first task. Then I right away have starting the next task. And then, of course, once I'm done, once I get back my result, then, of course, I have hello, this is first text file, and, of course, completed first task. And again, the reason why is this happening, because read file is asynchronous. And we already know that event loop will offload this, in this case, to a file system. So we start reading the file. Notice like, okay, run this line of code, then offload this one. And only when I get back to the result, then run the callback. So when the file system responds with error or the data, then we invoke this one. All right. So we offload this task and we just keep on reading the code. That's why we have started the first task, starting the next one. So right away, go to the next task. And this one, this asynchronous one, well, we're just offloading. And then once the response comes back, whether it's an error, whether it's a success, only then we invoke the callback. Hopefully that is clear. Now, as far as this comment, I only added this one because we need to keep in mind that, of course, I'm just grabbing this code from the file, but the file is sitting in the folder. So if you were to run nodemon and then directly the file name, which is of course going to be in the event loop, the path won't match. So this path only matches because, of course, I have app.js. But if you'll try to run this code directly in this file, that's why it's not going to match, and you would need to go one level up. Now, my assumption is that you're running it the same as me, and you're running that with npm start. That's why I kept the path matching to the one in the app.js. Now, our next example, so let me clear my app.js. I can close the read file as well as package.json. And then the next one is set timeout. So select here everything and copy and paste in my app.js. I'll restart. And then I have two console logs. And the third one is in a set timeout. And this is pretty typical example for JavaScript loop as well. If you have taken JavaScript courses, which again, I assume you have, since you're watching the Node one, you probably remember this example. Where the gotcha here is following. Yeah, I have the console log first, then I have the second and third. And you think that since set timeout is set to 0, so since we're saying, yeah, call this callback function, but actually wait only 0 seconds, you'd think that the order would be first, second, and third, right? Well, wrong, because we have first, third, and second. Why? Well, because set timeout is asynchronous, correct? And what happens with asynchronous? Well, they get offloaded. So in this case, we run first, third, and then the second, because this one gets offloaded. Again, this one goes to the back of the line. And only when we're done with our immediate code, pretty much with our synchronous code, only then we invoke that callback. All right. Now, I also added these comments here where I have started operating system process and then completed and exited the operating system process. And the reason why I'm showing you that, because in next two examples, we'll do something a little bit different. So now I would want to go to set interval. And by the way, it's going to be a bit clearer if we run here node and then app.js. So let me stop this and I'll go with node and app.js. And you'll notice that we started the operating system process. And then the moment we're done with the code, that's it. We exit. Now, if we'll take a look at the set interval, you'll notice something really interesting. Where if I go with node and app.js, notice something interesting. And by the way, of course, I didn't copy and paste. So go to the third example and then just remove all this code and copy and paste. So that's my third example. And in here, I have the set interval. Now, again, yes, we'll have to run a few times node app.js. And now check it out. So what I see here is I will run first. So that's my console log. And then I have the set interval. And notice how we're not exiting the process here. So we start the process similarly to the second example. But if in the second example, we actually exited because we completed all our tasks, in this case, we're not doing that. Why? Well, because set interval is asynchronous. Now, the difference between the set timeout and set interval is the fact that set interval runs in those increments. In this case, of course, it is those 2 seconds. So every 2 seconds, the event loop is just gonna invoke that callback. Now, that's why we're not exiting. That's why we're still in the process, and we can only exit the process if we kill it. So that would be Control and C, or there's some unexpected error. Otherwise, it will always stay alive. Now, again, keep in mind one thing where notice I will run first was first. Why? Well, because again, this is asynchronous. And I know I've said this before 20,000 times, but again, this is probably the core building block of Node. The fact that every time we have some asynchronous action, it's just going to be offloaded. And then when it's time, we invoke the callback. And our last example is a server. And again, I just wanted to showcase how the process stays alive. So I'll take all the code and copy and paste in app.js. Now I'll stop this one. So I'll stop the process and then we'll clear the console. And again, just to showcase how the process stays alive, I'm going to go with Node and app.js. And I'm doing that so you're not confused with NodeMon. And then check it out. So we have server listening on port 5000. And then every time the request comes in, well, we invoke this callback. And in our callback, we're simply console logging, request event, and then we send back the hello world. So now if I were to go to a localhost 5000, there it is. I have the response of hello world, and in a console, I'll see this request event. And check it out how, again, this process stays alive. Why? Well, because listen is asynchronous. And the moment we set it up, now event loop is just waiting for those requests to come in. And then once they come in, then of course we run our callback. Now, please don't confuse this callback with what we're responding, our request event. So this callback is just when we're setting up the server. Because in here, we can have the success or the error. So in our case, as you can see, everything went great. We have server listening on port 5000, but of course, there also might be an error. And this one, of course, just responds to that request event. But the whole point is with server.listen, we just say, hey, event loop, just keep listening for those incoming requests. And the moment show up, then respond to them appropriately. Hopefully it is clear. And of course, we can move on to our next topic. All right. And up next, I would want to talk about asynchronous patterns in Node.js. So if we remember when we were setting up the file system module, we covered how we have two flavors. We have the synchronous one and the asynchronous one. And while asynchronous one is great, since we're not blocking the event loop, the problem is that if we're using this callback approach, well, it gets messy pretty quickly, right? Because we're nesting one callback inside of the other one. So now in the following videos, I would want to show you the alternative that we'll use throughout the course and why, in my opinion, it is much cleaner syntax. And that's why, of course, we'll use it. And first, what I would want is just to kill everything here. And I'll start with the NodeMon since I'm done showing you the event loop. And we're just going to go with npm start, right? That was the proper one. And now I'll delete everything that I currently have not here. Sorry. So I'll leave this one, the async one. I would want to remove everything in the app.js. And now I just want to quickly show you the code that would block that event loop. Again, this is going to be the video where if you don't want to code along, you don't have to. You can just sit back and relax, and effectively you'll be in good shape. And again, we'll set up the server. Like I mentioned before already 20,000 times, don't worry about specific commands. We have the rest of the course where we'll be building servers. So trust me, you'll get sick of it. So we'll go with HTTP and require. And of course, we're looking for HTTP module. And then remember the methods create server and listen. So we go with const and we create the server that is HTTP and create server. We pass in callback. The callback takes two objects, request object and response object. So again, essentially request object is what is coming in and response object just represents what we're sending out, what essentially we are responding. And then I would want to listen on a port again. So I run server.listen, and then I'll pass in the port of 5000. And then, of course, we have that callback once the server is ready. And in here, we can just go with console log, and we'll simply say server is listening on port 5000. Server is listening, or just listening is fine. Listening on port, and then, of course, in my case, port is 5000. Let's set that up. So we should have this listening on port 5000. And then, of course, in my callback function, I would want to check for the URLs, because I would want to show you how even if we try to get a different resource, we're still blocked by other user if he or she is requesting some kind of resource where we have the blocking code. And don't worry, if this sounds like gibberish, you'll see what I mean in a second. So remember, on the request object, we could check for the URL. So effectively, you could check what is the resource that the user is requesting. So for example, homepage would be /, and then the about page would be / and about, and that is sitting in the property by the name of request and URL. So request is the object, and then URL is the property. So again, we'll do a quick and dirty way. We'll just say request URL is equal to a /. That means it's a homepage. And then we just need to go with res.end, and then we'll say homepage. Again, later we'll have way more sophisticated approach, but for now, this will do. And then we're checking for the about page. Okay, awesome. So this is going to be an about page. And then if there's a page that doesn't match any of the resources, then of course I'll just send back, I don't know, error page. I'm not going to set up the whole link, nothing like that. All right, we save it, and then this should send back about page. Awesome. And then of course in homepage, I can just respond with the homepage. So life is beautiful. Users can come here, and as a side note, multiple users I'm representing with these tabs. So imagine these are my users, and life is beautiful. We are requesting resources, and we're just going on about our day. Now, the problem is going to be if I go to about, and if I set up some kind of blocking code. Now, what would be a blocking code? Well, that could be a nested for loop. So I'm just going to go with blocking code, and then I'll add some exclamation points. And let's simply set up a for loop. Let's say I is equal to 0. And then let's say I is less than 1000. And yep, I plus plus. So every iteration will increase by 1. However, I'll set it up as a nested for loop. So copy and paste, and I'll just change these values to J. So J here and J here. And then let's just console log, and we'll say J and I. Again, doesn't really matter what we type there. We'll just say I and J. Now, $1 question. What do you think is going to happen? So if the user navigates to about, I mean, we can kind of see that this will take some time, right? Now, you would expect, though, that only the user who navigates here gets blocked. And you'd be wrong, because we'll also block the other suckers who are just trying to get to the homepage. So let me navigate here and check this out. So I run this one and notice how we're loading. Now, the same thing happens here now and here. Okay. And only when we're done here, then these two can get the resource again. Now, of course, if I go to my project, I can see that in the console, I have all these values, right? Because I have this blocking code. I have this synchronous code that just takes a long time. And this is just a representation of why we prefer this asynchronous. Now, yes, at the moment, this is messy. And don't worry, in the next videos, we'll fix it. But this hopefully gives you an idea why you should always strive setting up your code asynchronously. Because what we've learned in the previous videos, if we do that, then those tasks are offloaded. and then only when the data is back, only when it's ready, then we invoke it. And that way we're not blocking the other users. Hopefully it is clear. And now, of course, let's take a look at some other patterns we can use. So we still get the benefits. So we're not blocking that event loop, but we also have a cleaner code where we don't have this nested callback mess. All right. And once we have covered why it's so important to use the asynchronous approach, now, of course, let's clean up our FA sync. So instead of using these nested callbacks, let's see a nicer pattern. And as a side note, if you want to see the code that we wrote in a previous video and the one we're about to write, then the files are located in two async patterns folder. So I'll close everything for now. And then back in app.js, I can remove it. Like I said, if you want to access that code, it is sitting in the two async patterns folder. And we'll simply start by recreating the read file setup, where I'm going to go with const, and I'm right away accessing that from the file system module, and I'll set it equal to require, of course, and then file system. All right, well, that's awesome. We know that it is asynchronous, so we need to set it up with 3 parameters. We go with read file, and then we would want to pass in path first. So again, since I'm in app.js, I'm going to be looking for the content, and then / and then first txt. The file we already created before. Then we have encoding, so comma, and then again we're going to go with UTF-8, and then last one is going to be that callback, where the first value is the error, and then the second one is the data that we're getting back. Okay, awesome. So once the file system responds, then of course we invoke this callback, and inside of that callback we have our logic. So if there's going to be an error, for the time being, I will just return like so. And then if I have the data, I'll set it up as else. So I'll say here console log and data, of course. And we shouldn't be surprised if we see in a console, hello, this is a first text file, because we already covered the setup, right? So we pass in the path, we pass in the encoding, and then we set up the callback. Now the problem starts if we would want to perform multiple actions. If I want to read 2 files and then, for example, write one, correct? So what would be a better solution? Well, a better solution would be turning this into a promise. And then eventually we'll set up a sync await. Now, please keep in mind that the only reason why we'll type out the promise stuff is because I would want you to understand what is happening behind the scenes. But don't worry, throughout the course, we'll just stick with a sync and await syntax. And essentially, you won't have to worry about what is happening behind the scenes. But the first example, yes, I want you to understand everything in detail. So what we could do is create a new function, and we can just say const, and then I'll call this get text. Now this get text will take a path, since I would want to read 2 files, and then eventually write one as well, just like we did here. And of course, the goal here is to showcase how we can make the code in the file fsasync, at least that's how I called my file, much cleaner and more readable. So again, we pass in the path, and then what I would want to return from this function is a promise. So we go with return new promise, and then in the promise object, what we need to pass in is another callback function. So we pass in the callback function, and in here we pass in 2 more functions, one for resolve and then one for reject. And then once I have set up both of these parameters, now of course what I would want is to move the read file and place it inside of the promise one. Okay, so once we place it here, first of all, notice here how I'm passing in the path. So of course I can change this one around. So I can say path, and then the encoding stays the same as well as the callback. However, inside of the callback, once I have access to resolve and reject, what I could simply say that if there's an error, I will spit back the error. So say reject an error. And if everything goes great, now of course, let's go with a resolve. and then we'll pass in the data. And once we have this setup, what's really cool that now I can invoke get text, and this is going to return a promise. And then of course we can chain dot then and catch. So below the get text, I can go with get text. And of course we're looking for the path. So we still would need to use dot and then / and then content, of course, and first txt. So that's the path. And then, like I said, we are returning a promise. So we can chain dot then. And of course, here I can have the result. And I'll just console log it for now. Result. And then I can also chain dot catch. And here I'm passing in the error. So again, we console log it. And we simply would want to see the error. I save it, and beautiful. Again, in a console, I have, hello, this is first text file. So I know that it worked. And also, if I change the path, so if I make my path incorrect, we should see in the console the error, where, of course, Node cannot find the file. So if that works, now, of course, we can take a look at how we can make it even cleaner by setting up async await. And once we have our initial setup, once we have turned this into a promise, technically we're not out of the woods. Because if I would want to perform again 2 file reads and then eventually write the file as well, and if I would want to do all of that asynchronously, it's still going to be pain just by using the promises. So what would be a solution? Well, since we're returning a promise, if I use async await, I can wait till promise is settled and then decide what I would want to do. And the way we set that one up is by creating a new function. Now, please keep one thing in mind, where eventually throughout the course, those functions that I'm about to set up are going to be provided to us. So we'll just attach that async to the callback functions that are already provided us by the libraries. Okay. But in this example, I'll have to create one from the scratch. And again, the whole point is because I would want to create a function, a start function that I'm going to set it up as a synchronous function. And I would want to attach a wait. So I would only respond once the promise is settled. So in here I go const start, and that's my function, but I need to set it up right away as async because I would want to use my await keyword, correct? And then we simply go with const. And I know that, of course, I'm looking for the first file. And I'll just say first. And that one is equal to get text. And basically, I want to pass in the same thing here. Now, I do need to place this one in quotation marks. So my bad. I messed it up a little bit. Okay, I pass it in. And that should do it. Now, of course, what I'm missing here is await. So I had this await. And now only once the promise is resolved, then I'll get my response. So what I could do here is just comment these two, or you know what, this one I cannot comment out yet. Don't worry, we will eventually. This one I can comment out and then maybe move this below. Okay, so you don't think that I'm running this code. And since I have my function now, of course, I would need to invoke it. So invoke start and check it out. Now, of course, I don't have the error, which is a good sign, I guess. And then we'll simply go with log and then first. And notice the difference. Where previously, when we were setting up the callbacks, we had to nest everything. Now I'm waiting for this promise to be resolved. And only once it's resolved, then of course, I can do something with the value. Now, every time we have this async await approach, what we would want is to wrap this in the try catch block. So if something goes wrong, then we have at least a little bit of control over it. So I'll set up try catch block, and then I'll set up my first await, and eventually we'll add here more. And then in the error, I'll simply go with console log, and we'll console log the error. And let's just save that one. So now we have nice try and catch block. And by the way, sorry, I deleted it. We'll still take a look at the first one. And then if we change the path, then of course we'll get an error. Okay, so that's good. Now I have my start function. It is asynchronous. I'm waiting for the promises to resolve. They're all wrapped in try catch block. So what's next? Well, if you remember in here, what were the actions that we were doing? Well, we read two files, correct? And then we wrote one. Okay, so let's try that one with this new approach, where essentially I have first, so just copy and paste, and then I'll look for the second file. Remember, we should have that in the content. So this is going to be the second one, second over here. And then I would want to write the file. Now, of course, you could say, well, the problem here is going to be that I'll have to write a new wrapping function to set it up as a promise. Because yes, we can, of course, read the file, but the functionality for the write file, again, we would need to wrap it. Don't worry, there's a way how we can get this actually out of the node. First, I would just want to showcase how much cleaner this already is, where I can just wait for first, second, like so, and now notice in the console, hello, this is the first text, and hello, this is the second file. Again, I fully understand that you're looking at this wrapper function, and you're like, well, this definitely doesn't look that much cleaner than this one. Don't worry, there's a way for us to get those functions in a way that they're already returning a promise. What I would want you to focus on is this code. What I would want you to understand that this definitely is much cleaner than what we have here. We read a file, and then we set up another nested callback, and another nested callback, and hopefully you get the gist. Waiting for these promises to resolve is definitely a cleaner and more readable approach. All right, so this works. We have our start function. It is asynchronous. We're waiting for promises to resolve, and we can see that it is already much cleaner. How we can set up this code without the wrapping function? Well, what's really cool that in Node, there is a module by the name of util. And we'll just go here, const, and we'll assign it to a variable. And we'll just be looking for require, of course, since we would want to import the module. And again, the name is util. And then inside of this module, we have a method by the name of promisify. And with the use of this function, we can take our read file, which of course was looking for the callback, and turn it into the function that returns a promise. And again, this is oversimplified version of what is happening there, but hopefully you understand that as a result, we'll get again this promise back. Now, the way we'll set that up, of course, we have read file here already, so I cannot use the same name. That's why I'll go with read file, and we'll call this promise. And that one is equal to util. That is, of course, my module dot, and then notice the function promisify, and then we pass in that read file function. So now I have my promise one. So now what I could do is, first of all, comment this out and move it down. Again, so it stays for your reference, but it doesn't compromise my view. And of course, now I'll have the error because, well, get text is not defined. That's fine, don't worry. And I'll copy and paste. And since I also would want to write a new file, I will get from the file system one the write file function, and then I'll do the same thing, where in this case it's going to be called write file promise, and then we pass in write file. And of course, now instead of calling get text, what I'm going to do is go with write file, or I'm sorry, in this case, we're going for read file promise. And then keep in mind one thing, where this is not a get text one. So we're still looking for the path as well as the encoding. That's why I'll copy and paste. And then the second argument we pass in is the encoding. And again, our functionality shouldn't change, where I should see in the console the results from the first txt. Now, of course, I would want to do the same thing with the second one. So have read file promise, second txt. Again, we have to pass in the encoding, otherwise we'll get the buffer back. So copy this and paste. And again, if we console log it, there it is. We have, hello, this is first text file, and this is the second one. And since in the line 4, we passed in write file into promisify. Of course, what we could also do is right away write the file. So I can go with await, and I'm simply not assigning this to a variable because, well, I'm getting back undefined there as far as data. And I'm just going to go with await, write file promise, and the same spiel. We pass in first the path. And in this case, of course, if the file is not there, Node will create one. And the name will be result. And I'll just call this mine grenade and then txt. And then the second one is data. So for that one, I'll set up my template string. And I'll just say this is awesome. Awesome. And then let's set up the colon, and then we'll access both first as well as the second one. So we'll interpolate both of them. Second. And then once we save, if we take a look at the content, there it is. Now we have the mine grenade one, correct? Now there's probably one where I was testing. Yep, there's one where I was testing, so I'll remove this one. But if I take a look at the txt one, then of course I'll have this is awesome. Hello, this is first text file, and then I have the second one. Now, what's even more cool, that technically we can even skip this part as well. Again, I'll leave this one for your reference. But if you go to require, and then you require, of course, file system module. But if you add dot promises, what do you think is going to return? Well, effectively the same thing. So now, of course, I just need to change the name from read file promise and write file promise back to read file and write file, since those are the two functions that I'm importing, and they will right away return promises. And again, we save, and remember that by default, we're just overriding stuff. So if I were to go and add a third argument, my options one, and if I'm just going to say flag and I'll set it equal to append, once we save, well, now we have this is awesome. Repeat it one more time. Again, just to showcase that our functionality still works. I fully understand that there was a little detour where we created our own wrapper function, and then we covered how we would consume promises. But hopefully this helps you understand that this approach is definitely way better. So it is more readable. It is more easier to wrap your head around. And that's why for the remainder of the course, we'll stick with this one. Again, some things will be provided to us by default. So libraries will provide the functions that return promises. Will right away have the callback functions that we'll just set up as async, and hopefully you get the gist. So a lot of things will be given to us, but the core functionality won't change, where instead of using callbacks and nesting them inside of the other callbacks and nesting more and more and more, we'll set up everything with async await, because the syntax is cleaner and way easier to read. Excellent. Once we have covered async patterns we're going to use throughout the course, now let's talk about events in Node.js. When working on browser JavaScript apps, a big part of our work is to handle events. For example, user clicks a button, and of course, in our program, we handle that. User hovers over the link, and again, same deal. In our program, we are handling that. And hopefully you get the gist. Essentially, as our program executes, at least in part, it is controlled by events. Of course, depending on a program, but it's safe to say that in browser app, those events are mostly external. Now, that style of programming is actually called event-driven programming. And effectively, it's just that, a style in which the flow of the program is at least in part determined by the events that occur as the program executes. Now, it's easier to imagine that, of course, when you have a GUI, right? The graphical interface, just like the button and links example I just mentioned. But what about server side? Is it also possible? And of course, the answer is yes. In fact, event-driven programming is used heavily in Node.js. And in the following videos, we'll see some of the examples of it. And basically, the idea is following. We listen for specific events and register functions that will execute in response to those events. So once our event takes place, callback function fires, just like in our imaginary button example. Now, before we continue, let me stress something. Our first examples are going to be basic and even somewhat silly, but don't let that fool you. Many built-in modules in Node.js do use events under the hood, and therefore making events and event-driven programming a big part of Node.js. All right, and once we have covered general concepts behind events as well as event-driven programming, now let's set up our own events in Node. And the way we do that, we come up with a variable, and typically this name is event emitter, because what we're getting back is the class, and we require the events module. So we require events module, and we assign it to a variable, which essentially is a class. And again, a common practice is calling this event emitter. And at this point, you have two options. If you want to create something custom, you'll need to extend the class, or if you simply want to emit an event as well as listen for it, then you can just create the instance. So we'll go with the second route. We'll go with const and then whatever name you would want. In my case, I'm just going to call this custom emitter, like so. And I'll assign it to new emitter, so event emitter, or however you call this variable, and we just need to invoke it. So now we have the instance of our class. So essentially we have the object. Now there are many methods in this object. However, two that we're interested in most are on and emit. So on will listen for specific event, and then emit, of course, will emit that event. And the way we set it up, we go with custom emitter or whatever name you used, and then we go with on. And at the very basic setup, in the on method, we just pass in the string where we say the name of the event. Now, in my case, I'll name my one response. And then, of course, once I have subscribed to it, I also would want to pass in the callback function. So essentially, when this event takes place, well, then I would want to do something. And in my case, I'll just go with console log, and we'll simply say data received. However, I'll place this one in the template strings, and you'll see in a second why. So we'll go with data received, and then eventually there's going to be some more data. And of course, once we have subscribed to this specific event, now I would want to emit it. And the way we do that, we just go with custom emitter. And then, of course, the method is, surprise, surprise, emit. And of course, at this point, these strings need to match. So if I'm emitting the response event, I just say here response. And what you'll see in the console is wherever you have in a callback. So of course, in my case, I have console log data received. And then once I run it, I have data received in a console. So that's the most basic setup when it comes to events. Again, we create an instance from the class that we get back from the events module. And then we have two methods. We have on method as well as the emit method. And then in the on method, we pass in a string. So that's going to be the name of the event as well as the callback function. So once this event takes place, then of course we would want to do something. And in our case, we'll just console log data received. And then once we have subscribed to this event, then of course we need to emit it. And the way we do that, we just go with whatever the name is, in my case, custom emitter, then emit method, and then we pass in the same string that we're listening for. In our case, of course, response. And then the moment we do that, we of course have whatever is in the callback function, which in our case, of course, is just a simple log data received. All right. And once we have covered the basic setup, now let me show you some things that I would want you to be aware of. First, we can have as many methods we would want. So for example, we have the same event. We have here response, correct? And we are omitting it. So nothing stops me here. Just copy and paste and listen for the same event, which of course in our case is this response, and then do some other logic in my callback. Again, in my case, it's just going to be simple. different console log. So I'm going to say some other logic here. And I'm not going to copy and paste the same function 20,000 times just to prove my point, but hopefully you understand that yes, we can emit our event, and then yes, also we can have as many functions we would want here that are listening for that event and do some other logic. So that's point number one. Point number two that I would like to make is the fact that this order matters. So we first listen for event and then we emit it. So for example, if I will place my emit above the second function or above both of the functions, what you'll notice that I have nothing in a console. Why? Well, because I first emit the event and only then I listen for it. As you can see, that doesn't make sense. So first we would want to listen for the event and only then we would emit it. So in this case, notice I don't have this some other logic goes in here because I listen for response and then I right away emit the response. And then again, I listen for the response, but I already emitted the event, correct? So it doesn't make sense to listen for the event once it has been already emitted. So that's the point number two. And then thirdly, I would also want to showcase that we can pass the arguments when we're emitting the event. So for example, I go here with my emit, I pass in the name, which is of course response, and then I can pass in more arguments. For example, here I'll go John and then the ID number 34. So string and a number. And then in my callback function, I can access those arguments as parameters, just like normal functions. So in this case, I'll call them name and ID. And simply in my console log, I'll say name. And the second one will be with ID. And then whatever is that ID. Now I'll add here data received user and then save it. And it's no surprise that in the console, I see data received user John with ID 34. Now in the second function, as you can see, I wasn't looking for those arguments. I just don't have access to the arguments because I don't have the parameters, but it's not like everything broke just because in the event I passed in the arguments. And lastly, I would just want to reiterate the point that even though you might not write your own events, events are a core building block of Node. And effectively, as you're building and writing out the code for your Node application, you are using those events at the end of the day anyway, because a lot of built-in modules rely on them. And as a quick side note, if you'd like to see the code that we wrote in previous 2 lectures, you can just navigate to 13 event emitter. And in order to show you that, I'll quickly set up a server. And again, the code for this one you can find at 14 and then request event. So I'll copy all the contents from the file and then just copy and paste. And notice something interesting where again, yes, we're getting the HTTP module. And remember the setup that we have used so far, where we go with HTTP create server, and then we pass in this callback function. And then of course, this callback function will be invoked every time someone visits our server. So every time the request comes in. Now there's another way how we can set it up by using event emitter API. So we still create a server, we go with HTTP and then create server function. But instead of passing in the callback function, like we did previously, server has the method on. Does that ring a bell? Remember our previous example? We had our own instance and it had the method of on, correct? So the same goes for server. So server has the method on and we listen for request event. And when that request comes in, then of course, again, we have this callback function that handles it. So behind the scenes, server emits the request event. And then of course, we can listen for it. We can subscribe to it, listen for it, or respond to it, however you'd want to call it. And the way we do that, we go with server on, and then this is a specific name because of course it emits that specific name behind the scenes. So make sure that it is a request and then the same spiel. Now, how do I know that? Well, if we go to Node documentation, and if we look for HTTP, we keep on scrolling. Eventually, we'll hit the server. And over here, I can see that it has a class. Okay, that's a good start. And then what do you see here? Well, I see the event, right? And what is the event? Well, the name is request. So that's how I know that my server, the instance that I create, has the ability to listen for request events. And if you want to dig deeper, you can just click on a server. You notice that it extends the net server. And if we keep on digging, check it out. So this one extends what? It extends the event emitter. So hopefully that makes it clear that even though you might not be setting up events on your own, a bunch of built-in modules rely heavily on this concept of events. All right. And up next, we have streams in Node.js. And at its simplest, streams are used to read or write sequentially. Basically, when we have to handle and manipulate streaming data, for example, continuous source or a big file, streams come in real handy. In Node, there are 4 different types of streams. We have writable, used to write data sequentially. Then we have readable, used to read data sequentially. Duplex, used to both read and write data sequentially. And also transform, where data can be modified when writing or reading. Just like with events, many built-in modules in Node implement streaming interface. And what's also interesting, streams extend event emitters class, which simply means that we can use events like data and on streams. Since streams are somewhat of an advanced topic in Node, I'll try to keep it short and sweet, mostly by showing you examples of streams, and hopefully that way you get the main idea without being overwhelmed. All right, and once we know the theory behind the streams, now let's take a look at the practical example. And a very good use case is using streams when we are reading files, because we need to understand one thing, where when we use the sync or asynchronous approach, what happens, we're reading the whole file. And of course, in our example, we were setting this equal to a variable, correct? But if we have a big file, well, first of all, you're just using all that memory. And second, as the file size gets bigger and bigger and bigger, eventually the variable is not going to be good enough. You will get an error that, the size is too big and you cannot place everything in the string. So what would be a solution? Well, solution would be read stream option. And the way we'll set this up, I'm going to start app.js from the scratch. But if you take a look at the repo, you'll notice this 15, create big file. So previously, when we were working with files, I just had some small files, right? So I had the first txt, blah, 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 result, and whatever. Now, before we set up the read stream, I would want to create a big file. Again, this is optional. You don't have to do that. But in my case, in order to show you how the streams work, yes, I'll have to set up a big file. And first, I'll remove it because, of course, I already have it since I was testing it. And now I'll stop my server. And of course, in my case, I'll run 15, the create big file JS. If you want to set it on your own, and if you don't want to use the repo, you can just get the right file sync from the FS module. And then notice I have the loop where I believe I have here 10,000. And then every iteration, I just write a big txt. Of course, I have the flag append, and then I'm just adding hello world and starting a new line. So if I'll run node, and then of course, I'm going to go with my file name, which is 15, then hyphen create big file and JS, like so. Then in the content, I should have this big file. And once I have my big file, I'll go back to app.js and I'll use my npm start, since of course I have nodemon in place. And then let's go with const. Now, I'm not going to show you how the setup would look like with file sync or the asynchronous one. Again, hopefully you understand that the setup would be exactly the same like we have in 10 and 11, where we had the FA sync and FA async. And now, of course, let's just go with the stream option. So the method name is create read stream, and we require that from the FS module, like so. And then we create a new variable, and in my case, I'll call this stream, and we invoke the create read stream. And the only thing by default we need to pass in is the path. So of course, in my case, I'm going to go with content and then /. And since I just created that text file, the big one, of course, I'm going to go with big txt. And now remember the good old friends events. Well, once we create this instance, we actually have access to them. And the ones that we're going to use is going to be data and error. So we can go with stream and then on. Again, remember the event syntax. And then the event that you would want to listen for is a data. And then we have our callback function. And again, it is a parameter, so we can call it whatever we would want. But in my case, I'm going to go with result. And let's just console log the result, like so. And what you'll notice is that we have 64 kilobytes here. That's our first console log. Then we have another one for 64 kilobytes. And the reason why I know that is because by default, that's the size we're getting. And then we're getting the reminder. Now, just to prove my point, I'm going to go to my folder and I'm going to look for my content. And then in there, if you take a look, the big text file we created is 169 kilobytes. So as you can see, now we're reading data in chunks. And by default, that chunk is 64 kilobytes. And every time we console log, we see that we have 64, 64, and eventually we have the remainder. So instead of reading everything and placing that in the variable, we're doing that in chunks. And as you can see, we're using the event, and the event is data. And in order to hammer this home, why don't we take a look at the docs? So first, I'm going to look for my file system, and then let's look for our create read stream. So we go here. As we can see, we have this class, read stream. And then on this class, we have these three ones. We have close, open, and ready. And as a side note, we'll use this one a little bit later as well, the open one. So keep an eye on this one. And then as far as the read stream, well, as you can see, it is created when we go with create read stream and invoke it, right? So I got the create read stream. That's my function. I just passed in the path and I invoked it. And in turn, that returns the read stream, right? Then actual read stream extends from stream.readable. So right away, I have these events. I have close, open, and ready. And like I said, we'll use this open a little bit later. Now, since it is extending from the stream, check it out. Now, of course, I have the data one, right? So this is a chunk of data. And as you can see, every time we are getting that data, we can do something with it. Now, at the moment, we're just console logging. It's very simple. But eventually, as you can already imagine, we can do way more useful things than that. Beautiful. Once we understand the basics, now let's take a look at some additional info. Like I said, by default, the size of the buffer is going to be 64 kilobytes. However, we can also control it. And the way we do that is by passing in the object when we're setting up create read stream. So first argument is going to be the path, which again, in my case, is going to be that big text file that I created using my file, using my for loop. And then I can pass in the options object. And in there, the property that you're looking for, the property that controls the size of the buffer, has the name of high watermark. So for example, if I go with 90,000 here, then of course you'll see that I'll have two console logs, one for 90 kilobytes, and the second one will be remainder. Again, keep in mind that our file size is 169 kilobytes. That's number one. Number two, we can right away set up the encoding as well. So I go with comma, and then the property name is encoding. And again, we'll set it up equal to UTF-8, like so. And then you'll see in the console, of course, the hello worlds. Why? Well, because that is the content coming from the file. And lastly, I also would want to mention that we have the error event as well. So if I go with stream and then on, and we're checking for the error, and as always, we can do something once that error happens. So that's our callback function. And in this case, I'll just access the error property and I'll console log the error. So I'll say here error. And the way we check that one out is by providing wrong path. So in my case, I'm just going to add 2 dots. And then once I save, check it out. In the console, I'll have the error where it tells me that no such file or directory. All right. And now let's take a look at the practical example when streams come in handy. Now, again, this is going to be one of those videos where you don't have to code along. You can just sit back and relax and see how I struggle. And first, what I would want is to make it even a bigger file. So remember the 15, create big file. I believe I had 10 iterations, right? So I'm going to add one more, meaning I'll add one more 0. I'll stop my server right now. Again, this is optional. You don't have to do that. And I'll remove the big file like so. And then I'll run one more time the file with node. And then, of course, this file is going to be way bigger. So let me navigate to my folder just to showcase that. And I'm looking for content. And now the big file is 1.8 megs. Now, once I have the big file, I'll go with npm start. At the moment, I just have the stream example. But if you want to see the whole code, just take a look at the file number 17. And notice again, we're creating a HTTP server, and I'm just using the read file sync method. I'm looking for big txt. The encoding is UTF-8. And then I just place my variable, my text one, into res.end method. And effectively, I'm just sending my big text file. And let me restart the server here. So let me go with npm start right now. So let me select everything from this file and copy and paste. And now if we navigate to localhost 5000, we should see a bunch of hello worlds. Now, the problem with this setup is following, where if I go to developer tools and if I take a look at the network and if I refresh, yep, this request was successful. Take a look at the size. Do you think it is the smartest thing to send these type of files over the wire? And of course, this is just going to make it very difficult to all your users because you're just sending large chunks of data. Effectively, I'm sending the whole file. And more specifically, if I click, check it out. So I have the request URL. Okay, that is good. The method is get. Now, as you can see, the content length is my 1.8 megs, right? And you'll see in a second that once we refactor this to read stream method, that we're sending data in the chunks. And again, the best way to see that is by looking at the headers, where at the moment I can see the content length, and that one is at 1.8 megs. But once we refactor that, the setup is going to be different. So at the moment, I have this text. I'm accessing that by read file sync. So I'll comment this out, and let's set it up with our create read stream. So I'll go with const, and I'll call this file stream. And this is going to be equal to fs, and then create read stream. Now I'll use the same address. So I'll use the same path, and then I'll use the same encoding as well. So let's go with UTF-8. Okay, awesome. And once we set up the stream, remember we have access to two events, file stream on, and of course I'm going to be looking for the open, and I'll have my callback function, and we'll set that functionality up in a second. And the second one, of course, is the error. So I'll go with file stream and then on. And again, we're looking for the event by the name of error. And then in our callback function, we can access the error, and I'll simply pass it in my response. So if there is an error, I'll just grab the error from my parameter and pass it in. Now, as far as the open here, instead of setting it equal to, instead of going res.end and then text, file stream also have the pipe method. So we can go with file stream and then pipe. And what the pipe is doing, it is pushing from the read stream into write stream. So you can imagine that if we can read data in chunks, we can also write data in chunks. And what happens under the hood, a response object can be set up as a writable stream. So we have our file stream, so that's our read stream. We have method of pipe, so we're piping this into a writable stream. And now, of course, I'll pass in my response object. And if we go back to the browser and if we'll refresh, now notice something interesting. Yeah, still same request, right? To localhost 5000, still same size. But if I take a look at the headers, now I can see that my response headers are chunked. So instead of sending our file back in one large instance, we're sending it back in chunks. Awesome. Congrats on completing section number 3, Node fundamentals. And hopefully after watching the section, you have a good general understanding of how Node works. And now that we're big shots, let's apply that knowledge and build some servers, shall we? And we're going to start section 4 with the general info of how the web works. More specifically, how we exchange data on the web. And we're going to do that with the help of a few slides. Now, if you're one of the people who's already reached a daily slide limit, I hear you. Once we're done with these suckers, I promise we'll mostly actually write code for the remainder of the course. I do believe, though, that before we build an actual web server, it's crucial for us to understand how it works under the hood. And that way we'll have clearer understanding of what tasks need to be done. If something is iffy, you can always go back to the slides. You already know where they're located. And also, as we're going to be progressing with the course, from time to time, I will swing back to them when I'll need to emphasize a specific point. With that said, let's talk about how we exchange data on the web. It's safe to say that if you're watching this video, you know how to use a web browser. But under the hood, the way it works, every time we open up a browser and we type the URL, so the web address, we're actually performing a request. And we are performing a request to the server that is responsible serving those resources. So for example, when you look for CNN.com, you're looking for the server that has those resources, and then that server sends you back the response. And the same works with YouTube, the same works with johnsmilk.com or whatever. So you just pick a resource, you say, hey, can I get this data? And then server who is responsible for those resources just sends you back the response. Now that is done using HTTP protocol, and that's why these ones are called HTTP messages. So the user sends the HTTP request message, and then the server sends the HTTP response message. And that's how we exchange data on the web. And for the remainder of the course, we'll be responsible for building such web server using Node and more specifically Express. Now I'll talk about it why we use Express as well as show you a few examples later on in the course. But for now, just remember that yes, we'll use Node, but in order to make our lives easier, we'll use the framework by the name of Express.js. And lastly, I would just want to mention that even though name server definitely sounds way cooler than the computer, at the end of the day, they're just computers whose job is to always make that resource available. So yes, those are computers. And yes, there are some differences. For example, they most likely don't have the graphical interface or the GUI. And also, they're probably much bigger than your laptop. But at the end of the day, they are computers whose job is to always make sure that that resource is available. Because imagine if you would have a server that only works from 8 to 5. So if you go to your website at, I don't know, 6 o'clock at night, you cannot access the resource. Probably that's not the service that you would pick. So next time when someone asks you if it rains, does the cloud still work? You know what to answer. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about cloud is just a bunch of these servers, bunch of these computers connected together. Beautiful. And once we have a general understanding how data is exchanged on a web, let's also cover how HTTP messages are structured. Please keep in mind that since it's going to be a big part of our job, we'll come back to this particular slide more than once. So if you're iffy about something, just please be patient and I'll answer all of your questions as we move along with the course. With that said, the general structure for both messages is similar. They both have a start line. They both have optional headers, a blank line that indicates that all the meta info has been sent, and effectively headers are that meta info as well as optional body. And before we continue, again, let me stress something. So request messages are what the user is sending. So for example, if you open up the browser to search the web, or that could be your web application. Because remember, with web applications, we also can make HTTP requests, correct? And then response is going to be our responsibility. So we'll have to set up a proper server that sends a correct response. And in general, when we talk about the request message in the start line, there's going to be a method, then the URL, as well as the HTTP version. Now, we are mostly going to be interested in these two things, in the method as well as the URL. Now, there's going to be a separate slide about the methods as well. And don't worry, we'll cover that in greater detail once we cover them with actual code examples. So I'll come back to that slide. Just understand the general idea that when we talk about methods, effectively we're communicating what we would want to do. So for example, if I want to get the resource, I'm going to set it up as a get request. Now, if I want to add the resource, then of course this is going to be a post request. And then of course you can read the rest. Now, why I'm displaying here this get, because that is the default request that the browser performs. Since when we open up the browser, we want to get some kind of resource, correct? That's why we're performing a get request. And the URL is just the address. And that could be, for example, johnsmilk.com, or that could be, I don't know, ESPN/basketball. Both of them are just a web addresses. Now, headers is essentially optional, where this is a meta information about our request. And just to give you a general idea how the headers would look like, they would look something like this. So it is a key value pairs. Now, don't freak out. As you know, when you search the web, you don't need to add them manually. And the same is going to be with our server. A lot of it is going to be taken care of. But yes, some things we'll have to add on our own. Basically, this is going to be information about our message. And then we also have optional body. So when the user is requesting something, if you just want the resource, there is no body. There's nothing basically what to send. However, if we would want to add a resource onto the server, yes, then you're expected to provide that data. And it's also called payload. So again, I might use them interchangeably. So that's the general structure of the request message. We have the start line, we have the headers, that is the information about our message, as well as the blank line, which just indicates that we're done with the meta information, and optional body, which we'll use from time to time. And now, of course, we need to talk about the response message. So response message is what we are going to be creating. Again, most of it will be done for us. But some parts, yes, we'll have to do it manually, and it's going to be our responsibility. So the start line has the HTTP version, which most likely is going to be 1.1. Then we have a status code and status text. Now, when it comes to status code, it just signals what is the result of the request. So, for example, notice here this 200. That means that request was successful. So that's what we're sending back. And yes, there's quite a few of those codes. And as we move along with the course, of course, we will cover them. But please, please, please don't rush over to the search engine and start memorizing the status codes. Pretty much as we're going to be building the application, I'll tell you which code means what. And for example, 400 means that there was some kind of request error. So the user was trying to request some kind of resource, and with 400, there was a request error. Now, for example, the code 404 means that the resource is not found. So when I'm sending back the message, I'm like, hey, listen, here's the status code for the message. If you were successful, here's 200. If there was an error, for example, you get a 400. If the request is unauthorized, then you can get 401, and hopefully you get the gist. And yes, of course, as we're progressing, we will cover more status code. Then again, we have the headers, where basically we provide info about our message, our response message. And again, like I said, you won't have to type everything line by line, but effectively it is a setup of key value pairs. And the ones that I would like to mention are these ones. Notice this content type. We have text HTML. That is when we're sending back the HTML, but also our second option is going to be sending back the data. So hopefully you're aware that when you're building a web application, when we communicate with API, most of the time we're getting back the JSON data, because over the web, effectively, we just send over the string. So if, for example, I have some kind of array, we transfer this into application JSON, and I clearly indicate that in my headers, where I say that, no, I'm not sending text and HTML. I'm actually sending a application JSON. And then that application who is requesting the web application knows that, hey, from the server, I'm getting a content type, which is application JSON. So for example, in that case, I could send back here this array with a bunch of these objects. And just to give you a real world taste, why don't we do this? Open up a new browser tab, and I'm simply going to Course API because I think there's going to be less data, so there's going to be less clutter. So go to course-API here, and then you can either pick the slides or you can just look at the homepage. And if you inspect and if you look in the browser tabs, you'll find a network. And very useful one is this one where we can just look for all the requests. We refresh and then check it out. So these are the requests that browser performed, and I'll talk about it a bit later, why there's also this style CSS. In fact, that's going to be one of our first examples, but take a look at this one. So I have this course API and then /. And if you remember when we were building our original server, what I said that if we have this /, that just means homepage. So if we're just navigating to courseapi.com and that is our homepage, we simply add this /. Now, of course, in the browser, that's automatically added, but that's why when we're setting up the server, one of the cases is going to be if the user navigates to the homepage, then we simply look for the /. So if, for example, you go to the slides, you'll notice that, in this case, I would have to refresh. Notice here I have the Course API /slides. So that is already a page in my website, correct? So I have the homepage, Course API, and then I have the slides page where I have the slides. And if you take a look, if you click on it, notice all the useful data that we get over here. So for example, this is going to be our request URL, which is going to be again courseapi.com. So that tells me Well, what the browser is trying to get. Then check it out, the method. Why it's get? Because that is default in the browsers. Every time you open up the browser and search something, then of course you'll be performing a get request. Now check it out, this one, the status code. It is 200. Why? Because everything is successful, because servers send back the data. Then we have this remote address, and basically that is the IP address for my server, as well as notice this colon 443. And we'll come back to this one when we set up our own server. Because if you remember, we were always setting up the 5000. So you're probably wondering, well, what is this 443? And don't worry, again, we'll cover that one once we set up our first server. And then again, we have response headers, for example, and we also have the request headers. So as you can see, using this network type, we can actually find a bunch of useful information. Now, notice here in the second set of tabs, I can see this response and preview. So if you take a look at the preview, this is going to be basically my site. And also I can see the response. So as you can see, pretty much sending back the HTML. So I'm sending back the website. So you go into the browser, you request a resource. By default, it is a GET request. And then in that body, when the server sends it back, this is what we get back. So we get back the site. So hopefully this gives you a clear understanding of how the HTTP messages are structured. And now let's dive into creating our own server. Awesome. Once we're done with the slides, now let's start setting up our server. And in order to follow along with the course, you'll need to have a starter project. And you can get it if you navigate to my site. Again, the URL is johnsmilga.com. So navigate there in the projects or in the homepage, look for Node Express tutorial project. In the homepage is going to be at the bottom in the latest projects. If you cannot find it there, then look for all projects page or simply projects page, then filter for Node in order to save some time. And then, like I already previously mentioned, any of these links will get you to the repo and then bravely get the repo. In my case, I'm going to clone it. So I'll copy the URL. I'll bump up the sound size in my terminal, navigate to the desktop, git clone here, and then I'm going to get the repo. And then once the project is on my machine, I'm just going to drag and drop. And then the first thing that I would suggest doing is removing the remote URL. And you can simply do that by just wiping out the Git folder. So that way, if you ever do decide to push this up to the GitHub, you won't have some dumb permission errors. So I'm just going to open up the integrated terminal. Now, in my case, I'm not going to run the command, but if you're on Mac, I suggest running rm, then -rf, and then git. Now, if you are on Windows, some students have suggested these two commands. Now, I haven't tested them yet, but some people have replied to my tweet that yes, they do work. And if you want to see the whole tweet, just navigate to my Twitter. The handle is John_Smilga. And then, as you can see here, is the Mac command. And for Windows, I have these two. So run this command, and then in next video, I'll give you a brief overview of the repo. All right. And before we get busy, why don't I give you a brief overview of the repo? And if you take a look at the first project, this should look very, very familiar, because essentially this is all the code we have written so far. Everything starting with our most basic application. And then, of course, we also have our last one, our HTTP streams example. So hopefully that is clear. And if you ever need to jog your memory, essentially this is just here for your reference. And then from now on, we'll work in folder number 2 by the name of Express tutorial. And the idea is going to be exactly the same, where basically we build a bunch of examples, and in the process, we learn what is Express and why we would prefer using Express instead of straight up HTTP module. But again, let me stress something, where Express is built on top of Node and more specifically on top of HTTP module. So it's not like you can use Express without Node. And in folder 2, the setup is following, where there are going to be some assets that I provided just so we can make more real world examples. So hopefully that gives you a better idea how the Express works. And I'm not going to cover them right now. For example, methods public or navbar app. Once we get there, I'll explain everything that's happening. I think that it's going to be a waste of our time if I do that right now. However, if you take a look at the final folder, you'll basically see all our examples. So the same spiel. If you ever need to reference the code, just navigate to the final, look for the file name, and then of course you'll find the code. Just keep in mind that in order to run this code, you'll have to copy and paste and run it in the app.js. Why? Well, because in some cases there's going to be paths, and since these files are located already in a final, the paths won't match. Okay, hopefully that one is clear as well. And then we also should be familiar with these files. As you can see, I have package.json, I have package.json lock, and then app.js. Now, of course, app.js could be renamed server or whatever you would want, but I already have in a package.json a script that spins up the nodemon. And effectively, we have successfully set up a node application. So package.json is, of course, needed because we'll have some dependencies, more specifically two. One is going to be nodemon, and the second one is going to be express. And in order to, of course, keep track of those dependencies, we have package.json. And then if you notice, I don't have the node modules here. And of course, the reason for that is because I don't want this repo to be massive. And you can clearly see that in a git ignore, where I have node modules included. So when I was pushing this up to the GitHub, and of course, I omitted the node modules since I added them in the git ignore. And then in the package.json, like I said, you'll find some dependencies, and I'll talk about Express once we get there. At the moment, let's not worry about it. The one that we should be familiar with is nodemon, which is going to be watching our application. And I have a script that sets up nodemon and passes in the app.js. So any changes in our project, nodemon will be watching and restarting our application. However, we cannot do anything before we install all dependencies. Otherwise, you'll just get an error. So that's why the first thing that I would want you to do is navigate to the folder number 2. And the fastest way probably is just going to be cd and then take the project number 2 and drag and drop like so. And then once you can see that you are in this folder, so not in a root, not in Node Express course, but once you are actually in the folder number 2, before you do anything, just run npm install first, and then it's really up to you. You can either wait for all the dependencies to be installed and then run npm start, or you can simply chain it and say npm start. And once you run this one, then of course you'll install dependencies. And if you see in a terminal Express tutorial, that means that everything is correct and you can continue with the videos. If you don't see that, then please troubleshoot, because none of the things that we're about to do next are going to make sense if you're not running the project number 2 with all the dependencies, more specifically nodemon and express. And lastly, I just want to mention, yes, there's also this data.js. And again, this is one of the assets that I added that we're going to use a little bit later. So if you see Express tutorial in a console, the reason why it's there, because that's the only line of code I have in my app.js. That means that everything's correct, and we can move on to our next topic. And why don't we start the Express tutorial part by setting up the server one more time with straight up HTTP module. And in a process, let's struggle a little bit. Let's see why we would want to use Express in the first place. So yes, we'll build one more time server with HTTP module. However, now of course we'll dive deep into the topics that we kind of skipped over before. And in order to set up the server, we know that we would need to require the module, right? So I'm going to come up with some kind of variable, And in my case, that is going to be HTTP. And of course, the name is not required. You can call this whatever you'd want, but it is somewhat of a convention to call this HTTP as far as the variable name. Then we go with require, and we just go with HTTP. Again, keep in mind, this comes built in Node. So you don't have to install it. We didn't install it when we ran npm installed in the last video. We installed 2 other dependencies, but this one is built in, so we don't have to do anything. We just say require, and it's always going to be available to us. Then we need to set up the server. And again, convention is calling the server, but you can call this Bugs Bunny. And in order to do that, we go with HTTP. And then on this object, we have a method by the name of create server. Now, this method takes a callback, which is going to be invoked every time the user hits our server. And in this callback, we have 2 parameters. And again, we can call them whatever we would want. So again, common convention is just shorten this up a little bit and call it request and res. So rec and res. And the first parameter references the request object, and second one is the response object. And at this point, it should be clear why we have access to those 2 parameters, because in the HTTP cycle, we have request message that is coming in every time user requests the resource. And also we have the response message, right? So that's what we need to send out. So that's why in this function that runs every time user hits the server, we have access to rec and res. So that way we can find info about the incoming request, because it makes a total sense if we have access to that info. I do want to know what is the method. So what the user is trying to do. I do want to know what resource the user is trying to get, whether that is the contact page or about page. And also I would want to know whether I'm getting some data, whether user is trying to add something onto the server. And as far as the response, well, in order to serve the data, I need to be extremely specific about what I'm sending. So I need to explain to the browser what is coming in. Hopefully that is clear. And in here, we can just go with log, and we'll say user hit the server. And then we return the object from this create server. And on that object, we have a method by the name of listen. So in order for the server to work, we need to invoke listen, and we need to be a bit more specific. And we need to say, well, what port are we listening for? And you're probably wondering, well, what's up with this port? What's up with this 5,000 value? And the best explanation I can give you is this one. Imagine a scenario where you have some kind of issue with your bank. What do you do? Or that could be a phone company. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just going to give you a bank example. What do? You call the customer service. And what is the first question that they ask you? They say, please describe your issue so we may better assist with your call. And what do? They give you options, right? So they say, if you want to increase your credit limit, this is going to be option number 1, all the way to canceling the account, which maybe is going to be option number 8. So they don't just randomly assist you a person. They say, hey, what is the issue? And this is the person that can serve you the best. So if you press 8, you can assume that you're probably going to be speaking with someone who deals with that all the time. And the same goes here. So if you go online and if you search for port, this is just going to be a communication endpoint. And we need to understand that for HTTP traffic, we have specific ports. So for HTTP, we actually have port 80 because there's other ports as well. If you keep on scrolling here, and by the way, this is a Wikipedia example, we have port 20, which is for file transfer protocol. So this is going to be for data transfer. Then we have port 22 for secure shell. So HTTP traffic is only one of the things that we set up on a server. And once our application is in deployment, we have specific ports for that. We have 80, that is going to be for just HTTP. And we also have 443, which is going to be for the secure communication. That's why when you go to Course API or any other website that uses HTTPS, you'll notice that there is a IP address and then more specifically 443. And you can also think of this as a apartment building. So every apartment building has the same exact address, right? But the apartments differ. So the same works here. So on that server, if I want to access it using SSH, so secure shell, I'm going to use port 22. But then if, for example, I want to use HTTP protocol, and if I want to access resource that way, then I'm going to use port 443. So once your server is already in production, yes, these ports are not random. There are specific ports for specific things we would want to do. Again, back to our bank example, if I want to cancel the account, then I'm always going to be directed to that person because I'm going to click option number 8. If I want to increase the limit, then of course I'm going to be directed to a different person. Now, while we're in development, this is really arbitrary. I can go here with 5,000. I can go here with 3,000, 8,000, wherever you would want. I believe the ports between 0 and 1024 are already taken, so you shouldn't be using them. But in local development, again, this is an arbitrary number, and that's why you can use anything you would want. And again, the most common example of Create React App, where we spin up the server on localhost 3000. Then Gatsby has, I believe, 8,000, and then Netlify CLI has 8080, and I can go on and on and on. So in my case, I just went with 5,000, but if you don't like this number, just use a different port. But of course, please remember the actual value for the port because you'll need it once you need to access. Now, if you're wondering, well, what happens once we deploy our application? Just put the pin on that. And once we get to deployment, of course, I'm going to cover how actually we set it up, that we serve that traffic on the port 80, for example, for HTTP, or 443 for HTTPS. And now, of course, we can go and test it out. So let me navigate to my browser, and I'm just going to go with localhost and 8,000. And, or I'm sorry, I just said 5,000, and then for some reason I went to 8, which is going to be the Gatsby one. And you'll see this interesting spinner. So what's happening over here? Well, the thing is, yeah, the user hit the server. As you can see, user hit the server. That is what I see in the terminal. However, remember, we have the response, right? So we have access to the response object, and now we need to send back some info to the browser. Otherwise, the browser is like, okay, so I hit this resource, but nothing is happening. And there's a method that we always need to include in our response, and the method name is end. And I right away went to Node.js. Of course, again, if you want to navigate there yourself, please do so. But I already right away went for response.end. And as you can see, this method signals to the server that all the response headers and body have been sent. And as a side note, we'll do the headers in the next video because this one is already getting quite long. That server should consider this message complete. The method response end must be called on each response. So for the browser not to be confused, we need to go with res.end. So res.end, that is one of the methods that is available on this response object. And here we can either pass the text or we can set up, for example, HTML. And in this case, I'm just going to say home page. That's it. I'll just pass in the string. And if we were to go back to localhost 5000, there it is. Now we have our homepage response, and we can clearly see that in our terminal because every time you refresh the browser, you'll have this console log in a terminal user hit the service. Hopefully everything is clear. Again, we have access to HTTP module, and that is built in Node, and we just set it up some kind of variable. Most common convention is calling this HTTP. Then on there, we have create server method that takes in the callback, which is going to be invoked every time the user hits the server. And as parameters, we have a request and response object. And common convention is just calling them rec and res. Now, of course, you can call this taco and burrito if you want, but again, common convention is calling this rec and res. And the reason why we have access to those objects is because in the HTTP cycle, that's what happens. We have a request message that is coming in where we can find a bunch of useful info about the request that is coming in. And then, of course, we need to respond to the browser in a meaningful manner. So that's why we also have the response object. And in every response, we should always have end, which is going to signal that the communication is over. And then we just need to set up the port. And again, in development, we just come up with arbitrary numbers. And in my case, we go with 5,000. And we pass in that port in the .listen method, which is available when we invoke create server because we get back the object. Hopefully the basics are clear. And now we can start expanding on our knowledge. All right, we're done with the basics, but there are two major issues with our current setup. First of all, we don't provide any info about the data that we're sending back. So we don't have any metadata about the body that we're sending out. So we're not providing any information. We just go res.end and then pass in the string. So that's issue number one. And then issue number two, if I were to go to the localhost 5000 and if I type about, or if I type contact or whatever, you'll see that, of course, we're sending back the same response each and every time. So if we go with contact, again, this is going to be a homepage. So why don't we deal with issue number one first, where we provide more info to the browser of what we're actually sending back. And then in the next video, we'll deal with the request. And the way we provide more info, we just need to add more methods. Now, specifically one more method, and that is going to be res.writeHead. And in there, you can probably already guess that we're just providing headers. So we're providing metadata about our response. And we go here with res dot, and then we go with write head. So write head. And then we need to provide a few things. We start with a status code, and I'll talk about the status code in a second. And for time being, I'll just pass in 200, which just means that the request was successful. And then we pass in the headers. And one of the most common headers is the content type. So this is where I specifically say to the browser, hey, listen, I'm sending back HTML, or I'm sending back CSS, or I'm sending back the image. So browser knows, well, what to do, how to render that content. And like I mentioned already previously, this is done using key value pairs. So we go with content type. So that's the name of the header. And then we pass in text. And then if, for example, I want to pass in the HTML, I go with text / and then HTML. And now, of course, in this case, where I have the res.end, I can set up the HTML. So for example, I could go with heading 1 and I'll say homepage. Same deal, homepage. Now, if you want, you can keep it this way where you have res.end and you directly pass in the HTML. However, I like to use better this approach where I go with res.write and we do the same thing. We pass in essentially the body and I set up my HTML here in the right or any content that I'm sending back and then explicitly call res.end. Again, if you want, you can pass this heading 1 into the end. Just make sure that you have the end. And you saw that in a docs where it says if data is specified, it is similar effect to calling response.write, and then we pass in the data followed by res.end. But you always need to call res.end. So this is really up to you. If you want, you can pass this directly into res.end. I like to write it a bit explicitly where I say res.write. So that is my body. And then I just end the communication by calling res.end. And now, of course, if I go back to the browser, again, I'll still have the same issue where it's going to be displayed for every request, meaning either contact page, homepage, or whatever. But now I provide way more useful info to the browser, where browser knows, hey, I'm getting back the HTML, so I'll need to render HTML. And this stuff matters. So let me show you. If I change the content type back, for example, to plain, and if I save and if you refresh, now notice this is now treated as a text. It's not treated as HTML. So whatever you set up over here in the content type, yes, it does matter. Now Express takes care of that, so we won't have to do that. But I just want to let you know that if you will be setting up the headers yourself, yes, the stuff that you type here matters. And as a side note, it is also called MIME type, or you can think of it as media type. So whatever we're sending back. And now let's go over the status codes as well as other options for MIME types. And this is where I would like to introduce an awesome resource for anything HTTP related. And that is going to be no other than the Mozilla docs. So if you go to HTTP and status codes, you'll see probably the first link is going to be to the MDN. And as you can see, HTTP response status codes indicate whether specific HTTP request has been successfully completed. And like I mentioned before, there are quite a few groups over here and there are quite a few codes, but I would strongly discourage you from spending your weekend on memorizing the codes. As we're going to be progressing with the course, as we're going to be creating more complex applications, of course, we'll introduce more and more status codes. But the main idea is following, where when we send back the response, I'm just saying, is it successful? Maybe the resource wasn't available, so then I send back 404, or maybe there was a bad request. That's why there's also option 400. And hopefully you get an idea where we are setting up that status code so the browser knows what is happening with the request. Was it successful? Was there an error? Maybe, I don't know, you're not authorized to access it, and on and on and on. And if you keep on scrolling, notice, so the 100 ones are going to be informational responses. Then for successful one, we have 200. So that probably is going to be the one that you'll use the most. So that means that request has succeeded. Then we have 201, also something that we'll use throughout the course a lot. And this one is once the post request is successful. So if you add the resource successfully onto the server, then you just send back 201. We have 300s for redirect. And then these are the ones that you probably don't want to get if you are surfing the web. So 400 is for bad request. So for example, you are requesting some kind of data, or you're trying to do something with the server, but you don't provide the info. So I don't know, I'm trying to add the user, but I don't provide the username, something along those lines. Then 401 is for unauthorized, then 403 forbidden, and 404 not found. So in our case, we'll set up a response if the user is trying to access the resource that does not exist. So hopefully it is clear. That is the status code. Again, I wouldn't suggest memorizing it as we are moving along with the course. Of course, we'll cover more status codes. Just understand the main idea, where you attach that status code to let the browser know, hey, what's happening. And it is very important that you use the correct status codes, because we are in charge here. Nothing stops me from sending back the 404 here, meaning the resource is not found. And then when you navigate to the contact page, for example, here, and if you inspect again the browser network tab, you'll see this confusing info where 404 is technically not found, right? But at the same time, we are sending back the correct resource. So yes, whatever we type as far as the status code, it does matter. It's not just some random info, and that just reflects what is happening with the request. And then lastly, let's talk about MIME types. Same deal. Just go to your favorite search engine and just type MIME and types. And again, I suggest using the MDN, and these are just going to be media types. So whatever we're sending back, there's quite a few out there. Now, again, Express takes care of that, so we don't need to worry about it. But if you ever need to set it up, I don't suggest memorizing them. The ones that you'll need to use, you'll pretty much be able to Google it right away. You can also use the NPM packages. So no, you don't need to go and memorize them. Again, just remember the main idea where you're sending back something, right? And you need to describe to the browser, well, what are you sending back? Are you sending back the image? Are you sending back CSS? Are you sending back the HTML? And as you saw in a previous example, if you change that MIME type, if you change that content type header, yes, the browser will interpret that differently. And once we successfully have set up more proper response, now let's start dealing with the request object. Beautiful. And with our basic headers in place, now let's deal with the request object. And like I already previously mentioned, it's just a giant object. And if, of course, we console log it, then we'll see it in a terminal. So I'm going to go back to my localhost 5000. And as a side note, this is getting quite busy. So I can just remove some of the tabs. And if I just refresh the browser, I should see in a terminal a giant object. So what are we looking for? Well, let's go back to our slide and remember the start line. We had a method. So that signals what the user is trying to do, either get the resource, post the resource, or whatever. And then we have the URL. Now, in order to save us a little bit of time, I won't cover the methods with HTTP. We'll just deal with the URL. But we will cover, of course, methods once we hit the Express. For now, I'm just going to assume that the only thing that the users are trying to do, they just want to get the resources from our server. So that's why we won't look for the method. Just keep in mind that, yes, of course, those methods are available on this request object. There's a property by the name of, I believe it was just simply method. So if we console log and if I refresh, notice here in a terminal, it says get. So the user is performing a get request. So the user is trying to get the resource. So that's one thing that we could take a look at. And the other one is actually the URL. So let me uncomment this one. And I'm looking for the URL property. And again, I refresh, and now in the console, I should have this /contact. So that just means that the user is trying to access the resource by the name of contact. And if, of course, the resource is there, awesome, we send something back. If not, then most likely we would send back the 404. Now, if I delete that contact, and if I simply go with 5000, notice I'm going to have the /. So again, this just signals that we're getting the homepage. So / is going to be the homepage. And then whatever other resource we would want, we would have / and then the resource. Now, sometimes those resources are going to be / resource name, and then another / and another resource name, and on and on and on. You can really type here whatever you'd want. So again, I go with localhost, about, and then info, and I don't know, something John, right? So I can add that here, and there it is. Now I'm requesting this resource. And if it's not there, we send back 404. If it's there, then of course we send back the useful info. So hopefully that is clear. Yes, this will just mean that it is a homepage, and whatever comes after the homepage, well, that's the resource that the user is trying to access. And now, of course, we can set up the if statement where I say, yes, if it is a homepage, please send back this HTML. If it is about page, then send something else. And then if I cannot find that resource that you're looking for, then we'll send back 404. Now, there's going to be a little bit of copying and pasting just so we can save a little bit of time. We're just going to go with if, and actually we can set this up as a property. So let's go with const URL is equal to request URL. And then we'll say if URL is equal to /. What does that mean? Well, that means that it is a homepage. So let's grab these 3 lines of code and move them up. And now, of course, I would want to set up else if. Now, I'll just set up one for the about page. So if URL is equal to about page, then we'll do something else. And if none of those match, well, then I'll just say else. and I'll send back 404. Now I will add some comments here just so we are clear of what is happening. So this is going to be about page. Then this is going to be called homepage, and then we're going to have the 404. So resource not found. So again, in order to save us a little bit of time, let's just copy and paste 1 and 2. And again, content type will be exactly the same. So that is going to be HTML because we'll send back the HTML. I'll say about and I don't know, page, let's call that. And then the last one is going to be the 404. So in here, of course, we're not going to send back 200. 200 is for successful request. Now, of course, I want to say, hey, listen, the resource that you're trying to access, well, it doesn't exist on my server. So here I go with 404. And again, I go with the same content type, text HTML. And then let's just send back the heading 1 with page not found. So we'll save this one. And now, of course, once I refresh, check it out. I get this page not found. Why? Well, because there's no resource / about info and John. But if I go to just about, there it is. Now, of course, I have my about page. And then if I go back to the home page, of course, I have heading 1 with a home page. Now, we optionally, if we want, we can add the status text as well. And in order to see that, let's just go back to the node docs. So this is going to be the HTTP. And of course, I'm looking for right head. And we have a right head here. Notice we have status code. Optionally, we can pass in status message. And then we have the headers. So again, let's go back to our slide. This is the most important one, the status code. And then the status text essentially is just going to be added. In this case, we don't need to do anything. Because again, if we were to go back to the browser network tab, and if we take a look at our local host, there is, first of all, this is /. That just means that we're going to the homepage and the status code is 200. And then we have this status text. Now, again, if I navigate to a page that doesn't exist, for example, John, then of course I'm going to get the 404. So that's the status code. And then the status text is not found. So hopefully it is clear. Now we have a bit more meaningful server where we have multiple resources. We have homepage, we have the about page, and also we have the error page. And with this in place, now of course we can start working on more complex setup. Nice. And with our most basic example in place, now I'm going to start throwing mind grenades at you. First of all, I want to let you know that, of course, we're not limited to passing in the HTML directly into the .right or .end. Meaning, imagine if you would have to every time just set it up or your HTML in methods directly. Of course, what we can do instead is set up the file, then require the file using the file system, and then just pass it in. Now, keep in mind one thing though, where we will be passing in the contents of the file, not the file itself. Again, that's very important. We'll be passing in the contents of the file. So that means we still need to use this content type. Just because we're going to be getting the data from the HTML file doesn't really mean anything. Yes, it's nice. It's going to make our lives easier if you want to set up a more meaningful web page, but we still need to set up the content type. Now, this is going to be a temporary file because in the next video, we'll cover a more serious example. And I already prepared all the files for you. So this is where we'll really struggle. And this is where I'll show you why we use the Express. But for now, if you want to follow along, just create a simple index HTML or about HTML. Doesn't really matter how you call the file in the folder. Again, this is really optional. I'm going to go with new file and I'm going to call this index HTML. And again, the whole reason why I'm doing that because I want to set up a more proper page and I don't want to type everything here in the right or end. I mean, it's much more nicer here, right? So I'm just going to go with emmet setup in Visual Studio Code. I get my basics and I can say home page, and then I'm just gonna go with a heading 4 of hello world. Again, this is just a showcase that sky's the limit. Just like you normally would set up to HTML, you can do exactly the same thing. And then I'm gonna go back to app.js, and first of all, I'm gonna get the read file. So I'm gonna go with const and then read file and sync. And I'm gonna talk about why I'm using the sync in a second. So don't freak out. I know I mentioned before that we need to be mindful of the methods that we use, that there is a difference between the blocking and non-blocking. And I'm just gonna go with fs over here. And we need to come up with some kind of name. And again, in the next video, there's gonna be more data here. So that's why I'll say get all files. For the time being in this video, I'll just get one. And I'm gonna call this homepage. Again, call it whatever you would want. You can call this Bobby Lee. Doesn't really matter, it's just a variable. And we're gonna go with read, file, and sync. And of course, where's the file? It is in the same folder, so we go with relative path. And I'm just gonna call this index.html. Now again, we're getting the contents. Now, why I'm using here the read file sync? Well, there's two reasons. First of all, we need to keep in mind that we're not invoking this every time someone comes to the server. Please keep in mind that we require that file when we instantiate our server. So basically that initial time when the server starts running. So it's not like when the request comes in, then again, every time we're requesting the file. Yes, of course, if I were to place this in the if block, yeah, that's a different scenario. Meaning if I were to even place this in a create server, again, same scenario, but not in here. Again, we're just requesting this once. That's the first reason why I went with that. And second, it's just an example. So I want to make my life a little bit easier. What I want to focus on is something else. With this homepage in place, now, of course, what I would want is to go back to my if, where I'm checking for the homepage. And instead of going with res.write and then typing it out, we're just gonna go with our contents. Now, again, we're still keeping this one, the text HTML, and I'll show you in a second what happens if we change it to a text plain. And now we go with a homepage. And now be prepared to be amazed, because if I go to not John, that resource, of course, doesn't exist. There it is. Check it out. We have homepage as well as the hello world. So we can start making some meaningful HTML pages, and we can serve them with our awesome server. And just to re-emphasize my point, if we change this to a plain and save and refresh, now, of course, we're getting a text. So yes, it is very important of what content type we are setting up. So let's go back to HTML. And now, of course, we are in good shape. Awesome. We have our homepage. And now, of course, I can go to index.html and go wild and crazy with my page setup. Not bad, not bad. Now we know that we can access the contents of the file directly. So, of course, we can set up proper pages. But now let me throw you a mind grenade where we'll have to add way more code here if we want to really serve some meaningful web page. And the example is going to be following. If you navigate to navbar app, so that's the folder, you'll find index.html, you'll find style CSS, logo SVG, as well as browser-app.js. And I simply call this browser app file, so you're not confused between the two. So this is going to be for our server, and this is for our browser app. And effectively, this is a complete app that we set up, I believe, in my JavaScript course when we were building projects. So effectively, this is a little navbar with a toggle functionality. And let me assure you something right from the get-go. The app works. So if you get any issues along the way, it's because the node is not working. The app itself is going to work, and I can simply showcase that if I go to the navbar app, and I'm going to copy that one, and I'll place it on my desktop. And then if you spin up the index.html, I can guarantee you that this is going to work. There it is. That's my application, and I can make it smaller, and there it is. Now I'm toggling. Again, our goal is following. I want to take this project index HTML with style CSS logo, as well as the JavaScript file. So the HTML structure, the styling, the logo that you can see over here, as well as the logic. I want to take all of it and serve it on my server. And I know that the app works. So all that is good. So let's see what struggles we're going to have along the way. So here I have the homepage, right? And instead of getting it from the index.html, which by the way, I'm going to delete because again, this was just temporary. Now, of course, I would want to access this one from the navbar app. That's the folder name, right? And then I'm looking for the index.html. And I simply just need to change my path where instead of getting it index.html from the root, which doesn't exist anymore, I'm going to go to navbar-app. And then, of course, I still get the homepage. And as you can see, I'm still serving also the contents from that index.html. The only thing I did is just change the path. That's it. And technically, we should see exactly the same, right? But here's the kicker. If we navigate here and if I refresh, what is happening? I don't have the logo. I don't have the button. I mean, I do have the button, but it doesn't do anything. And I can see only the structure. And we have quite a few 404s here. And actually, to give you a good idea why is this happening, I want to navigate back to our project and let's just console log the URLs. And I think this is going to give you a clear message why this is happening. So let me go back and I'm just going to refresh one more time. And check it out. So we're requesting the homepage. So that makes sense, right? So I come here, I request the homepage, and I serve this HTML file from the navbar app. And then I have 3 more requests. I have one for styles, one for browser, and one for logo. Now, why is that happening? Well, because in my index.html, if you check it out, of course, I do reference the style CSS because I want to add the styling, right? I do reference the logo because the logo is right here in my folder. And also, of course, I do have the one for the app, right? The one where I have my logic. So this is what happens. We send back the initial HTML contents and the browser starts reading the content. And every time we have basically a path to our server, browser is like, hey, server, give me this resource. So give me style CSS. Give me logo SVG as well as whatever we have here, the browser app, right? So keep in mind that these ones are for icons and actually they are external. So this one goes to Font Awesome. That's a little bit different scenario. Yes, the browser still performs this request, but of course, this is external resource. Now, these ones are on our server, but the problem is following. Are we handling these requests in our create server? And of course, the answer is no. We handle /, we handle about, and then for everything else, we have this 404. So to answer your question, yes. Now manually, we'll have to request all the files. So logo SVG, style CSS, as well as the browser app, assign them to some kind of variable, and set up these paths. Again, this is just an example. If you don't want to follow along, if you just want to see how it's going to work, just sit back and relax. But in my case, I'm going to request all these resources here and then set up more else if statements, where if the browser wants to get the CSS, then of course we'll serve CSS. If the browser wants to have a logo, then of course the browser is going to get logo. And again, if you take a look here in the elements, you'll again see exactly why. Because we have our HTML structure, and then there it is. We have style CSS. So notice how browser is going to HTTP localhost 5000 / what? Well, style CSS, right? Well, do we have that path? And again, the answer is no. So let's do this way. I'm going to copy and paste, and I'm just going to come up with different names here. I'm going to say home styles, and then the third one, I guess, is going to be home image. And then the fourth one will be home logic. So that is going to be my app one. Then we'll have to change some files here as well. So I'm looking for styles, CSS, I believe, right? That's the file name. Then I have logo SVG. That's where my logo is sitting. So logo SVG. And then finally, let's just delete this one as well and call this browser hyphen app and JS. So home styles, home image, and logic. And like I said, yes, manually one by one, we'll have to add all these resources. So instead of about page, I'll just call this styles. And the value that I want to check for here is exactly the same like in my browser. So they need to match. So then, of course, the browser will get the contents of the CSS file in this example. So I'm going to go with styles and then CSS. Now, I do want to change right now the content type because am I sending back the HTML? Of course, the answer is no. We're sending back the CSS. So we go with text CSS. Now, let me say this one more time. Please don't zero in on these MIME types. If you will ever need them, you'll be able to find them within a matter of seconds. Just type along with me and we're going to be in good shape. Now, as far as the right in our body, so in our response that we're sending back, are we going to send back HTML? Of course, the answer is no. Now, of course, I want to send the styles, right? And the variable for that is home styles. So that's where my content is for the styles CSS. And once I save, check it out. Now we are moving along in the right direction because I do have the styles. So it looks already somewhat decent now. The logo is still missing and there's no logic because I don't have the app.js or the logo SVG, but we are moving in the right direction. So copy and paste, and you can probably already guess that we'll just repeat over here. We'll say if the URL is equal to logo SVG, and I'll say image logo as far as the comment, and we're just going to go with logo SVG. And as far as the MIME type for this sucker, it is image /SVG and plus XML, like so. And let's go with home. And I believe I named this home and image, like so. And then the last one, of course, is going to be our JavaScript. So let's say here logic. And the resource that I would want to provide is browser app JS, like so. And then the content type is equal to text and then JavaScript. And of course, now I would want to send the home and logic. So let's save this one. And now if I go to my browser and if I refresh, check it out. Now, of course, we have everything. We have the logo as well as the proper functionality with browser app. And notice how all our requests are 200 instead of 404, where the previously browser wasn't able to find those resources. And now, of course, we are providing them. And if we want to test out the functionality, there it is. Now I can just go here and notice how I can toggle the menu as well. And now, of course, we'll switch gears and start working with Express because hopefully it's clear that yes, we can set up our server with just HTTP module, but imagine a scenario where you have a website with tons of resources. And then, of course, you need to set up every single resource in this manner. Now, I don't know about you, but I would go nuts somewhat quickly. All right. And once we have struggled a bit, now let's make our lives easier by getting to know Express.js. Express is a minimal and flexible Node.js web app framework designed to make developing websites, web apps, and APIs much faster and easier. If I have to be honest, it's almost unfair how easy and fast it is to spin up the API with the help of Express. And while it's not officially part of Node, meaning unlike HTTP module, Express is not one of the built-in modules. At this point in time, Express is pretty much a standard when creating web applications with Node.js. Express has awesome documentation, which we will reference from time to time. And you can find the docs at expressjs.com. Again, the site is expressjs.com. And as far as the install, you simply need to run the command of npm install, and the package name is express. Now, they do suggest this -- save flag. And effectively, the reason why they do that is because in the earlier Node versions, if you did not add this flag, then package wasn't saved to the package.json. Meaning when you push this up to the GitHub, the next person who was getting your project, well, he or she did not have the reference for the package. So of course that caused the errors. Now, currently that issue is fixed. So this is just a good precaution, but technically you shouldn't have any issues if you don't run the command. Again, nothing bad is going to happen if you add this -- save, but technically these days you can skip it. So just grab the command like so, and just navigate back to the project. Just keep in mind that, of course, I already installed the Express for the Express tutorial. This is just for your own project. If you want to install the Express, if you set up your own package JSON and all that, if you want to install the Express, just run this command. Now, one thing that I would like to mention, though, is that I'm using version 4.17. So maybe by the time you're watching this, they already have a version 5. Now, at the moment, version 5 is in alpha, meaning they're still testing everything. But maybe by the time you're watching this, this is already stable. Now, if that is the case, when you run npm install and express, of course, you'll get the latest version. So your version is not going to be this 4.17. Now, I wouldn't worry if it's, for example, 4.24. But if it's 5, there might be some breaking changes. And at that point, you have two options. If that is the case, if the version is already 5, then you can either reference the API docs for yourself, meaning you can take a look at the methods and all that, what the version 5 provides. Or if you want to use all the methods and properties that we use in tutorial, simply install the same version. How you can do that? Well, you just need to go to npm install express. So this stays the same. And again, you can remove it. You can leave the -- save. Doesn't really matter. And after express, you go with add and 4. And then again, I'm going to go with the same one. Just keep in mind, as long as you have 4, you're not going to have any issues. And then 1. So this is going to install express with this specific version. Hopefully everything's clear. And now let's get to know Express. All right, and once we have covered the Express library basics, now, of course, let's spin the sucker up and see how we can make a server way easier and with way less headache. And I'm going to start by removing all the code in my app.js. Just keep in mind that if you ever need a reference, go to the final one. And then, of course, HTTP basics is going to be where we set up the basic HTTP server. And then, for example, the HTTP app example is going to be in the file number 2. And the way we work with Express, we start by setting up some kind of variable. And of course, we'll have to use the require. So we go with require, and then we're looking for Express library. Again, we can do that because we have installed the library. But if you haven't, then of course you'll get the error. Keep that in mind. And then we go with const, and then app is equal to express, to whatever we imported, and then we invoke it. Now, if you're a bit iffy about this syntax, just keep in mind that it is very similar to our previous example, where we went with HTTP, then created the server, and as a result, we had our server instance, correct? So this is similar. We're getting a function back from Express, and we just invoke it, and we right away have our server instance with a bunch of cool methods. Now, what you'll also see on the web is something like this, where since this is a function, we can invoke it right away, and then just call this one app. Again, this is really your preference, but mostly you'll see the first option, where we first import the module, and only then we invoke it. So once we have this set up, then of course we have an object with a bunch of useful methods. Now, the methods that we'll use the most are following: app.get, and I'll just copy and paste here, and I'll just change it around a little bit, post and put, as well as delete. And also there's going to be all, use, and a listen. Now listen, we already covered before in the HTTP module, and this one is pretty much the same, where we just go with app.listen, and then we just say what port we're going to be listening on. So in this case, of course, this is going to be 5000, and then we pass in the callback function. So when we instantiate that server, we will run this function. And a common convention is just setting up a console log where we say that, yeah, the server is listening on port such and such. Now, for the time being, we're hard coding this value. Later, I'll show you how we can make this one dynamic. So for now, I'll just say console log, and then server is listening on port, and then we go 5000. So let's save this one, and I'll run my npm start, and I should see in a console server is running or listening on port 5000. Awesome. So what about the other methods? And the first 4 methods here just represent HTTP verbs. Now, if you remember when we talked about the HTTP request and response messages, well, one of the things that we were looking for in the request message was the HTTP verb. And yes, I set up some more meaningful examples where we'll see all of them in action. For now, just remember 2 things. First, this just represents what the user is trying to do, whether read the data, insert the data, update data, or delete data. And by default, all browsers perform a GET request. So that's why we have here app.get, app.post, put, and delete. Now, all just works with all of them. And we'll see that in a second when we set up the 404 page. So essentially a response if we cannot find the resource on a server. And app.use is responsible for middleware. And since it's such a crucial part of Express, of course, I prepared more examples on that where we cover everything from the scratch. So for now, just remember this is middleware, but don't lose your sleep over it. We'll cover it a little bit later in the course. So we have app.listen. Beautiful. We're listening on port 5000. But since I know that all the browsers are performing a GET request, I simply go with app.get. And then I need to specifically add 2 things. A path. So what resource the user is trying to access. And it would make sense if we would start with root, correct? And then the second thing is the callback function. So this callback function will be invoked every time user is performing a GET request on our root. So basically on our domain. And then this callback function gets the same 2 arguments. We go with request as well as the response. So this is going to deal with incoming request message, and then this is going to deal with our response. And in Express, we go with res, and then the method name is send. So in here, we can pass a string, we can pass in the HTML, and I'm just going to simply start with home and page. So we save this one. Now, of course, I'm going to navigate to my browser. I'm going to say localhost and then 5000, and there it is. Now we should have homepage. If you don't, again, please troubleshoot, because otherwise it's not going to make sense what we're about to do next. But if you see the homepage, you are in good shape. So we're listening for GET request on our root. And then every time the user navigates to the root, then of course we just send back the homepage. Now, if you want, you can of course console log and user hit the resource or something like that. Doesn't really matter. And then if you go back to the browser and if you refresh, there it is. We have user hit the resource. Awesome. And just like in our previous example, the basics one, let's set up the about page as well as the 404. So I'm going to go back to my app.js, and right above the app.listen, I'm going to go with another app.get. And in this case, I'm looking for about. So that's the resource. And of course, in here again, we have rec and res. And then as far as the response, well, I'll cheat a little bit and I'll just say res.send. And we're going to go with about page. And then, of course, I would want to handle the 404 as well. So if the user comes to my server and tries to access a resource that doesn't exist, well, what am I going to send back? And we can take a look at the default one. So if I'm going to go with about, I should see the about page. But if I go with, for example, a contact page, let's see what the Express is doing. And in this case, I have cannot get the contact. And if I inspect, I can clearly see that in my network tab, I have contact, and this is a 404. So that's going to be the default response. Now, I can alter this, of course, and I can set up my own 404 response. So I'm going to go with app, and this is the case where I'm going to use all methods. Because again, user can do multiple things on a server, and I want to cover them all. Not just getting the resource or inserting the resource or whatever. I want to cover them all. So that's why I'm going to use my all method. Again, this just handles all HTTP verbs, whether get, post, or whatever. And again, this method takes two arguments. First one is going to be the path, and the second one is going to be a callback function. And as far as the path, I can say all of them. So whatever resource you're trying to access, the response is going to be exactly the same. If I cannot find the resource, then I'll just send back this response. So again, I have a callback function, rec and res in here, and then we're going to go with res.send. And just like in our HTTP example, I'm going to go with heading 1, and we'll say resource not found. And let's close the heading 1. But of course, I also would want to add the status. Right? So that would make sense. I don't want to send back 200. That would be very confusing. So before we invoke send method, I can also add status here. And as you can see, I can chain it. So I have res.status. So this is where I'll pass in my status code. And then I go with send. So in our not found example, of course, I would want to pass in the status code of 404. That is going to be more correct. And the same goes here. Technically, we can rely on Express, and it does a decent job of adding those status codes. But a more common approach is explicitly setting up the status code, so that way you have more control of what is sent back to the browser. So in here, I go with res and .send, but before I set up that method, I set up a status one first, and I go with 200. So this just means that the request was successful. So similarly, I'll do that in the about, where I go with status, we pass in the 200, and then we set up a chained send. So now if I go back to my browser, and if I refresh, now of course I have resource not found. That is my heading 1, and I can clearly see my 404. And if, for example, I'm looking for about, there it is, I have my about page, as well as the homepage. So if we go to localhost and 5000, that's going to be our root. That is going to be our homepage. All right, and we're done with our basic example. Hopefully you can see that it is already way less code than just using the built-in HTTP module. And in the next example, you'll see how Express truly shines when it comes to setting up a server. Beautiful. We're done with our basic example. Now let's tackle the big beast, our navbar app. And the setup for the following examples is really up to you. If you're not a fan of retyping something you have already learned, you don't have to do that. You can just remove app.get all the way to app.all. So basically leave the import as well as instantiation and listen as well. However, I am a fan of repeating something because that way, whenever I need to create something from the scratch, I already have done it quite a few times. So I don't have that blank page syndrome where you're like looking at the empty file and you don't know what to do. So in my case, I'm going to remove everything and we'll start from the scratch. So const express is equal to require. And of course, we're looking for express. And then I'm going to set up my app that is equal to express. We invoke it. And again, we go with app.listen and we're going to go with 5,000. Now, I'm not saying that I'm going to do that for every example, but I'm just showcasing what is my approach when I'm starting something new. So when I'm learning something new, yes, I do like to retype some of the stuff quite a few times because that just makes sure that I remember it better. And in here, I'm going to go with server is listening on port, and we go with 5,000 and then dot, dot, dot. And in order to set everything up, we're going to go with app.get. So again, I'm looking for the root. And of course, I would want to start with my index.html, correct? That's the start. And we go with app.get. So we're listening for all the incoming requests that go to our root. And of course, we're specifically listening for get requests. Then we have our callback function, rec and res. And we'll set up the functionality in a second. Before we do anything, let's also set up all. And this is, of course, going to be for all the requests that will hit 404. So we're going to go with rec and res. And here, let's say res and then status. So let's add here a 200, or I'm sorry, 404. My bad. And then we're going to go with send. And inside of the send, let's just go with resource not found. Now, when it comes to get, in this case, I would want to send the file. More specifically, I would want to send back the index.html. And in order to do that, I need to use send file method that comes with Express. Now in there though, I do need to provide a absolute path. So we'll have to use one of the modules we covered before, and that is going to be a path module. So I go with const path is equal to require, and I'm looking for path module. Again, we don't have to install it. It comes pre-installed with Node. So we are in good shape. And then where we have our callback function, we go with res and send file method. And here, let's pass in path and then resolve. So path dot resolve, remember, that was one of the methods we cover. And effectively, I would want to pass in the dir name. So this is going to be path to our directory because we do need to provide that absolute path. And then, of course, we're looking for our index.html, which is sitting in the navbar app. So / and then navbar - app. And then we have another / index.html. Now, if I have to be perfectly honest, in this case, we can also use path.join. It doesn't really matter since their name provides that absolute path. But just to be a bit explicit that we are providing absolute path, I went with path.resolve and then the dir name and then whatever is the path to my index.html. And the moment we save it, we'll have the same errors just like in the HTTP module. So I go to my localhost 5000 and I still have the same issues. I still don't have style CSS. There's no sign of browser app as well as the logo. Now in Express though, we don't have to do this whole song and dance like in HTTP module. In Express, I can simply go above all my app.gets and app.alls, and I can go with app.use. And this is going to be the case where I'll type out the code and then I'll explain everything that is happening. And we'll pass in the Express. So this is what we're importing. So this is not going to be our server instance. Instead, we're going to go with Express and then static. That's the method. And in here, again, we just need to provide a path. Now, common name is setting this up as the folder by the name of public. Please keep in mind, technically, you don't have to do that. You can just point to our navbar app. But in my case, I will do that. I will set up here dot / and I'll call this public. So now, of course, what I need is to set up a folder by the name of public. And then all my static resources, all my static files, I would want to transfer there. Now, don't worry about it. I'll cover in length what in a server land means static resources. For now, what I would want you to do is go back to our folder, and that is going to be Express tutorial. And of course, you can do that in Visual Studio Code. I just think that this is going to be a bit easier to see. So I'm going to create a new folder. Again, common convention is calling this public, but you can call it whatever, lobster. It doesn't really matter. And then in my case, I'm just going to copy these files. So take browser app, take logo, and take styles. If you want, you can move them. Just remember that the previous code is not going to work as far as the HTTP module setup. So I'm going to copy these ones and paste it here in my public. So now, of course, I have browser app, logo SVG, and style CSS. So, of course, now I can zoom out. And once I save, check it out. When we navigate to our root, there it is. This is our application. And what's really cool, all of those resources are right away available. So if I go to my localhost 5000, remember, browser was looking for what? Well, it was looking, for example, for style CSS. If you go here, there is a resource by the name of style CSS. And of course, in here, I have all my CSS code. And notice how we didn't have to set up the statuses. We didn't have to set up the content types or any of that. Express takes care of it all. Now, of course, you probably at this point have more questions than answers. So let me start clearing them up. And first, I'm just going to add a comment of setup static and middleware. And like I mentioned, app.use is for setting up the middleware. And we have more serious examples coming up. So for time being, please don't worry about this line. Okay, so please don't worry about app.use. What is Express static? That is essentially a built-in middleware. I will cover everything step by step. In this video, I would want you to understand what the term static asset means. And it simply means that it is a file that server doesn't have to change it. So instead of our HTTP example, where we created a path for every such resource, and if I were to have, I don't know, 20,000 images, I would have to repeat the same steps. Instead, since this is a static asset, meaning an asset where the server doesn't need to change it, we simply place it in designated folder. Again, the common name for those folders are public or static. And then we just dump all those assets in there. So if I were to have, I don't know, 20,000 extra images in here, I can just dump them and Express will take care of it all. It will set up the paths, it will set up the MIME types, it will set up the status codes, and all of that good stuff. So hopefully that is clear. Static assets are just files that server doesn't have to change. And an example of a static asset is an image file, is the style file, and also a JavaScript file. And here comes the next question. Well, what is this guy with weird Eastern European accent talking about? Because all my life I've been told that the JavaScript makes my apps dynamic. It adds all the functionality. So how come this is just another static asset? And to answer your question, yeah, you're right. JavaScript does make our apps dynamic. However, think about it. This is a browser app. So it makes dynamic on a browser. As far as server is concerned, it is just a asset that doesn't need to change. Now, if you're wondering, well, how to set up something dynamic, just please put the pin on that. And we're going to cover that when we cover server-side rendering, because there is such thing as template engines. And the simplest way for me to explain that is imagine the scenario where you can actually log in, or in other way, just showcase whoever is visiting the site, and then dynamically I would display, for example, name. So if the Peter logs in, then I'm sending back the HTML with the text of hi Peter. Now, if the John logs in, then of course I'm sending back the username with the value of John. So hopefully you get the gist, where in this case, notice this is just same old index HTML that I'm sending back, regardless of who's visiting the site. But yes, there's also an option of setting this dynamically, where depending on who's visiting the site or what the user is trying to do, I'm actually modifying my file before I'm sending it back. So hopefully it is clear how much easier it is to work with Express, where if we have static assets, we just set up designated folder and just dump them all in. And static asset just means a file that server doesn't need to change. And of course, we can start working on our next example. Nice. Hopefully we are clear on static assets. And before we cover more complex Express topics, I would want to throw a mind grenade at you. And it goes something like this. So if we put 2 and 2 together, I talked about static assets in the previous video. But if we're looking at the index HTML, isn't this a static asset as well? And of course, the answer is yes. So instead of sending this file, we can add it to static assets and we're going to be in good shape. And if I have to be perfectly honest with you, when it comes to send file, if we're using it to send back, for example, index HTML, actually we use other 2 methods instead. So first, I'll show you the first one where we just dump everything as far as the static assets. So I'll just add index HTML to all my static assets in the public, and that will effectively do exactly the same like we're doing here with send file. And the other one is going to be using templating engine. So of course that one we'll cover when we go to server-side rendering. So I'm just trying to showcase that yes, there is this option of send file, and we might use it from time to time throughout the course, but not for sending back index HTML files. So first, let me just say that the other option, one of the 2 other options that we'll use the most throughout the course, is just adding 2 static assets like so. And then the second one is going to be server-side rendering, where basically we'll use template engine for that. So in order to set everything up, now, of course, I just need to take my index HTML. And again, if you want, you can just move it. Or in my case, I'm just going to copy and paste. So again, I'm going to go back to my folder. I'll zoom in massively so you can see better. So Express tutorial, there's my navbar app, and I'll just take the index HTML and I'll copy and paste. And now it is in the public. So what happens, index HTML is always going to be a root. So when the user hits the server, by default, server will serve this index HTML. And since our index HTML basically has all the paths to browser app, to logo SVG, and all that, we're going to be in good shape, where effectively we don't even need to set up this send file option. So now, of course, I can just save it. And once I refresh, notice how nothing changed. I'm still serving my app. So we're still in good shape. And if you take a look at the network tab, notice everything still works correctly. I'm still getting all the CSS, all the browser, JavaScript functionality, as well as the logo. And to answer your question, yes, that is effectively how you can set up the simple sites. You can simply just dump all your files in the public. Just make sure that you serve them up, and that's it. And you're in good shape. Now, we still have the 404, but as far as just serving straight up sites with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, yes, you can simply dump them in a public. You can simply set up the middleware and serve all the static assets, and you're going to be in good shape. Beautiful. We are successfully done with the initial Express setup and ready to cover more complex Express topics. Before we do that, though, there's something important I want to mention. You see, when it comes to Express, in most cases, you'll use one of the 2 following options. You'll use it to set up API or templates with server-side rendering. Now, since term API is probably one of the most overused terms in the community, and in various scenarios, it can mean different things, let's start by understanding that in Express or in HTTP case, when we talk about API, we mean setting up an HTTP interface to interact with our data. Now, data is sent using JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And in order to send back our response, we're going to use res.json method, which will do all the heavy lifting, like, for example, setting up the proper content type and stringify our data. The other flavor we have is server-side rendering, where we will set up templates and send back entire HTML and CSS and JavaScript ourselves. And we're going to do that using res.render method. Now, since I'm a big believer in actual examples over slides, if you are a bit iffy on either of these flavors, just hold on a bit. And once we cover some examples, I promise you it will all make sense. Now, why am I telling you all of this? You see, when it comes to more complex Express topics, it only makes sense if we cover them properly using one of these flavors instead of just a bunch of random examples. And the option I picked is the API one. So in the following examples, we're going to construct API response using more advanced Express setups. The reason why I picked API route is because I believe it lets us focus more on the actual Express, since templates by themselves add a bit more unnecessary overhead, especially while we're just starting out with Express. With that said, let me be very clear. If you grasp the concepts with API, so using the API flavor, you'll have no problem implementing them with templates as well, since for the most part, Express concept setup is exactly the same. We'll cover server-side rendering later in the course, so you'll have to wait a bit for the actual example. And since we're going to start with API, let me just stress the main point one more time and how it looks like in a real world. So, like I said, the main idea with APIs is that our server provides data. And what that means that any front-end app that wants to access it and use it can simply perform a HTTP request and using our data, set up the API and functionality. How does that look like in a real world? Well, if you navigate again back to course API, and of course, not the slides. Slides are just images. But if you take a look at any of these examples, you'll notice something interesting where we're sending back the JSON. And you can clearly see that if you go again to your browser's network tab, and in here again, let's refresh, and you'll see that this is our response, React tabs project. So again, the full URL is courseapi.com and then React tabs project. And if we take a closer look, we can see that this is the response that we're sending. So we're sending back a JSON data. And I can clearly see that in my headers. So in the response headers, as you can see, content type is application JSON. Now, where is this data used? If you took either my React course or the vanilla JavaScript course, you know that in the course, we build quite a few projects where we practice data fetching, either using vanilla JS or React. And in some examples, we use external APIs, and in some, we use the APIs that are here in the course API. So for example, with this React tabs project, if you navigate to React project netlify.app and keep on scrolling, you'll hit the tabs project. And in here, this is the app that we build using the data. So again, on a server, I set up my data, I set up the API, and I share the data. So I create the HTTP interface, and then the front-end app just simply grabs this data. And again, if you want, you can check it out here. If you refresh, notice this request. Request goes to Course API, React tabs project. So we grab the data on the front end, and then we set up the functionality as well as user interface. Hopefully this is clear. From now on, we're going to be responsible for sending back the data. So now, since we're setting up the server, it's not going to be our responsibility to do something with it like we were doing on the front end. In this case, we are responsible for setting up the responses. So we're going to be setting up APIs that are HTTP interfaces to interact with our data. Not bad, not bad. I think we clearly covered our two options. So one is sending back the JSON data, and the second one is server-side rendering. So why don't we start by covering the most basic JSON response? And here's what I'm trying to mimic. If you go to Course API, and then if you look for the Tours project, you'll hit the URL, of course, and here you can see that we're getting back a JSON data. It is an array, and each object represents a tour. And if you took my React course, you know that we were practicing data fetching in React, and effectively we hit this URL, and we got the data, we got our JSON data back, and then we built an app using that data. But again, the whole point here is following, where it doesn't have to be React. It can be vanilla JavaScript application. It can be Svelte framework. It can be any setup where you're able to fetch that data. So in here on the server, we just share the JSON. So in this case, of course, that is Tours. And then anywhere, anyone who wants to access this data, they can just access it and build something using that data. And that's why it is so powerful. And essentially, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to send back first a most basic array, and then we'll see how we can make this more dynamic. Please keep in mind two things. First, of course, eventually we will use database for that. And of course, I will mention that probably 20,000 times as we're building these examples. And the second thing that I would like you to understand, that when it comes to Express basics, so essentially how we set up the server, it doesn't really matter whether we're using server side or whether we're using JSON. Again, if we understand the principles, we'll have no problem using any of those options. So first, what I would want is to navigate back to my project. And again, this is going to be the time where I do write everything from scratch, but then starting with next example, I'll just use some options that we already covered. So for now, yes, I'll remove everything. And again, we'll set up Express one last time. So we're going to go with Express, require, and Express. Okay, awesome. Then const app is equal to require, or I'm sorry, not require. We need to invoke the Express like so. And then let's go with app.listen, port 5000. And then let's call our callback function. And then let's go again with console log, and server is listening on port, and of course the port number is 5000. Then again, I would want to set up app.get, because that is the HTTP method that all browsers perform by default. So I'm going to go with app.get. And I'm not going to go with specific path. Just keep in mind that you can. And of course, we'll do that later. For example, I can go here with API, and then, I don't know, I can call this products or whatever. For the time being, let's just make it simple. And we'll just handle all the root requests. So that way we can save a little bit of typing in the browser. And again, we have our function, our callback function, rec and res. And as far as the response, we're going to go with res. And then the method name is JSON. Now, we will go to the docs just so you understand where I'm getting this information from. But before we do that, let me just tell you that I might omit here and there the status one just so we can save a little bit of typing. But don't worry, once we go to some more serious examples, of course, we'll still use the statuses, because in my opinion, that is just a better approach where we actually have control over the status. And as far as the documentation, if we go back to Express documentation, we're looking for API reference. Again, we are using 4 point something. So we are using version 4. So make sure you look for the same one. And don't confuse with Express JSON. So this is going to be a middleware that we pass in. effectively we're looking for a response in the docs, and then we're looking for this JSON option. So res object has the JSON method, and what happens, we send back the JSON response. And this method sends a response with correct content type that is a parameter converted to a JSON string using JSON stringify. This parameter can be any JSON type, including object, array, string, and blah, blah, blah. So hopefully you get the gist. So the only thing we need to do is go back. And for example, I'll provide an array where there's going to be two objects. And first one will be name John. And the second one will be Susan. So another object, and we'll say name is equal to Susan. And we have our most basic API. So if I go back to my localhost 5000 and refresh, there it is. So now anywhere in the world, I can access this data and build something using this data. Now there's tiny caveat. When I say anywhere in the world, there's still going to be at the moment a course error, and I'll cover that once we actually cover middleware. So again, please be patient. We will get there, but hopefully you get the gist where this serves our data, and now we can just access that data and build the front-end app using this data. Now, this default setup is nice, but of course we can do something more meaningful, where if you take a look at the folder, you'll notice this data.js. Now, what is data.js? It is simply a file with some arrays. And the first array is going to be products. And here, as you can see, I have objects. And then each of these objects represents a single product. And all the way in the bottom, we're exporting both arrays. We're exporting products as well as the people array that we're going to cover a bit later. So now what I would want to do is import products array in my app.js. And then instead of hard coding this value like so, where I just pass in the array with two objects, I'll just dump the whole products data. So let's go with const. We already know how to do that. Now, since I'm exporting multiple things, since I'm exporting an object, I will be explicit of what I would want. So I'm going to go with product. And basically, I'm destructuring right away. I'm going to say product is equal to require. And remember, the file is data.js, like so. And then instead of passing array directly, I can simply go with product. And what do you know? When you navigate to the root, there it is. Now we have more meaningful JSON response, where actually this is a products data. So on my front end, I can grab it and I can build some kind of nice front end using this data. Now, lastly, before we go, let me just showcase that, of course, there's going to be a content type set up correctly as well. So if you go to network tab, and again, if you refresh localhost like so, and take a look. Now, of course, what is the content type? That is application JSON. So now, of course, we're correctly getting our JSON data. So hopefully you have a clear understanding how to send JSON data. So now, of course, let's make things a bit more interesting and cover some more advanced Express topics. Nice. Once we're familiar with the most basic JSON setup, now let's build a more meaningful API. And in a process, we'll cover route parameters as well as query string parameters. And I would want to start in the following way, where essentially I'll leave all of this code, but when it comes to my route, when it comes to my homepage, I'll essentially send back the heading 1 with the link as well. And that link will direct a user to a / API and then product. And then later we'll cover the params as well as the query string. So let's start with sending back HTML instead. So I'm not going with JSON one, and I'm not going to send back the file. I'll go directly and I'll say send. And in here we have the string, of course. So I'm going to go with heading 1 and then home page. Then I'll make sure that I close, because I believe in one of the previous videos I believe it was the Express Basics. I think I messed it up here. Notice I didn't add the closing one. So now everything is correct. And now I'm going to go with my link. Then as far as the href, I'm going to direct a user to API and then / product. And then of course, I'll also set up a text here. So product, and I'll close my link. So that should do it. That is my homepage. And now, of course, if I go to localhost 5000, there it is. I have my homepage. And once I click the link, I navigate to API products. Now, of course, the moment I have the default response from the Express, meaning the default 404 response, where the resource cannot be found. And as a side note, if you want to take a look, what response do they send? Again, go to the network. This is going to be very, very useful. Tab, refresh, and take a look at their response. So notice the response. That's the HTML that they send back. So cannot get, and then API products. Now we already know why there is this get, the HTTP verb, because that's the method that the browser performs. Okay, awesome. So now, of course, our job is to set up a get request for this resource. So we go with app.get, and I specifically want to handle API and product. So this one just looks a little bit more realistic. So in here, I go with API and product, and keep in mind, of course, those values need to match. Otherwise, you'll get that 404. Again, I have my callback function. And now, of course, I would want to send back the product. However, in this case, we'll make it a little bit different. Where previously, notice the product, we send back pretty much the whole thing, right? But a more realistic approach is following, where when you're requesting a bunch of data, so when you're requesting collection of the data, you're not always returning everything for that one specific product. And to give you a real world example, again, I'm going to go back to my React projects, and I'm simply using them because this gives you a visual representation. During the course, we built a e-commerce, and then in the products page, notice how we're fetching the products. But you need to keep in mind one thing, where we're only fetching about the product, the title, the price, the image, and I believe also the ID. And only when I go to that single product page, this is where I get the rest of the data. Whether that is, for example, a stars, the reviews, the description, the availability, and all that stuff. So what I'm trying to say is when you're requesting a collection of data, there's going to be cases where I simply want to send back some minimal response. So for example, again, that could be name, image, and the price in this scenario. And only if I look for this specific product, then I send back everything. And in order to mimic that, in our example, in this response, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to iterate over my product. I'll use the map method, and I'll just remove my description. So when I'm sending back the product, it's going to be without a description. So again, if we were to send back everything, I would simply go with response JSON, and then I pass in the product. So again, if we go here and if we refresh, now everything is cool. I'm getting my product on the API product route. However, I'm going to make it a bit more realistic, and we're going to go with const new product is equal to product.map. So I'm mapping over, and I'm creating a new array, and I'll reference each item as a product. And then as far as the return, well, first I would want to destructure the properties out of the product. And the reason why I can access them is because those are the names that I used when I was setting it up. So ID, name, image, and all of that. And that is equal to the product. Again, I'm just using simple JavaScript structuring. And then as far as the return, whatever I'm going to return from my function, well, that is going to be the new value. So now I'm going to go with ID, name, as well as the image. And once I have this setup in place, instead of returning products, now, of course, I'm going to go with new products. And if I go back to my browser, there it is. So now I'm getting a collection, but I'm not sending everything that I know about this specific item. So I'm being selective of what I'm sending back. So yes, there's a resource by the name of API product, and we're sending back the array, but we know that if the user wants to access that description, he or she will have to look for a specific product. And in the process, we'll cover what are the URL parameters. All right, so we're successfully sharing a list of items. So now, of course, let's take a look at how we can provide info about that one specific product. So for example, if I navigate to product and then / and one, and then I'm gonna get only the info about this first product because it has the ID of one. And not only I'll get these three properties, but I'll also get the description. And our initial approach would go something like this, where yes, I see the product. Okay, beautiful. And we already know how to set up the route. Now, since I'll delete it eventually anyway, I'm just going to copy and paste so we can speed this up. So I'm going to go with API products and then / one. That just means that I'm going to be looking for item number one in here. And then instead of map, we'll use the find method. So I'm importing all my products. And in order to get the single product, I'm going to write the following code where we're going to go with const single product. And don't worry, we will reuse this code. So it's not like we're just randomly typing something. So let's go with products and then find. Now, again, I'll reference each product with a parameter of product in my callback function. And then if the product ID matches one, because that is my route here, then of course I'll return that single product. So I'm going to say single product. And technically this works. So notice now, of course, I have only info about this one specific product and I have the description. However, it feels like using bazooka on a cockroach. Yeah, it gets the job done, but probably is an overkill. Because keep in mind, at the moment we have only 4 products. So yes, if I really wanted to, I could set up 4 routes. But what if I have 100, 200, 300? Well, that's not going to work. And in Express, we have something called route parameters, which essentially is going to be way better solution. So instead of hard coding this 1, 2, 3, or whatever ID would want, we set up a route parameter. And it's going to look something like this, where I go with my route, and then I have / and then I go with colon, and then whatever name I would want. So think of this as a placeholder. So you can call this Bobby Lee, you can call this chicken burrito. In my case, I'm going to go with product and the ID, just to be explicit of what I'm expecting over here. But again, naming here is really up to you. And what is more important is the fact how we can access it. Now, if you want, you can actually console log the request object. Again, this is just going to be a giant object. And for now, I'm just going to leave this one the way it is. So I'm still going to be returning a product number 1. And also let's look for request. And then we're looking for the params property. So let me console log this one. And then again, once I navigate back, and if I refresh in the API products number 1, what you'll notice, again, this giant request object where we have a bunch of useful properties and methods. And of course, I'm not going to cover all of them right now, but similar to HTTP, of course, in the Express, we also have access to a bunch of useful things in that request object. And one of them is the params. So check it out. Now I have this product ID and the value is 1. Now, please keep in mind one thing, that whatever you're going to be setting up here in the URL as that route parameter is always going to come back as a string. And this is important in this case, because if you take a look at our data, the ID is a number. And of course, we'll deal with that in a second. And whatever we set up as far as our name is going to be right in here. Is going to be in this request and then parameters object. So now, of course, what I could do is I could just destructure it from the params and then use it in order to find that specific product. So that way I don't have to hard code products number one, products number two, and on and on and on. Instead, I just set up my route parameter and just come up with whatever name I would want. Just make sure that you add this colon here, and then we'll access that value and get a specific product. So I'll leave these two suckers for your reference, just in case you would ever want to console log them. And we'll simply go with const, and the name is product ID, and that is equal to request. That's my request object and params. Then I'm going to use this product ID to get my product. But remember, it is a string. We can clearly see that. And in fact, here in the array, well, the IDs are numbers. So if we'll just try to search it the way it is, of course, we won't be able to get our product. So instead, what we want is pass in the number and then product ID. Now, of course, if your IDs are set up as strings, which is somewhat typical setup for the databases and all that, as well as the headless CMSs, then of course you don't need to worry about it. Then you can just pass in the string. And now, of course, I'm going to be able to get my one product. So now, if I go back and if I refresh, everything still works. And if I go to my URL and start changing these values, hopefully you can see that now, of course, I'm getting a different product. Now I'm getting product number 2. Then I go to product number 3, and on and on and on. So now with these few simple lines of code, I can access any product in my array. Now, of course, there's also a case where we cannot find the product, because keep in mind here, I can type whatever I would want. So I can go with products, and then let's imagine that the user types ABC. Now, do we have a product with an ID of ABC? Of course, the answer is no. So what's happening over here? Now I don't get anything back, right? Well, I don't get anything back because if I go to log and then single product, let's see what we're going to get back again. Let me refresh ABC, and this one is undefined. So that's what we're sending back as a single product. So what would be a solution? Well, a solution is setting up a if statement here, where I say, get me the single product. If you cannot find that single product, if basically that product doesn't exist, if the ID that the user passed in does not make sense, you cannot find the product with that ID, then return 404. So how's that going to look like? Well, we can go here if and then single product. So we set up a if condition, and of course I'm going to go with if single product doesn't exist. So I'm going to add exclamation point, and of course this is going to be our case with undefined. This will be true if it is undefined, and then we just go with a return res, and in this case I will add a status because that is extremely important that I go with 404, and then we go with send and product does not exist, like so. Now, if everything is correct, then of course we go with res and JSON. So in here I say return and res.json. So once I go right now to product and then ABC, there it is. Now, of course, I have proper 404. Product does not exist. And if again take a look at the tab, and I have my ABC. Now, if I'm going to navigate to a route where I can find the product, then of course I'm going to get my proper product response. So whenever you think of route parameters, think of them as placeholders where user provides a data, and then using request and params, we can access that data and then set up some kind of logic. And before we continue and cover query string parameters, let me just mention that route parameters can get way more complex than this. So for example, imagine this scenario. I can go with app.get. Again, I need to come up with some kind of route. So I'm going to go with API, then products. So I'm looking for specific product. So I'm going to use a route parameter. Let's call this product ID. Then I'm going to look for all the reviews, and then maybe there's a review ID. So review and then ID. And now, of course, again, I have rec and res like so. And then I'm simply going to send back some kind of dummy data, but I would want to console log the rec params just so you understand how everything works. And now let me send res.send. So res.send, and I'm just going to say simple hello world. Let's save this one. And again, in the browser, let's go here. We have products. Again, some kind of ID, whether that's ABC, whether that is a number. In this case, it doesn't really matter since you can see that there's not much functionality in there, but we need to type in here reviews. And then, for example, the review ID would be, I don't know, ABC. So once I navigate here, of course, I'm going to get my hello world. And then in the console, notice how I'm accessing all of them. So I have the product ID as well as the review ID. So again, they can get way more complex than just this simple approach. And one more thing I would like to mention, this reviews though is hard-coded. So if I go back, I can change the ABC and for however I would like, but if I'll change from reviews to review, I'm going to get a 404. Why? Well, because a review is not a route parameter. So that's not a placeholder. So if this is incorrect, then of course I get the 404. Hopefully that is clear. And now let's talk about the query string parameters. All right. And once we're familiar with route parameters, let's talk about the query string parameters, or they're also called URL parameters. And essentially that is a way for us to send small amounts of information to the server using the URL. Now, this information is usually used as parameters to, for example, query a database or filter results. And that's really up to the people who are setting up the server. They decide what parameters are going to be accepted and what functionality will depend on those values. And to give you a real world example, let me go to my search engine and I'm just looking for Hacker News Algolia API. So when you're working on a front-end apps, I'm not sure whether you work with this API, but that is a very cool API. And essentially it's going to work as a good example of how we should be setting up the server. And this is as a side note, but notice the URL here. So they go with a domain, which in our case is, of course, localhost 5000. But here it is actually a Algolia domain. So algolia.com/API. Like I said, that is a pretty common practice. Then a version number, and then whatever list you're getting. So in here, it is items. Now check out this one. Doesn't that ring a bell? Of course, that is our route parameter, where they say, yeah, here's the list of items. But if you want to be more specific, please provide the ID. And then if you keep on scrolling, you'll notice the same thing with the users. Again, we have the main domain, API, version 1, users, that's the list. And then if you want to get a specific one, then of course, again, there is a route parameter. Now, this is just to showcase that I'm not randomly coming up with those things. No, that's how actually the servers work in real world. And let's keep on scrolling. And now we come to this interesting part where we can sort. So we're getting the data from the Algolia API. But then in my app, I can sort. I can say, hey, you know what? Get me specific Hacker News story, or get me stories based on some kind of search term. And hopefully you get the gist, where instead of just grabbing the whole thing, I can say, you know what? Get me all the stories that match foo. So again, we go with the URL, and this is really up to you how you set this up. In their case, they use search. And then here we have this question mark. And whatever is after this question mark, is not technically part of this URL, meaning it's just a way for us to send that data to the server, and then server decides what to do with this data. So the URL is still this one, the one that ends with search. And then we have a question mark. And basically, this is just a specific info about the data that I'm requesting. So here the user adds a query parameter, and then the value is full. And then also has the tags of story. And that means that we're going to get all the stories matching full. Now, what else you could set up here in a query string? Pretty much anything. A pretty typical is going to be page. For example, if you have a list of things and I don't want to get 100 items at a time, I can say, you know what, split it up in pages and get me initially page number 1. And then only if the user clicks on a button that fetches the page number 2, then I get the second page. Then, for example, in here, they have hits per page. So that is going to be how many items per page. So again, after that question mark, if the setup is supported by the server, then of course you can add those key value pairs. And the way we add them, as you can see, is by using key value pairs. So we have question mark, and then we have a key, which in this case is query, and then the value. Now, before we continue, let me make something very, very clear. It's not like you can randomly search the web and just start adding these query string parameters and then expect that as a miracle, you'll just get the data that you're looking for. As far as the keys, they're designed on a server. So if I'll set up a key of chocolate milkshake, Algolia API is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the same goes for the value. So where I'm going with this, now we are in charge of that server. So it's up to us to handle those query string parameters. And I'm going to go back to our project and I'll purposely set up a new route. Please keep in mind one thing where a pretty typical setup is adding this to the list. So again, we'll look for specific property on our request object. And then if that property is provided, then of course we return a more detailed response, meaning there's maybe some filtering or something like that. But if not, then we'll send back all the products. Now, I'll purposely set up a new route just so we don't jam all our code in this one route. But then in the next video, probably I'll show you how we can combine both routes. So let's keep on scrolling. So this is going to be our more complex params example. And let's go with app.get. And again, the route is really up to you. I'm going to go with API. Now, in order to make it interesting, I'm going to add that version 1, just like the API of Algolia has it. And then I'll say query. Now, I don't need to add question marks, nothing like that. I just set up query. That is my route. And then I have my callback function, rec and res. Now, in this callback function, in order to access those query string parameters, I need to go with rec and query. So let's go with console log, and we're going to look for request and not params. Sorry. We're going to go with query over here. And again, let's go with simple hello world, just so we can speed this up. And then if I go to the local host, and more specifically, I'm going to look for localhost, then 5000, then API, then version number 1, and then query. And then if I add this question mark, I can add as many query string parameters as I would like. So here I'm going to go with a name that will be equal to John. Then in order to combine them, we just add this ampersand. So we're going to go with name John and then ID 4. Just keep in mind that you can add as many query string parameters as you would want. And then once I navigate there, at the moment, I'm just going to get the hello world. So that's my default response from this URL. But in a terminal, notice I have name John and ID number 4. Again, this is a string, and this is going to be important in a second. But what this allows us to do is access those parameters and then based on them, do some kind of functionality. Now, first of all, I would want to change this around a little bit, where I'm not going to be looking for name or ID. I'm going to be looking for search query parameter as well as the limit. So if the user wants to search for a specific product, he or she needs to provide that search query parameter. as well as limiting, where the user can limit of how many products they are getting back. So let me navigate back and just to showcase that. So again, instead of name, I will zoom in. We'll say search is equal and then whatever I would want. So in this case, I'm just going to go with A. So effectively, this will return all the products that start with A. And then the second one is the what? That was the limit, right? So I'm going to say limit. And for now, let's just go with 2 of them. So this will return 2 products. I'll zoom out. And again, I have search and I have limit of 2. So now, of course, let's set up that functionality. And we'll simply start by creating new instance of those products. I'm going to go with let, and you'll see in a second why. So say sorted product. And in here, we'll use the spread operator. So we imported the product, and now I'm just going to copy the values. So this is going to be my new array. And the reason why I'm using let, because we will modify this value a bit. Now, instead of just console logging the query, I'll comment this out and we'll set it up as const. And then again, I'm looking for 2 specific keys. I'm looking for the search and I'm looking for the limit. So if the user doesn't provide them, well, then we'll send back all the products. So we're going to go with query like so. So I can see the search and limit. Beautiful. And now instead of just sending back hello world, I'm going to check if the search is in my query string parameters, then I would want to filter my product. So I'm going to say if and then search like so. And we're going to go with sorted product. Since I'm using let, I can do that. I'm going to go with sorted product and then filter method again, straight up JavaScript. Again, I'll call this a product like so. And what I would want to return are the products that start with the value of my search term. So here I can say return product and name. So if the product name starts with, now again, this is straight up JavaScript, and I'll pass in the search. If that is the case, that is going to be my value in the sorted product. And I can right away check for the limit as well, where I'm going to say if and then limit, and if it exists. So if the user has provided it, again, let's go with sorted products and filter more. And in this case, I'm going to use the slice method where I'm just going to get specific items from the array. So I'm going to start with 0. And then remember, we're getting a string. So we need to go with number. And then again, we'll pass in the limit. Let's go here below both of them. And let's just say res dot and then status. And we're going to go with 200 like so. And then a JSON response. Now, when it comes to JSON response, we're just going to go with our sorted products, right? So we go back and let me just showcase something where if none of the query string parameters are provided, I'm going to send back my whole data. Why? Well, because I copied my products, right? Both of them were false. Both of them were undefined. And as a side note, there is an error here. Cannot send headers. And I'll talk about it actually in a second. That is one of my next topics. So let me just deal with this hello world by deleting it. And we're going to be in good shape. But I'll cover why we got this error and what gotchas you should be aware of. So let me go back again. Let's see. Again, we're getting all the products because the user did not provide that specific query string parameter. So if we right now navigate to the URL, and I'm going to start with a limit. And if in a limit, I'm going to say that I'm only interested in 2 products, check it out. Now, of course, my limit is 2. So I only have 2 products. Then if it's 3, then it's going to be 3. And then 4, and hopefully you get the gist. Where whatever value I provide here in a limit, well, I have the functionality for it. Now, keep in mind, again, name needs to match. If this is going to be limit instead of limit, again, I'm just going to get back all the products regardless of what is my value. And the same goes for the value of the query string parameter. If this is limit, but for example, I decide to pass in ABC, nothing. I get empty array. Why? Because my value wasn't what my functionality was looking for. And similarly, of course, we can add the search option as well. And I'm purposely showing them one by one so you don't get confused. So let's say search. And again, the functionality is set up where you need to provide a starting character. So in my case, I'm looking only for the products that start with A. And there it is. I have two of them. Now, if I want to limit, I can just add and here. And let's just type limit. And I'm only going to be looking for one product. And if I add this limit one, there it is. Now I only get one product. Now there's also obviously going to be the case where we return empty array. Why? Well, because I could go with search and look for the products of B. And unfortunately, when it comes to my products data, I don't have products that start with B. So we can handle that. Instead of sending back empty array, I could check what is the length of my array. And if, for example, it is less than one, then I explicitly send back the response where I say, yes, the request was successful, but I couldn't return any product. So we can go with if and then sorted products. If the length of this array is less than one, if it is less than one, then of course I can just go with res.status. Now, this is one gotcha where you're not sending back the 404. You're not saying the URL doesn't exist or the resource doesn't exist. In this case, you are trying to filter the product, but nothing came back. So whatever query string parameters were provided, they didn't yield any results. So you're simply saying status, and then you can go with send, and we can go with no products matched your search, like so. So we can go here, and then if you refresh again with the same ones, we have no products match your search. So that is one option. You can send back the string, but a more common one is this one, where I'm going to comment this out for your reference again. And instead you go with return, and you're going to go with res.status. And again, we have this error in the server. And again, I'll talk about it in the next video why we have that one. So we're going to go with res.status, and we pass in the 200. And instead we send back the JSON one. And in that JSON, again, you can pass the string if you want, but a more common approach is setting up the object where you explicitly say that the request was successful or a failure. So you go with success, and that is equal to true. And then again, you come up with whatever name you would want. A generic one is data, and then you send back the array. Again, you are in charge here. You can really do whatever you would want. I'm just showing you a pretty common approaches to this situation. So again, I'm looking for some kind of product using my query string parameter. Now, unfortunately, server cannot return any data, meaning any product. And then, of course, I just get this success true because the request was successful. There was nothing wrong with my URL. However, I'm just yielding a empty data. So that's it. I can just delete it. And if I don't provide anything, then I'm going to get all the products. Hopefully that is clear how the query string parameters work. And now we can cover a few gotchas. All right. And two things that I would like to emphasize are following. First, remember those errors that we were getting in a server when we're setting up if conditions in JavaScript. If we don't explicitly return, then of course JavaScript just keeps reading the code, correct? So if I'm going to omit that return, I'm actually going to get this server error where I send back one response, and then JavaScript just keeps reading the code, and then Express is confused. Express is like, hey, wait a minute, I already sent back the response. So why you're sending another? Now keep in mind that it is happening in the same request. So you cannot send basically two responses in the same request, one after the another. Yeah, of course, you can send one based on the condition. So for example, if there are no products, you send back one response. And if you can yield some products, then great. Then you send the second one, but you cannot send both of them one after another in the same request. And If you want to see that error again in action, go to the query. You'll add a question mark here, and we're going to go with search. And again, it is equal to B. For example, that is my value. That's the starting value that I'm looking for. And once I do that, notice, yeah, I'm getting back the success true and data. But again, I have this big fat error in my server. And it says cannot set headers after they are sent to the client. So we can have only one response per request. And in order to avoid that, we just go with return. So always, when you're setting up the condition, make sure that you go with return. So that way we are returning from our callback function, the one we set up over here. And that way you'll avoid those errors. Now, of course, in this case, there's no more code to read. So yeah, it is a better practice if you just put this return here, but you won't get the errors since, again, there's nothing after that. And one more thing that I would like to mention, normally you're not going to set up a separate one just for the query. Yeah, there might be some cases, maybe there's some APIs who do that, but normally, again, you can just add it to where you're getting a list. So basically, if there's a query, beautiful, you're maybe going to sort that data, you're going to filter it, you're going to, I don't know, set up some pages or whatever. And if no query string parameters are there, then you send back the whole product. And if you take a look, pretty much nothing stops me here from just changing this to API and products, and the functionality is going to work. Where if there are some query string parameters present, beautiful. Notice how we're filtering our products. If not, then I always send back these products anyway. And as you can see, those are just copies of the products that are coming from my data.js. Hopefully that is clear. And now let's move on to our next topic. Nice. And once we're familiar with route params and query string, let's really kick things into gear and talk about middleware in Express.js. Express middleware are functions that execute during the request to the server. Each middleware function has access to request and response objects. And when it comes to functionality, literally, sky is the limit. In order to hammer this home, I have prepared quite a few examples where we cover middleware step by step, since, in my opinion, actual code examples are far more helpful than text-based explanations. Before we continue, though, let me just stress something. Middleware is literally everywhere in Express. You can even make an argument that Express apps are nothing but a bunch of middleware functions stuffed together to make one nice Express cake or dessert, if you're in that sort of thing. And since that is the case, middleware is not one of those topics you can just skip or avoid. It is at the heart and soul of Express, so please don't dismiss it. With that said, since you'll encounter it more than once, if you struggle with it in the beginning, don't panic. The more examples you'll do, the better you will understand it. Now, let me start by cleaning out my app.js. And this is going to be the case where I will leave the code, at least some of the code, from the previous lecture. So let me delete all the middle part, and I'm just going to leave Express. We are instantiating our app, and we're listening on port 5000. And let's just start by adding a comment here for your reference. So there is a incoming request, and then so far we have been just sending responses, right? So what middleware does, it sits in between, hence the name. So middleware over here, and then we pass the response. So the request comes in, we'll do something. So we'll have access to the both, to the request and response. We'll do some kind of functionality. Again, the most basic, you can just console log something. And then we'll send out the response. And again, I know it probably looks confusing at the moment, but trust me, the more examples you'll do, the better you'll understand it. And let's start by a simple scenario where I have two routes. I have the home route and I have the about route. And in those routes, I would just want to log the method that the user is using, the URL that the user is trying to access, and for example, a date. And if you think that's silly, there's actually npm packages that do that, because as your Express apps grow bigger and bigger, it is very useful to see those incoming requests in that manner. So let's start here by setting up app.get. Again, this is going to be my home page. And for the time being, I have my callback function. I pass it in and I just go with the res.send and I send back the home. And I'll do the same thing here with my about. So there's going to be two routes at the moment, home and about. And this is just going to say about. So I'll save it, and it's not going to be surprised if I navigate to localhost 5000. If I refresh, this is my home and this is my about. Again, something we have covered already before. Now, here's the kicker. If I go with logger, and if I set up that functionality in the route for the homepage, I'll also have to do that in the about. So let me showcase that. So I have request object, and in there I have method, I have URL, and I'll simply set up the year because I don't want to deal with JavaScript time. So let's go with method. Now that one was on request.method property. Then we also have the URL. So URL here, and that is going to be a request URL property, like so. And then, like I said, I'm going to go with const, and I'll name this time, but in order to make it easier, I'm actually going to get a full year. So I'm going to go with new date, and I'll invoke it, and I'll say get full year and invoke it as well. And of course, I'm sending back home. Yeah, that is nice. But before I do anything, I would also want to console log all three of them. So method, URL, as well as the time, like so. So I save it, and now every time the user is going to hit this resource, of course, I'll see that in a console log. So there it is. If I go back to my homepage, like so, and if I refresh quite a few times, there it is. Now in a console, I can see that the method was get, so the user was trying to get the resource, and then the path was the homepage. That's my URL, and then the year is 2021. Okay, awesome. But here's the problem. If I want to have the same functionality in about, what do I need to do right now? Well, again, I need to copy and paste. Now, if I have 15 routes, does that sound like a reasonable approach? And of course, the answer is no. A better solution would be if we set up a function. And in that function, we have all this logic, and then I can just attach it willy-nilly to all my routes. And when I say willy-nilly, it just means that for some routes, I maybe want to attach it, and for some, maybe I don't. So here's the deal. I can go above both of my routes, and I can just simply say that there's going to be a function by the name of logger. And for the time being, we're not going to look for any parameters, but yes, they will be there. And then we just take all our, I believe, 4 lines of code, right? And we just cut it out and pass it here. Okay, awesome. And now, of course, where do we attach this function? So we don't have to duplicate our code. And the place is following, where we have the path, and then we have the callback function. Now, in between them, we can stuck a middleware. So in this case, as you can see, I'm referencing the function. Please keep that in mind. So I'm going to go with logger. That's my middleware function. But now there's the second question. Well, in the logger, I'm accessing request object, right? So how can I do that? Because at the moment, I'm not passing it in. Well, the good news is that Express passes it into our middleware function. So in here, I just set up the reference for my function, and Express will do that behind the scenes. It will supply the rec, res, and also a next. And you'll see in a second why we need this next function as well. So again, we don't have to do anything. We just pass here the middleware. Express supplies them. But of course, it's our job to access them as parameters and then set up our logic. So for the time being, I'm not going to do anything with next. I will save, and we should see something where in the console, I'm still going to get my log, but the problem is going to be in the browser. So if I navigate back and if I refresh, notice something where I have this spinner. Okay. So what's happening here? Well, I successfully logged, but I didn't pass it on to the next middleware. So here's the deal. When you work with middleware, you must pass it on to a next middleware unless you're terminating the whole cycle by sending back the response. And don't worry, there's going to be examples where we do that as well. So for now, just keep in mind that when you have a middleware where you set up some kind of logic, unless you're sending back the response yourself, for example, since I have access to response, I simply can go with res dot and send. And again, I'm going to come up with testing or whatever. It doesn't really matter what we send back. If we refresh, notice, doesn't really matter if I try to access the homepage. Since I have my middleware, I'm actually sending back the testing. And this is why the middleware is so powerful, because you can literally do whatever you want over here. You can set up all kinds of cool logic, and you have two options. Either you pass it on to the next middleware, which in our case, of course, are going to be our methods, our get methods, or you simply terminate the whole cycle and you just say res.send, and I'm sending back my own data. So let's not be brutal over here. I will actually remove this line of code. And if I want to pass it on to the next function, meaning in our case, that is going to be my method app.get, I simply go with next and we have to invoke it. Again, please keep that in mind. There's going to be more functionality later in these middleware functions, but you always, either you terminate, so either you send back your own response or you pass it on to the next middleware. That is very crucial. So now if I go again to my homepage, there it is. I successfully navigate to my homepage. I can clearly see that. That is my response. And I also successfully log in my console the method, the URL, as well as the full year. And now, of course, instead of adding this logic line by line to every request, simply can go and I say, yep, I would like to invoke the logger here as well. So if we go to localhost 5000, and if we're brave enough and we navigate to about, there it is. Now I have get request, about URL, as well as the full year. Hopefully that gives you a good initial understanding how the middleware works. And now we can talk about more complicated topics. Beautiful. We are familiar with the middleware. We have our first middleware function, but there are two issues with this current setup. First, our app.js is getting somewhat clunky because, we have this logger, then we have the methods. It's definitely nicer if we have this logger function in a separate file. It's just going to keep our app.js lean, and in turn, it's just going to make it easier for us to navigate and essentially work with our application. And the second issue, what if I have 50 more routes? And I don't want to add this function manually to all of them. Wouldn't it be nicer if there would be a method that essentially just adds my middleware function to any route? And of course, the answer is yes, there is such a function. In fact, we used it a few videos ago. Now, let's start though by moving this sucker into a separate file. So I'm going to go to my, not navbar app, sorry. This is what happens when you have a bunch of projects open, meaning a bunch of folders open. Let me go here where I have my app.js, and I'm just going to create a new file. And this is still going to create it in the final, sorry. So let me go here and I'll create a new file and I'll call this logger.js. Now, if you really want, you can add the middleware there in the name as well. But in my case, I'm just going to add the name of my function. Then I'll cut it out. And what's really cool that we know how to export this, right? So we have const logger, and then we go with module exports, and we'll just set it equal to our logger. So now we have default export, that's our logger. So of course, in the app.js, I simply need to go with const logger is equal. and then I require it. I go with logger, and if I navigate to localhost 5000, I still should see in a console my log. And if you do, then everything is correct. So that's the first part. Now, the second, how can I apply this logger to all my routes? So, for example, let me just copy and paste these ones, and I'll say API and then product and then API and I don't know, not about, maybe items. Again, doesn't really matter what you place here. I'm going to go with products as well as items. Again, I can add them manually, but the more routes I'm going to have, well, the bigger issue this is going to become, right? Because for every route, I need to manually add this logger. So a better solution is this one, where I select all of them. I just remove them like so. Now, of course, if I go to any of these routes, I'm not going to have anything in a console, but there is a method by the name of app.use. And in that app.use, this is what we do. We pass in the middleware. So we simply go with logger. And once I save, check it out. Now, if I go to about, for example, or if I go to home or API and then products, and hopefully you get an idea, all the time you'll get this log in console. Why? Well, because app.use will invoke this for any route. Now, please do keep in mind two things. First, order matters here. If I'm going to place this below app.get, and if I'm going to try to do that in a home page, I'm not going to see anything in the console. Why? Well, because I invoke my use only after get. And in Express, everything goes in order. So if app get is before the use one, the one that applies to all the routes, then yes. Well, first we'll hit the home route and then we'll send back home. So there is no logger. So that's why you'll see all the middleware functions, all the app.uses at the top of the document. So you'll have your middleware functions first, and only then you'll have all your route methods, whether that's get, post, and you get an idea. So that's the first thing that I would like to mention. Now, the second thing that I would like to mention is the fact that we can add here a path. So if I go to app.use, that's my method, and instead of providing only one argument, which in my case is the logger, I can set up a first one, and that is going to be path. And I just need to come up with a value. Now, in my case, I'm going to type API, and you'll see in a second why. So if you save with an API, you'll notice something interesting, where this is going to be applied to both of them, to the products as well as the items. So here's the deal. Once you apply this path over here, basically it's going to apply to any route after this API. So for example, if I go with API and then some crazy one home, about, and then products, all the time it's going to keep on applying this middleware. So that's something new, right? Because previously we worked only with a specific route. So / or about or products here in this case. So of course, these are different. Now, when we add this path to use, then of course, it's going to be applied pretty much to anything that comes after the path that you provide over here. So in my case, since I provided API, then of course, it's going to go for any path that's after that. Now, if you want to find out more info about app.use, I suggest navigating to docs again. We're looking for API reference. In our case, that is 4. And if you take a look at the app.use, mounts specified middleware function or functions, and we're going to cover that later as well, at the specified path. And middleware function is executed when the base of the request path matches. So this is going to be our base. And then whatever comes after will still invoke that middleware function. And if you omit the path, then it's just going to be applied to all of your requests. So if I were to remove the path, now it's going to be applied to home, about, API product, as well as API items. Nice. We're familiar with app.use. And now I'd want to make our example even more interesting by adding another middleware function. And in the process, we'll take a look at how we can execute them in app.use, what is the syntax in order to add it, as well as what is the execution order. And let's start simply by creating a new file. And I'm going to call this authorize.js. Again, I'll zoom in just so you can see that is the file name. And in here, I'll just set up a function similarly to how we worked in the logger one. So I'm going to go with const authorized or authorized. It doesn't really matter. Now it's going to be a middleware function. So of course I know that I'll have access to rec, res, as well as next. And then in the function body, for the time being, I'll just invoke next. And maybe I'll console log. I'll say log and authorize, like so. Okay, let's save that one. Remember that we need to export that. So module exports, and that's equal to authorized. Awesome. And then in the app.js, I'll just copy and paste, and I'll say authorize, like so. And of course, the file name is also different. It's not a logger. So we can go with authorize. And once I have this set up in place, the way we execute multiple middleware functions in app.use, we simply place them in the array. So I'm going to go with my logger first. So logger, and then we're going to go with authorized. And now once you navigate to a localhost 5000, again, any of them in this case, because notice there is a no path. First, in a console, I'll see this get and then authorize. And that's something to keep in mind where they will be executed in the order. So if we flip this one, if I go with authorize first, and then I go with logger, then of course in the console, I'll have the opposite order where I'm going to have authorized first and only then get. So that's something to keep in mind. Now I'm going to go back to my previous setup, the logger, and then authorize. And now let's take a look at how we can have the if condition in our middleware function. Now, before we do anything, let me just stress something very, very important, where this is just for demonstration purposes. This is just an example, and it's not how we're going to authorize users in our Express applications. I just don't want to overwhelm you from the get-go, so I'm just going to show you simple example using the query string. But again, this is not how we authorize users in our Express applications. And with that said, I'm going to navigate back to my authorized middleware. And in here, I'm just going to set up a query string. So I'm going to say if the user provides a query string in my URL, then I'm good to go. Then I'll send back the resource that the user is requesting. However, if the user doesn't provide the user query, so query string parameter in the URL, then I'll just send back 401, which just stands for unauthorized. So let's start. I'm going to go with const, and I'm going to be looking for specific query string. I'm going to be looking for the user, my URL parameter. And of course, we know that it is available in rec.query, like so. And I'm going to say if the user exists. So if it's there with any value, it doesn't really matter which one, or I don't know. Maybe if you want to make it more interesting, let's go if the user equals John. Okay. If that is the case, then I'm going to go with rec.user. And notice what I'm doing here. I'm actually adding a property of user onto the rec object. And I'll show you why it's so powerful. So I'm going to go with rec user, and that one is equal to whatever. I mean, that could be a object, for example. And I'll say here name John. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes. And then ID, I don't know, 4 or 3 or whatever. So that's my user. Now I still need to call next. If I won't do that, then the whole setup is going to go bananas. So I'm going to go with next here. And now, of course, I just need to set up a response if the user or whoever is visiting doesn't provide the query string with a key of user and then value of John. And in that case, I'm going to go with my else and I'll say res, and then let's add a status. And the 401 is going to be for unauthorized. And let's just say send, and simply let's try to spell this sucker unauthorized. Let's save that one. And now notice something interesting. If I'm going to go, for example, to my homepage or product, again, any of the routes, because there is no path in my app.used, check it out. I have unauthorized. And if I inspect, and in the network tab, the same deal. I have 401 because I'm not authorized to access this resource. I have my authorized middleware where I say you didn't provide the query string parameter with a key of user. And more specifically, you didn't provide here a value of John. And since you didn't do that, you cannot access the resource. So now, of course, if we change things around, and if I go with my question mark, and if I say user equals John, what do you know? I have my home. Why? Well, because now the condition is met, and now we just go to next. Now, why it is so powerful? Because in the authorized, we add the user, right? So now, of course, not only I can check for that query string parameter, but I can also access this info. Again, this is just demonstration. Normally, what you're going to do, you'll check for the JSON web token. And then if the token exists, then we communicate with database and actually get the user. Again, this is coming up. For time being, we're simply hard coding these values. So back in the app.js, in any of the routes, now I'm not going to add in all of them, but just to showcase, I'm going to add, for example, in app items, I'm going to set up here a log and I'll look for rec and user. And you'll notice something really cool where if I leave this query string parameter and if I go to API and items, check it out. First of all, I have the items. And second, in console, what do I see over here? I see that user. And that's why it's so powerful because we can add our middleware. We can do some kind of functionality. And now basically I'm attaching this to my request object. So I have the request object and now I'm attaching this property here. And now in any of my routes, now of course I went with items, but in any of my routes, I'll have access to that user. That's why middleware is so crucial. And that's why it is a big part of Express applications because it truly allows us to structure our applications as Lego blocks. So we have this piece of functionality, we have that piece of functionality, and when we combine them, we have this nice working Express server. Now, like I already previously mentioned, middleware is all over Express. So just because we're done with our initial introduction doesn't mean that you're not going to see middleware. You'll see it all over the place. But just to complete our initial introduction, I would want to cover two common questions. First, well, if we have access right now to app.use, since we know how to use it, are we going to add the middleware in routes? And actually the answer is yes, because imagine the scenario where I don't want to apply this app.use to all my routes. For example, I only want to check for authorized users in the API /items. What do? Well, I simply add my authorized middleware, correct? So now I'll be able to access all of these routes without any issues, but the items one, yes. I'll check for that silly query string parameter. And if you're wondering, well, how we can pass two middlewares if we would want in a single route, same. We'll just simply grab this array. So we copy and paste. And now, of course, once I hit the items, not only I will log, but I'll also authorize. So let's go back and I'm going to take a look where in this case, everything is fine. I was able to access the resource since I provided the John. So notice here, name John, ID number 3. I also have my console log, but if I were to go to just my home page, like so, I have the home. And as you can see, I don't get anything in a console. I don't get my logger. And I'm also not looking for any kind of authorized user. So that's the first thing that I would like to cover. Second, what are our options when it comes to middleware? So far, we have covered the first one, our own. So we can always set up our own middleware. Now, our other two options are Express. So Express provides quite a few built-in middleware functions. Again, in this case, we don't have to worry about setting up the functionality. We just need to reference the docs to see what options are provided, and then, of course, supply those values. And if you remember the Express app example, we used app.use. And I said, put the pin on this. I'll explain this a little bit later. If you want, you can retype this, but in my case, I'm just going to copy this from the for Express app.js. And if we copy and paste, and if I place it here, notice. So this is a app.use method. Now, what argument the app.use is expecting? It is expecting a middleware. So in Express, we have a built-in middleware by the name of static. Again, somewhere in the Express source code, there is a code similar to this. Now, of course, this is silly. They have way more complicated setup, but hopefully you get the gist. So there is a method, and the only thing this method is looking for our public folder. And then I already told you that it basically places all the contents of public folder as our static assets, so they're publicly available. So we already covered that one. And now let me show you a simple example of third-party middleware. Now, for third-party middleware, we'll have to install it. And one of the most popular ones, I guess, for the login is this Morgan npm. So again, just go to your search engine and type Morgan npm. That is going to direct you to the docs, I guess, for the Morgan. And as you can see, in order to install, we just run npm I Morgan. So that's how we install the package. And the syntax is following, where we just go with Morgan. We require the Morgan, and then we just pass in Morgan Tiny. Now, of course, this one, we need to set it up in our app.use. So this is really optional. You don't have to install it. You don't have to run it. But in order for me to hammer this home, I will do that. So let's go back. I'll stop my server. And remember, the command was npm I and Morgan. Okay, I installed this one. So now, of course, this package is going to be in my dependencies like so. So not only I have Express, I also have the Morgan. And then in the app.js, of course, I'm going to have to require it. So I'm going to go with const Morgan, and that is equal to require. And then again, I don't have to provide the path. That's the module that I installed. So I go with Morgan. And then where I have app.use, I can go with app.use, since I would want to add to all my routes. Again, if you want to add for a specific one, there's a different scenario. But if you want to add for all the routes, you just go with Morgan. And then they basically give you multiple options. And the tiny one is just going to provide you the most essential data. And again, if you want to reference the docs, please do so. So I'm going to go with Morgan. And now I just need to spin up my app, and I go with npm start. Now I will remove logger and authorized from my API items, just because I think the terminal is getting quite busy. And now, of course, once I navigate, for example, homepage in a console, I have get, I have /. Now this is a status code. And then I have 2.8 milliseconds. And that essentially just signals how long it took for the server to respond. And if I were to go to localhost and / about, now, of course, I'll see that I have get request, I have about the 200. And now, of course, time is a bit different as well. So hopefully this gives you a general idea why middleware functions are so crucial and how powerful they are. And yes, the bigger your Express applications will get, most likely the more middleware functions you will have. Now, they could be your own ones. They could be the ones that provided by the Express, or there's also going to be tons of third-party middleware functions. Not bad, not bad. We have general understanding how middleware works in Express. And now I want to cover rest of the HTTP methods. So if you remember, which seems like an eternity ago, we covered the cycle, the request message, as well as response. And in request, well, get was by default performed by browser, but of course we have other methods as well. And I also provided a second slide just for these methods. And here you can see rest of the methods. So get is again by default set up in a browser, and this allows us to read data. Then we have post, that is for inserting data. So for example, if we have some kind of API orders route, we can add an order. So user makes an order and we just place that order on a server. So of course, eventually we would save that in a database. Then we have put if we want to update data. And of course, we also have one for deleting the data. And before we continue, let me just mention something. We're not going to persist this data. So yes, we'll have working examples of post, put, and delete. And hopefully I'll be able to convey my message in a manner where you understand the general setup for the rest of the methods. But since we haven't covered how to connect to database, we won't persist this data. Now, I could have went the file system route, where essentially we are persisting this data by writing in a file, but I thought it's a waste of your time because most likely you're going to work with database anyway. So we might as well skip that part. So once we understand how we can connect to the database, what are the methods by working with data in our database, then we'll have a proper example where we're persisting data as well. And in order to kick things off, I'm going to navigate back to my app.js. Again, the previous example is going to be in the file number 10, middleware options. And again, we're just removing pretty much everything, starting with Morgan, so right after app, and all the way to app.listen, like so. Now, there's not going to be a home route. However, I'm going to go with API and people. Now, why do I go with API people? Because in the data file, in the data.js, where we had the product, there's also this one, people. People is an array. Each person is an object. There's an ID as well as the name. As you can see, very simple example. So with this data array, I would want to showcase how we can read this data, how we can add, for example, an extra person using the post, how we can modify the person, as well as deleting one. And now, of course, I want to navigate to app.js. And first, I want to get my people. So we simply go with import. I'll structure it right away. And as a side note, since I might make some modifications, I'll use let in this case. And I'll set it equal to require and then data. Hopefully this part is clear since we have covered it quite a few times. And let's start with the one that we already know, and that is going to be a get method. So I'm going to go with app.get. Like I said, I'll purposely set up my route with a value of API and people. So that's going to be my path. I'll say API and then people. Now this is a get method and simply will return this array. So rec and res. And again, I'm just going to go with res status. Let's hard code the value of 200. Then let's set up our JSON. And since I want to be kind to my users, I'll send back the object. I'll say that the success property is true. So the request was successful. And as far as data property, well, I'll set it equal to people. So let's navigate back to our browser. And we're going to go with 5,000. And of course, cannot get. So this is going to be 404 if I just go to the home page. And instead, I have a route for API. And I believe the whole path was people, like so. So we run that. And now, of course, I have zoomed in already massively here. So let me zoom out in my browser. And we should see that we're getting our object. The success property is true. Beautiful. And then, of course, we have the data property And in there, we have the people's array. So a bunch of people in here. So of course, that is our first HTTP method. That is the get one, where effectively we read the data. And like I already have mentioned probably 20,000 times, that's the default method that the browser performs. So when you set up a request with your browser, you right away use the HTTP verb by the name of get, and that's why you can read the data. All right, so we're clear with get method. That's how we can read data. However, how we can add data onto the server. So how we can insert data. And in order to do that, we need to use a post method. But it's not like I can somehow configure browser and start making post requests. Fortunately, that's not how it works. That's why I provided a little bit of help. Now, keep in mind one thing, where after we set up a post method, effectively, once we take a look at two flavors of how we can set up post request, we will install one more tool, which is going to be crucial in our Express server development, which is just going to allow us to test everything much faster. But since for the post, I do want to show you two flavors that we can have, we'll use a little bit of static data, meaning there's an app that I prepared. But don't worry, it's not like you'll have to do that each and every time to test any of these methods. And you'll see what I'm talking about in the following videos. So first, let's start by jogging our memory a bit. We have app.use. Now what app.use is doing is just applies the middleware to all our routes, correct? And I also mentioned that we have this option of setting up a public folder. Now, we can call whatever we would want, but for this methods example, I prepared a methods.public. As you can see, it is just a folder with index.html, with JavaScript HTML, some CSS, and once we navigate there, of course, I'll show you how the functionality works. So this is just prepared so we can test those other methods, meaning more specifically the post method, because we cannot simply just perform a post request from the browser. So first, let's set up that methods public as our public folder. That's step number one. So let's set it up as our static assets. And in order to do that, I'm just going to add first a comment and I'll say assets. And then I'm going to go with app.use. Again, remember that is our method. And this is going to be a built-in middleware. And the name is Express static. So I just grab my Express instance. I look for the method of static. And if you remember, we just need to provide here a path. And instead of going public or static, like I showed you previously, I'm just going to go with / and then methods and then public, because this is where I set up my static files for these examples. We invoke it. And now if we go to the homepage, we shouldn't get this error. So once you invoke, there it is. We have a somewhat decent looking HTML file with two options. We have this JavaScript option, which we're going to cover second. And first one is going to be a traditional form example. And again, the reason why we do that is because you cannot simply just configure your browser to perform a post request. You either need to use a tool, which we're going to install by the name of Postman, or Insomnia is another popular one, or you need to set up basically a working application. And if you take a look in the methods public, we have this working application. All right. And once we have the basic setup in place, now let's take a look at our two flavors when it comes to the post method. And I want you to navigate to index.html. And in there, you'll find pretty typical index.html file with some styling, with nav, as well as the form. And in the form, we have two attributes. We have action one, as well as the method. And as you can clearly see, the value for the method is post, and this action one just says where we're going to send it. And notice how we have /login. So that means that this URL, this path, is on our server, but of course we know that in the app.js we're not handling that. So for the form, there's going to be one path, and then for the second example, when we use straight up JavaScript, then of course there's going to be a different path for that. So this is going to be the URL or path where we're submitting the form, and inside of the form we have a label, we have input. So basically we have name attribute for this one, we have the ID as well as the autocomplete. So we'll type in some kind of value, and then we'll send this to /login. So localhost and then /login. And of course, we also have a submit button. So now let's start by taking a look what happens when we simply submit this form. So go here, type some kind of gibberish. In my case, I'm going to go with John. Bravely press enter. And of course, we do have cannot post login. Okay, that's fine. We're not expecting anything anyway, right? We know that there is no route that handles the post for the login. But what's really interesting here is in the network tab, of course, I can see my request. In this case, this is login. Now this is 404. And again, I'm going to repeat this 20,000 times, but check out the method. So method is not get, method is post. And then we're going to localhost 5,000 and then /login. Now, what's also really interesting, all the way in the bottom, what do you see here? You see this form data, and then we have key value pair. We have name and John. And if you remember, when we talked about HTTP messages, I said that the body is optional. So for example, when we're sending a GET request, we're not sending a body. But when we're sending a POST request, it's very crucial. So if I want to add something onto the server, of course, I want to get that data. I mean, otherwise, how am I going to know what to add to the server? Doesn't that make sense? I hope it does. So let's go back. Okay, I see this name and I see John. And if you're not familiar, basically the way it works is whatever you provide here for the name is going to be a key. So for example, if I'm going to set this up as testing, you'll see that now when we perform the same request, the same post request, again, with the same value, different value, it doesn't really matter. Now, of course, that key name is going to be testing. So whatever value you provide over here, that is going to be the key. And of course, the value is whatever you're submitting. So in my case, it's either Peter or John. Okay, that's out of the way. So I'm going to change it back to name. And now we need to understand something where the request is coming in, but A, we're not handling that. And B, we don't have the middleware that actually adds this data that the form, in this case, is sending to our request. So let's see how we can fix the first one. And we simply need to come up with a route. Now, in this case, remember, we're dealing with post. This is not get. And we're going to go with / and then login here. Because, of course, that's what I have in my form. Again, we go with rec and res. And technically, we can come up with some kind of info. I can say send, and I'm simply going to say post. And that's it. Just so we can save time on typing. Again, let's navigate back. And in this case, let's try Susan. Let's send it. Yeah, I see the post. So I don't have the 400 anymore, or 404. So that's cool. But unfortunately, I have no access at this point to whatever I'm being sent. So unfortunately, I cannot access that Susan or John or whatever value. So unfortunately, I cannot add, for example, to my list if I wanted to. Now, how do we add it? Well, this is where the middleware comes in. So previously we covered static assets with Express Static. In order to get the form data, we need to go with URL and coded middleware. So I'll add here parse form data. And essentially, this is just going to parse that data and add the values to rec.body. So where we have a post request in the rec.body property, we'll find all the info. And in order to use this middleware, surprise, surprise, we're going to use app.use, and then we'll pass in express and then URL encoded. And then you also pass in a flag where you go with extended and you set up false. And if you're wondering why are we adding this extended false flag, or you just want to get more info about this URL encoded middleware, simply let's head back to the documentation. In this case, we're looking for the express, and notice here I have express URL encoded. This is a built-in middleware function in Express. It parses incoming requests with URL encoded payloads, and it is based on the body parser. So in the previous versions of Express, you had to actually install the body parser. Now in this case, you don't. It already comes built in. And as far as this extended, this option allows to choose between parsing URL encoded data with query string library when false, meaning this is our case, or the QS library when true. Again, I wouldn't lose my sleep over this one. Again, the common approach is using this extended and false. And once we can access it, then we can do some cool functionality. So first, let's just scroll down a bit where we have the login. And first, I'm just going to start by console logging rec and body. Let's save that one. And again, back to our browser. Again, I'm going to go with Susan. This was 200, so everything was successful. And now, of course, in the rec.body, I also have a name, and the value is Susan. So now we can start doing something with this data. Now, I purposely set up two examples. One is going to be for form, which of course is this one, and then one is for the JavaScript. Now, with the JavaScript example, this is where we'll actually manipulate this people array. For the time being, with login, this is a separate issue. We're just dealing with the form. So we'll just try to make things interesting by checking for the name. If the name is provided, then we'll send back welcome and then pass in that name. If the name is not provided, so for example, if the user is trying to submit the form empty, for example, like so, we'll just send back 401, please provide credentials. Again, please keep in mind this is just an example, and I'm fully aware that we can check for empty values here on the front end. Again, the goal of this example is to show you how to handle this on the server. So I have a rec.body. Okay, I can see that in this case I have name, but it is empty. So now, of course, let's set up our logic. First, I'm going to go with const name, and that one is equal to rec.body. So I'm destructuring my name property, and I'll just check if the name exists, whatever the value. That could be B, that could be Bobby Lee, that could be, again, taco, burrito, whatever you want. And as you can see, I'm getting quite hungry. So let's go with return res.status. Then let's set up a 200, which just says that we were successful. And we're going to go with send, and we'll set up a template string, welcome, and I'm just going to access my name. So if there's some value, I'll send back 200, and I'll say welcome, whatever is the value. If not, well, here we're going to go with res, and let's just add status here. And again, just for kicks, I'm going to go with 401, and we're going to go with send. And of course, let's say, please provide and credentials, like so. Let's save this one, and now we should truly see how it works in the action. Now, I'll leave, I guess, the tab for now, and let's just try to submit. So, for example, if I submit with empty values, I'm going to see please provide credentials, and as far as my login, it is 401. That's what the server is sending back. However, if I type in some kind of value, for example, Anna comes to mind, I have welcome and Anna. So that's our first flavor when it comes to post requests, where we use the form. And again, this is just front end where we come up with an action. And since this index.html is on the same server, we simply go with / and login. Of course, if your front end application is separate from your server, then you're going to provide a full path where the server is hosted. So basically a full domain. And then we go with method post. Now, this is technically a front end part, but it is crucial that we understand it. So then we perform, of course, a post request. We hit our URL. So in this case, we hit our / login. And this is the part where we handle that on a server. In order to get that data, whatever we are being sent, we need to use a middleware. This one is built into Express. So again, we simply just need to use app.use, which is going to apply this middleware to all our incoming requests. And then we just pass in extended false flag. And the moment we do that, in the rec.body, we'll have access to our form values. So whatever is set up here as a value, that is going to be our key. And whatever is passed into our form, well, of course, that is going to be the actual value that we're getting. So if I go here with name, I'm going to see either Susan, Anna, or whatever user provides. Now, like I already previously mentioned, this is just for demonstration. This is just so we have a bit more interesting example instead of just sending back the name. So hopefully this part is clear. And now we can focus on our second flavor where we use JavaScript to send the request. All right. And once we have the form set up out of the way, now let's take a look at the JavaScript option. Before we do, though, there's one more thing that I would like to mention. If you take a look at the headers, you'll notice something interesting where we have a content type for the request header. And of course, this is going to be application. And then we have this form URL encoded. And the reason why I'm showing that, because of course, for JavaScript, it is going to be a bit different. So just keep this one for your reference. Now, let's navigate back to our static files, basically to our front end. And now let's take a look at the JavaScript approach. And interestingly here, where I have the JavaScript, I do have the form. Keep in mind, we'll still handle this form, but in this case, it's going to be done strictly using JavaScript. And we'll use JavaScript to send our HTTP requests. And that is very, very crucial. That is going to be the difference where instead of form, now I'll be sending that request using JavaScript. And of course, the content type will be different. That's why I showed you the form example. But what you'll also notice that right away, we have our list. And if you don't believe me, you can double check. In data, we have John, Peter, Susan, Anna, and Emma. So what's happening? Well, let's go to JavaScript HTML. This is where we have our front-end logic. And again, let's take a look at our index.html. A little bit of CSS, nav, and then we have the form. Now, in this case, I don't have the action, and I don't have the method. Okay, interesting. So I have name attribute. It still has a value of name. So I should expect probably that this is going to be the value that's coming in with my request. Then I have a little bit of form alert. This is where we'll display a little bit of functionality as well as the result. Now, if you're not familiar, there's a package called Axios, which essentially just makes it easier to set up HTTP requests. So instead of using the built-in fetch, which I could have used, I think Axios provides a cleaner API and better error messages. And since I don't want to spend 3 hours on explaining all of this code, I simply went with Axios. And the way I set it up, I just set up the CDN link. So this just gets me the Axios library. And then the moment I install it, of course, I have Axios in my front end project. Please keep that in mind. Those are two separate things. This is a front end project. And in order not to confuse you more, I just set up few script tags instead of going with a separate JavaScript file. So as you can see here, I'm selecting the result. So that is my div. And I have this fetch people. So that is the function that fetches people from my server. Now notice the path. It is API and people. Why? Well, because in my server, I have also API people. So this is for GET requests. That's the default one. However, in this case, we're not doing that with a browser. We're doing with JavaScript. So Axios has the method by the name of surprise, surprise, get. That just means that on a front end, we're performing a GET request to the same server. That's why we go / API and then people. So make sure these URLs match. So if these paths won't match, then you'll have an error. And to showcase that, if I go with peoples, then if you navigate to the front end and if you refresh, can't fetch data. So we try to fetch people from our server. Then we do a little bit of logic. Again, this is just vanilla JS. I'm not going to cover it. Basically, we iterate over and then we just set up a nice heading 5s and all that. And then we invoke the function. But if there is an error, we'll look for the error property. Now, in this case, I'm not destructuring it. I'm actually not using it. I just say can't fetch data. So that's step number one. Now, the second one is, of course, using the form. So then I select the submit button. I select the form. I also select the alert because we will display an alert if the value is empty. And again, let me repeat, I'm fully aware that we can check for that in the front end. I just wanted to showcase the server setup. And then notice something interesting where I have this try and catch block in my functionality. So the moment the user is submitting the form, of course, I invoke my callback function. It is async because for the Axios, I can wait for the response. And notice this one. So I have Axios, and again, surprise, surprise. The method name is post. Why? Because we are sending a post request. And this is just an Axios thing, but again, we provide the value. In this case, the URL value is API and people. So something that we're not handling yet on our server. And this is the value. So again, this is just Axios syntax where in order to set up whatever data you're sending, you just pass it as a second argument and you set it up as a key value pair. Now, what's really cool that with Axios, they set up all the content types and all that good stuff for you. So again, you just save a little bit of time. Now, if there is an error, in our case, that is going to be if we're trying to submit something. And in fact, there's no value, meaning we just try to submit empty form value, then we will display the error message. And again, this is really cool because Axios just provides a very useful error API, unlike the fetch, where you really need to jump through the hoops. So let me save it back to people. So we can see, of course, all the people that we have in our array currently. And then, of course, we'll focus on this post one. So as you can see, I get the input value and I just passed it in as a name property. Awesome. So now back in our app.js, of course, we need to handle it. And please keep in mind one thing where app.post and then API and people is not the same as API get and API people. Even though the URL is the same, methods are different. And that goes for all the methods we're going to use, whether you're talking about put, delete, or whatever. So just because the URLs are the same doesn't mean that they mean the same thing. No, the method is different. Here, I'm just reading the data. I'm reading data from API people. Here, I'm actually trying to add data. And again, we're going to go with rec and res. And let's just go with some simple response. Now, for time being, I'm just going to say that my response is going to be 201. Now, that's the response that we send back if we are performing a post request and we're successful. So I'll just say res.status 201. And for time being, let's just say send. And I'm just going to say success. And of course, now what I would want is to navigate back to my JavaScript 1. I'll refresh. I'm getting all my people. And now let's try it out. So I'm going to send this one. So I sent. Again, here nothing changed. But if I take a look at my network tab, I should see, and by the way, sorry, I'll have to do that one more time. Let's go with, I don't know, Susan here. Let's try to submit. And there it is. Now, of course, I have API people and 201. So that's the response that I'm getting on my front end. So let's bravely click on this one. And we can see that the request URL is API people. Okay. The method was post. Now the response was 201. So it was successfully created. And now check it out. When we look at the request headers, of course, we have application JSON. So on our front end, we do need to add this content type when we are sending the data. Now, again, what's really cool about Axios, it adds for us, but in general, you need to keep that in mind. And there it is. Again, we have this request payload, and the name is equal to Susan. So whatever I'm going to pass it in, if I'm going to send it empty, then I'm going to still have the key name and the value will be empty. Now, the gotcha here is even though we're handling a form submissions, we're not handling the JSON data. So yes, we know how we can send back the JSON data, but we're not handling the incoming JSON data. And this is where another middleware comes into play. So I'm going to say parse JSON here. And we simply need to go again with app.use and we go with express and JSON. Now, in this case, I'm not going to go to documentation. If you want, you can do that. In my case, I will try to save us a little bit of time and we'll skip that. And here we have API people. And now similarly to our login, we have access to the form data that is being sent with JavaScript in the rec.body. Previously, before this was added, no, we have no access. Yes, when it comes to form, that was one setup. Now, when it comes to straight up HTTP requests, for example, in this case, sent with JavaScript, no, we had no access. So we were getting a JSON, and now we added a specific middleware that handles that. So, of course, in this case now, we can set up more logic, correct? We can say that we're looking for the name, and if the name is provided, then awesome. Then I'm going to send back that new person that was created so we can add it to our front end. And again, this is the case where we're not persisting this data anywhere. Later, we will learn how to do that. For now, I already have the code that adds it to our front end. However, if the user tries to submit without any values, well, then there's going to be an error message. So in the API people, in the post method, let's set up our logic where I'm going to go with const name is equal to rec.body. The middleware makes it possible now. And then I'm going to say if the name is not provided, well, then I'm going to send back the 400. Then I'm going to say, please provide name value. So there's going to be a error message. So I'll say here, if an exclamation point, and if the name is not provided, then let's go to return res.status. And for the request error, we go with 400. That's the status code. And then let's go again with JSON. And in this case, we're going to go with success. Now this success will be false. And then we're going to go with message. Again, I would suggest using the same properties because of course I'm handling them on the front end as well. So in here, I'll say, please provide name value like so. Now, if the value is provided, whatever it is, then of course we can send back res.status 201. Hey guys, it's John from the future with a small update. As you'll see in a second, while I was recording, I forgot to change the methods. So instead of writing JSON, I just left it as send. And while we can get away with it in this example, normally you always want to use JSON instead. So make sure you change your method from send to JSON. And in this case, let's just set up a proper object. We'll say success is true. So now we're being successful. And I'm just going to send back that person. Now I'm going to set it up with person key, and the value will be name, whatever I'm getting. Again, please use the same ones if you want to have a same result. Now, let's navigate back. We can refresh just so we are all on the same page. And if we type Susan now, we should see another Susan added to our list. And then again, we can go with John. And I'm just being lazy on coming up with original names. And as you can see, every time we add value in our form, we're being successful. We're actually getting back this value from our server, and then we dynamically add it to our front end. And again, the reason why we're doing it this way is because we're not persisting this data. So that's why the setup is following. Later, of course, we'll learn how to persist this in a database as well. And if I try to submit with empty value, check it out. Now, of course, I have people, and this one is what, 400, right? Notice here, and it says, please provide name value. Now, if you want to do a bit of console logging, you're welcome to do that on the front end. If, for example, you're iffy about the syntax, but just to let you know, when we talk about Axios here, effectively, we're getting back the whole thing. So when we perform a request, HTTP request with Axios, we're actually getting back a giant object. Now, what we're interested in that object is a data property. So that's the response that is coming back from the server. And then in here, as you can see, I set up a heading 5 with data.person. So that's the person that we're sending back from our server. Now, if, for example, there is an error, we go with error response, again, data property, because that's where the useful information sits, because the object, of course, is giant with lots of useful information. But as far as what we're sending back, it is sitting in the data, and then message. Now, why I'm looking for the message property? Of course, here, because I set up a message property on the server. Hopefully it is clear. This is our second flavor, where effectively we perform a post request from the application. And of course, in that case, we do need to provide content type as well as the data. And next video, we'll install and cover some basic setup for a very useful tool that is going to save us a lot of trouble when we work with post, delete, as well as put methods. All right. So at this point, we're familiar with two ways how we can send a post request. So we covered how we can do that using the form, as well as straight up HTTP request, in our case, using JavaScript. However, there's a major problem in our current setup, and the problem is following. If we need to create a front end to test something for every route, as you can see, our development is going to be extremely slow, because we can clearly see that it's probably going to take us way longer just to set up a front end than setting up just one simple route. So every time I create a route, I'm probably going to spend, 5-6 times more on setting up the front end where I can test this route. And of course, there has to be a better option, and that better option is a tool called Postman. And Postman is just awesome for quickly testing our APIs. So at this point, I strongly suggest that you navigate to postman.com. Again, it's a free tool, so you're not going to have to pay anything. But for the remainder of the course, yes, we'll use this. So if you're kind of iffy about installing something new, this is something that is required. So navigate to postman.com, and then they'll try to sign you up. You don't have to do that. Just keep scrolling down, and all the way in the bottom, you'll see this download app option. Go here, and they'll right away detect which operating system you're using. Of course, in my case, that is Mac. So download the application. Once it's on my computer, I'm going to navigate back to the desktop. I'm going to go to downloads. I'll crack it open. Then of course I'll just move it to my applications like so. Now I already had one on my computer, but I removed it so we can do these steps together. Then this is the application. Let me zoom in. That's the Postman. So just click on it, and then it's gonna spin up the app. And eventually you'll hit the dashboard. And I'm not gonna spend half an hour on the setup, but of course, as we're progressing with the course, as we're progressing with our examples, we will cover more features that this app provides. And basically here you'll have all your requests that you can actually group in collections. And again, that's something that we'll cover a bit later. And this is where we can make those requests. And in order to create a new request, we just click on this plus sign and check it out. So at the moment I have untitled request. In here, I need to enter the URL and I can send my request. Now notice here on the left-hand side, what do I have? I have get, but what's really cool, I have all these methods available as well. So first, let's test out the get route, and then we'll see how we can deal with post route as well. Now, as far as our URL, what it is, well, it is localhost 5000, and of course, the full URL is API and people. Now, this is for the post as well as the get. And since we're testing get, of course, that's why we have a method with the value of get. So let's go here, local host, and then 5000, then / API and people. And the moment I click send, check it out. What do I see here in the bottom? I see my object, the success value is true, and there I have my data. So as you can see, the moment I create my route, for example, post route or put route or whatever, I can test it immediately. I can test it within a few seconds instead of building the whole front end just so I can test one route. And of course, once we have covered get route, now let's see how we can deal with a post route. So we need to change the method, of course. Now the URL still stays the same because I do have a route for the post, as you can see. And in here, what I'm looking for the name in the body. And how do we construct a post request in a Postman? Well, we do that in a following way. First, we go to the body and we look for raw. And instead of text, I go with JSON because I'm going to be sending a JSON data. So this is not the case where we're working with the forms. In this case, we're sending a JSON data. And what you'll notice, something really interesting, in the headers right away, there's going to be a content type. So let's see. Let's set up first the body and you'll see how it gets added. So we're going to go here with a name. Again, this is what I'm looking for. That's why I need to pass it. And then I'm going to set up some kind of value. Now, since I'm setting up the JSON, please remember that we need to use double quotation marks. So I'm going to go here with John. And if you paid attention, previously we had 8 headers and now we have 9. So I'm going to go back and there it is. Now I have content type application JSON. So that's really cool. We don't have to do anything. The header gets added for us. And now, of course, the moment I click send, check it out. Now I have success true and person John. Why do I have that? Well, because that is my response. I have success true and of course, whatever name I received, I just send it back. So now, of course, let's quickly test out our 400 as well. So I'm going to navigate back and then in the body, I'm just going to send a empty string, or you can remove name altogether. That's really up to you. And now, of course, I have 400 bad requests and the success is false. And of course, I can see the message. So as you can see, we can test it within seconds. And to really hammer this home, why don't we create another post route and quickly set up some kind of response? And let's test it out in our Postman as well. So I'm going to go in between the post and login. I'm just going to go with app.post and the route is going to be following. I'm going to go with path of API, people, and I'm going to add a Postman here. Or you know what, let's do it this way. Let's go postman and then people, like so. And then as far as the callback function, again, we get rec, res, and then in the body, again, I'm going to be looking for the name property. So I want to get that name. So I'm going to say that I'm expecting it. We'll go with name, rec, dot body. Again, if you want to console log the body, you can do so. But I think we have done that quite a few times. So I'm going to omit that. Then I'll copy and paste my error response. So again, if the name is not provided, meaning if the property is not there or if it's just empty, I'm sending back the 400. However, if I'm successful, then I'm just going to take my array. I'll add that extra person and I'll send it back. Now I'm not going to add the ID. I'll leave that one blank because eventually database will do that for us. So I don't really see the point of doing that manually. So I'm going to go back to my API postman people. And then again, this is my error response. And now let's copy and paste our status. And then instead of sending that one person we created, why don't we do this? Why don't we go with data? And then, of course, the array name is people. And now, as you can see, I'm using the spread operator. And I'm just going to add that one single person. So I'll save. Now, of course, we do need to change the route. So it's not going to be API. It's going to be postman and then people, like so. Now let's add, for example, Peter. And then the moment I click send, there it is. I have my success true. And as far as data, all the way somewhere should be Peter as well. So again, we just grab that Peter and then we add it to our array. Hopefully this makes sense. And now, of course, we can work on other HTTP methods as well. All right. And once we're familiar with postman, now let's work on the other two methods. So now we're going to be working on put method as well as the delete. So I'm going to scroll down and below the post login route, I'm going to go with app and then put. Now, again, this method is for editing the data. So put method is for update. And again, the convention is following, where if we have a list, for example, in this case, that would be API and orders. If we want to edit or delete, we go with our route parameter, where effectively we set up a route for API orders, and then we go with colon ID, and this is going to get me that one specific item. Now, please keep in mind one thing, where this is a convention. So technically, there are multiple other ways how you can set it up, but there's a reason why that convention exists, and that's why throughout the course, we'll stick with this convention. I'll cover the official name of this convention a little bit later, as well as a bit more details about it. For now, I just quickly want to cover both of the methods. So I'm going to navigate back. I have my put method that is for modifying the data. And in our case, what is the URL for the whole list? Of course, that is API people. So this was just for testing, correct? And then we go with API / and then we go with people. And then, of course, I also want to add that ID. So this is going to get me that one specific item. And again, the reason why we're doing that, because when we'll send our put or delete requests, we'll send to a specific path. So this is going to be that one item. And if that item exists, then in the body, there's going to be data to update. Or in the case of delete, there's going to be nothing in the body. We'll just remove that item. And you'll see how it works in a second. So please be patient. So we're going to go with people. And then remember, again, we have route params. And in this case, I'm not going to call this person ID. I'm just going to say ID. Just remember that we can call it technically whatever we would want. And now in this case, there's two things that I'm looking for. First, I want to get the value here in the params. And remember, we access that using the rec params. And the second thing, when it comes to update, when it comes to the put request, I'm also going to send something in the body. Why? Well, because if I'm updating, for example, if I'm changing the name from Peter to Susan or whatever, of course, I also need to supply this value. So you need to understand that there's two sides of this request. Not only we're looking for that specific item, that's why we use the params. That's why I specifically say, hey, I would like to get the item number 1 or an item number 2. I also need to supply this value because otherwise, what's the point of updating something? So let's access both of those things. Let's say that I'm going to get the ID from rec params. So this is going to tell me which item. And then the second thing, since of course I want to update that item, I need that value as well, correct? So we're going to go here with const, and I'm going to be again looking for the name, and we'll say reg.body, and that's it. That should do it. So these are the two values that we're going to get from our request. Just to make things interesting, I will console log them right now. So I'm going to go back to the Postman, and remember, we need to change the URL. It's not going to be API Postman. In this case, it is going to be people. And now you can select any of the IDs, whether that's 1 all the way up to the 5. So we go here with 1. And then as far as the value, what is the value for the first one? It is John. So kind of makes sense if I'm updating that I go with Peter, correct? So we have put request, we have API, and then people. And then check it out. The moment we send it, now of course, the request is hanging. Don't worry about that. But in a console, we should get API, people, and then the ID. And of course, the reason why I don't see anything is because I was smart enough and I didn't console log anything. So I'm going to go back with ID name. And you know what? For time being, let me just send back hello world. Okay, let's go here. Let's actually send it one more time. As you can see, could not get the response. That was the error this time. In this case, I am getting hello world. So that worked beautifully. And as you can see, the status code is 200 as well. And then in a console, I have 1 and I have the Peter. So this is going to be the ID. And of course, this is going to be the value. Now, if I'll change it, of course, if I'll say number 2, and if I'll send it again, I get back my response. And now the value for the ID is 2. Hopefully this makes sense. So now, of course, at this point, we need to set up the logic. Again, we are going to set up the logic with our local data, with our people array. Eventually, in next examples, we'll work actually with database. But the main idea is exactly the same. Where from the Postman, while we're testing, we're sending the ID in the URL. Basically, we add that URL parameter, and then in the body, we'll send the value. So that part won't change, just the functionality in here. And as far as this functionality, well, since we have a simple JavaScript array, first, I would just want to get the person with that ID. If the person doesn't exist, then I'll send back the error response. And if the ID does exist, then I'll just change the value. Now, I'm not going to be looking for the error message if the value is not provided. We're going to cover that once actually we work with database. I think it's just going to be, at the moment, waste of our time. So let's do it, people. I'm going to remove both of these console logs. Hopefully you understand how we supply both values in the Postman. And I'm going to start by creating a person. And this is going to be equal to people.find. Again, I have the array, so I have access to all the array methods. And then if the person ID matches to my params ID, then of course I'm going to get the person. Now let me check in the data. Notice I still have it as a number. So I'll have to change the type as well. So I'll say if person ID is equal to a number, and I'll pass in the ID that I'm getting from my params, whether that's 1, 5, or maybe it's going to be ID that doesn't make sense. All right, good. And if the person doesn't exist, well, then I'll send back the response. Now, again, in order to save us a little bit of time, I'll scroll up and I'll look for any of my error messages, since I just want to copy and paste and change some values around. So in this case, I'm going to look for this name. If it doesn't exist, then of course we have the error. And in our case, of course, we just need to change it around. If the person doesn't exist, so if we cannot find that in the array, then we're sending back 404. Remember, that was the status code if we cannot find the resource. And as far as the response, we have success. And of course, it's going to be false. And now let's go with message. And in the message, we're going to use a template string. We'll say no person with ID. And then I'm just going to pass in the ID. So that's the first response. If, of course, the person doesn't exist. So if in the params we enter, for example, value 6, we know that we have only 1 to 5 or ABC. Now, the second thing, if the person doesn't exist, now, of course, I just want to iterate over the array. And for that specific person, for the person whose ID matches my params value, I'll change the name since I'm expecting that one to be in the body. Again, we're not going to deal with this error for now. We'll do that once we work with database. And we're going to go with new people here. And we'll say people map. So I'm iterating over my array. Again, I'll reference each and every person as a person. And I'll say if person ID matches to that one I have in the params, so number ID again, then I'm going to say person name, since that is the only other property I have, is equal to my name. Now, where I'm getting the name, of course, I'm getting it from the body. So if the ID of the person matches to that one in the params, then please change the name that I can find in the body. If not, then simply return a person. Return a person. And now, of course, all the way in the bottom, I'm going to go with res.status, and then we're sending back 200 since the request was successful. As far as the JSON, we go with success, or sorry, not super. We're going to go with success true. And then as far as data, well, now I'm sending back the new people. So let's go back. At this point, I have 2. So let me change it back to 1 because I know for sure that first value was John. So again, the path is API people and then ID of 1. And I just want to change it from John to Peter. So let me double check. In data, this should be John. It's a good thing I didn't go with the ID of 2 since that one is already Peter. So now let me send it and check it out. Now I have success true and data, of course, is my array. And instead of name being John for the person number 1, now the name is Peter. And of course, if I'll do the same thing, for example, for the person number 3, again, we send it back. Of course, now I have 3 Peters because I just keep changing those values. Again, we're not persisting that data, but while we're making requests, you can clearly see how we are modifying this data. And we do that using HTTP put method. And then, of course, the path is API people and then whatever the ID. And again, the whole reason why is that happening because on our server, we are handling that. All right. And the last method I would like to cover is a delete method. So below the put method, below the modify option, I'm going to go with app and the method name is delete. Again, the convention, if you have a list, is going with a list URL and then add that specific ID because the setup is going to be extremely similar to a put one. Now, the only difference is going to be that, of course, in this case, when we're deleting, we're not expecting anything in the body. If the user hits the URL, for example, API people, and then 1, we just remove that sucker from our list. That's it. So let's go down where we have app delete. And again, the path is following where we go with API and then people. And again, let me stress one more time something where these routes are different. When we talk about app.get and API people, when we talk about app.post and API people, or even if we talk about app.put and app.delete, just because the path is the same, since the method is different, these are different requests. That is crucial. Please don't think that just because you have a different method, you have to set up whole new path. No, You can have the same value for the path. If the method is different, that is totally different request. So let's go here again with our callback function. We should already be comfortable with this one. We have rec and res. And in this case, I'm not going to destructure out the ID from the params. I just want to showcase that we also have this option of accessing the params directly. So first, again, I want to look for the person. Then we'll send back this response. And yes, oftentimes put and delete are going to be extremely similar. And then if the person does exist, then of course, I'll just filter out the array and remove that person from the array. Since again, the whole point of this request is to remove that person from the array. So in this case, you can actually copy and paste. And I know that some of you might find that annoying, but at the same time, we do need to speed this up and start working with a database. So hopefully you can forgive me. I'm just going to grab everything starting with the person all the way till the end of our error response, the 404. Let's scroll down, copy and paste. And this is what we're trying to do. So I'm trying to find a person whose ID matches that in the params. And of course, in this case, I haven't destructured out the ID, right? So I just need to change this around where I go with rec and then params and the ID. Again, the setup is exactly the same. The difference is that I'm directly accessing the params object. And if the person doesn't exist, then we send back the 404. So let's try this response. I'm going to go back to my postman. Again, the API is people, but we need to change the method, right? So now I would want to delete. And since I want to test out the error, and as a side note, you can send the body, it doesn't really matter. We're not handling that on the server anyway. So it's really irrelevant. But since I want to test out the error, I'm going to go with ABC. So again, the path is localhost, API, people, and then ABC. And if everything is correct, I should see the error. And of course there is. But something tells me that this is a different error. So let's go back and check it out. And of course, the issue is following. Notice here in the JSON how I'm accessing the ID. Now, of course, I haven't destructured it, right? In this case, I went with rec params and then the ID. So I'm going to go with rec params and the ID. Let's save it and let's try one more time. Again, I'm looking for a person whose ID doesn't exist. So I'm going to get the error. And there it is. I have success, false. And as far as the message, no person with ID of ABC. So I was looking for the person with ID that's not in my array. So that's why, of course, I got back the error response. So now I'm going to go back to our app delete request. And here I just want to filter out the array. And the way we're going to do that, I'm going to go with const new people is equal to people.filter. That's my array, and I'm just filtering it. I'll pass in my callback function, and I'll reference each object with the person parameter. And I'll just say if person ID does not match the ID found in rec.params, then return that person. If it does match, then it's not going to be included. That's why we go with exclamation point. And remember that we still get our ID as a string, so we must do the number one first, and then only we go with params and the ID. So that's our new array without that specific person whose ID matched the one in params. So now, of course, let's just go with our return res dot status here, and this is going to be 200, of course. And I'm going to go with JSON, and we'll set up our object. Success is true, and I'll send back the new people array. So we're going to go with data and then new people. Let's save it. And let me test it out in the postman, where of course now I'm going to go with ID that is in the array, and that's going to be number one. So if I send, notice how it is irrelevant if I send the body, again, because I'm not handling that on the server anyway. But if I take a look at my data, well, person with ID number 1, John, is missing. Why? Well, because his ID matched to the one that I passed in the params. So now, of course, he was removed from the array. So if I'll go with 5, same deal. Now the John is back here because, again, we're not persisting data, but the person with ID of 5 has been removed from the array. Hopefully this gives you a good understanding how we use other methods as well, not just get, and why we go with Postman instead of setting up the front end. But before we cover router in Express, let me just stress something. That yes, while we're developing our server, of course, we'll use Postman because you can clearly see how much faster it is. I set up the route and I quickly test it. Otherwise, if I would have to build a front end for every route that I'm creating, I mean, the process would be just very, very long. But at the end of the day, when you set up the API, the expectation is that there is going to be someone who's using that data. Now, that could be on your own server. So, for example, if you're building a full stack application with MERN, that's one of the options. That could be decoupled application. Remember how I showed you a example where I have the API on my server, but then there is a React application that uses it. It doesn't mean that you have to build that front-end application yourself. Just be mindful that the whole idea of setting up the API is that someone is going to be using that data. That's it. That's all I want to say. And now, of course, we can talk about router in Express. All right. I think we're moving along quite nicely. But as you can see, the moment we're starting to have more routes and more functionality, we have another issue. And that issue, of course, is the fact that our app.js is getting quite busy. And technically, we don't even have that many routes. So what is the solution? Well, the solution is using Express router, where we can group those routes together. And then as far as the functionality, we can actually set them up as separate controllers. Now, eventually, in the next example, when we work with database, I'll cover again the common setup, which is called MVC. Basically, it is a pattern. It's not a rule, but it is a nicely used pattern when you're setting up the API. But we are missing the model part in the MVC pattern because we haven't connected the database. So I'll just leave it at that. Just please keep in mind whatever I'm about to show you in this video and in the next. Yes, it is a pretty common convention and pattern. So I also suggest sticking to that. Now, also, I want to mention that in this video, we will do a bit of copy and pasting, meaning we'll have to refactor the code. Because I think this is a perfect example for us to set up the router, where we already have some code, so you can clearly see the benefits of setting up the router instead of me coming up with some empty routes and then saying that, yes, that is the best pattern. So, with that said, first, where we have the request, the post request for API Postman people, I want you to change this around a little bit. So as you can see, I keep going back and forth. In this case, I want to go with API people, and then let's just say Postman. Again, it doesn't really matter. We're not going to make requests anymore from the Postman in these examples. Anyway, this is just about our code structure. And then once we change this around, I also want to move this login up, just so it's a bit clearer what we're doing. So take this login route and keep moving, and just place it on top of your routes. And there it is. Now, of course, I have my login. And now notice the pattern where, yes, I have one route for the login, but then rest of them. I have API people, API people, API people Postman, API people ID. And hopefully you get the gist. Again, I have API people ID. So wouldn't it be nicer if I could somehow group all the API people and also add one for the login, but basically in a separate file? And the way we can do that is by setting up the router. Now, again, common convention is just creating another folder. So I just want to make sure that I'm actually doing that in the Express tutorial. Let's create a new folder, and common convention is calling this routes. And then you just come up with whatever name you want. Now, in my case, I'm going to go auth for the login because we're just going to imagine that maybe there's going to be one for register, one for logout or whatever. And then there's going to be one for the people. So that's going to be for my API and people. So let's set up these two files. I will zoom in massively just so you don't think that I'm cheating. So let's go here with auth.js. This is where I'll place my login one. And also right away set up my people.js. Okay, awesome. I'll start working in people.js because it's going to be a little bit interesting. And then we'll do the same thing in the auth as well. And the way we set this up, we simply start by requiring the express. So we go here, express, require, and of course the module name is express. And then instead of setting up the app, we go with router and we explicitly get the router from the express. So this is going to be a router instance that takes care of the routing instead of the app. So we're not going to do the routing anymore in our app.js. Well, sort of, we'll use the middleware, but as far as the specific URLs, we'll handle that in this routes people file. And the way we set up the router, we go with router, and that one is equal to, like I said, express dot, and then we go with capital letter router, and then we invoke it. Awesome. That's a great start. We can save this sucker. And now I want you to go back to app.js and don't grab the login. That's why I set it up separately above all the routes, but grab all of the ones with API and people. So take these suckers here all the way up to delete. Basically stop at listen, cut it out, and then copy and paste in people like so. Okay, great. So now, of course, I have all my routes here. Now, our next step is actually changing from app to router because I want the router to handle the routing. So in my case, I'm going to select all of my apps like so. So I'm just doing that with Command D in the Visual Studio Code. And at this point, I should have multiple cursors like so. And I'll set up my router. And now all the way in the bottom, I want to go with module, not exports. And of course, at the moment, I'm exporting my router. And then once we export a router, of course, in the app.js, I want to set up a app.use where I'll say, yes, for the path that starts with API and people, I want to use my people router. And the way it's going to look like, we're going to go back, and at this point we have people here. And as a side note, actually, we need to cut it out, but we're not going to use it here as well. Eventually, the setup is going to be different. So for now, yes, please cut it out and copy and paste in the people. But since we'll be setting up the controls, we'll have to do that one more time anyway. So I guess I'm going to go below the router. I'm going to look for my people. Otherwise, my functionality won't make sense. And in this case, remember, we are sitting already in routes. So I need to go 2 levels up and I still need to look for my data, correct? So now, of course, our functionality should work. Hopefully we don't have some weird bugs. And then, like I said, in the app.js, now, of course, I would want to use my app.use. So I'm going to go below express.json and I'm going to say app.use. And now I need to set up that base route. Now, what is my base route here? Well, it is API and people, correct? Because this is just my route. And then in some cases, I have the postman or I have the ID. That's it. But the base stays the same. Okay, awesome. So we provide this path. We say API and then people. And now I want to set up that router. And of course, in order to set up that router, I need to import it. And you can call it people router. You can just call it people. Again, that is really up to you. I'm just going to say people is equal. And now we need to require it. And remember, we have a folder by the name of what? Routes. And then we also have people file. Okay, awesome. We require our router here, correct? So that's our router, and we're exporting. Awesome. So we get the people, and like I said, with use, we can use the path if we want. So this is not going to be applied to all of them. This is only going to be applied to the ones that start with API people, and then we pass in the people. We'll save it, but there is a problem. You see, once we set up this router with a base path in the people, actually, we have a mess right now because we already have the base for our router in app.js where we have API people. And now in the people.js, if you check it out, we actually have API people / API people. So I fully understand that this is going to look a bit drastic, but in order for this to work, we actually remove everything. We remove that base. So we go here with just a /. Why? Well, because we already have the base here. We have API people. So that's how the route is going to start. And then we just have the /. So this will match whatever I have in the app.js. And since in the get and in the post, both of them just have API people, well, I simply go with /. Again, I fully understand that this might look a bit confusing in the beginning, but again, the more routers you'll set up, the easier it's going to get. So this will just match whatever path I have here, whatever base path I set up in my app.js. So I'm just saying, yes, I'm using this people router, and in the people, since I already have base path in place, I can simply reference it using the /. So this is going to match whatever I have in app.js. And once I've spent what seems like an eternity on the base path, I can keep on scrolling. And again, notice I have API, people, and then Postman. So what's the only thing that I need here? It's just a Postman because I already have API people. So I remove this sucker here, keep on scrolling. Then the same with ID, right? We only care about this one. That's the whole point of setting up the router, so we can start splitting up our functionality in multiple files. The same goes with this last ID. And even though I think I said that we're not going to use the Postman, I do want to quickly check. And I'm going to go with get simple. If the get works, trust me, the other ones work as well. So we go here with API people, we send, but unfortunately I get the error. That's interesting. So let me check. I think the problem here is in the app.js. I don't have the /. So let me try this one. Let me send it one more time. And there it is. Now, of course, everything works. So my apologies. I forgot to add here /. That's why we were getting the error. And now, of course, everything works. I can go with get. I can get my list. If I want, I can also maybe delete a person. So I'm going to go with delete and we're going to test 3. So let's see, we send, and as you can see, the person with ID of 3 is missing. So as you can see, our routes works. So that's the first step. So now here's the challenge. Try to repeat the same thing with login. Now with login, it is going to be a bit simpler because we don't have that long of a path. But again, stop the video and try to set up the login yourself. And then once you're ready, resume it, and we're going to do it together. How was it? Hopefully you were successful, and now I'm going to give it a shot. So first, remember, we needed a file. So in this case, I do have auth.js. Awesome. So I'm just going to cut this sucker out from my app.js and place it in auth. Then, of course, I do need to have the boilerplate for the router. So again, let's go with express require. We require the module by the name of express, of course. Then we set up our router, and that one is equal to express.router. We invoke it. Then we change this value around like so. And then we're just going to go with module and then exports. And that one is equal to our router. We do this. Then we navigate back to app.js and we'll have to import it as well. So we go with auth, I guess let's call it that. And we're looking for auth file. That's where our router is coming in. And then, of course, I just need to set up my middleware, my app.use, where I provide a path of what? Well, of login. And in this case, I'm going to be more careful and I will add the /. And of course, I'll set it up as auth. So let's save this one. And then the only thing we need to do in the login is simply change it around where I'm already handling the login in the app.js. So /login. So again, my root now is /login. So I simply go with the /. I already covered the root in the app.js. So I don't need to do that anymore in here. And you know what? For this sucker, just to make things a bit more interesting, why don't we use the browser? Now, keep in mind, you can still use the Postman if you want, but I'm going to go the browser route. So we're going to go with new window. I'm going to go with 5,000 here. And of course, this is going to be the small screen. I have traditional form. So let's go with some kind of name, Peter, and I send, and I have welcome Peter. And of course, if that is the case, I know that my functionality works. So we are in good shape. Again, probably the most confusing thing is this one, where we use app.use to set up our route. So all the routes that will start with this API people are going to be located in the people.js in the routes folder. And in there, instead of using app, we use the router. And then since we already have the base set up in the app.js, when we have a route that exactly matches the base, we just go with /. Now, if there is something else after the base route, so some additional info, of course, then we go with /, which just means that we match the base path and then we add whatever value we want. And hopefully you can see how much cleaner is our app.js, where now we're splitting up the functionality in separate files for our routes. Beautiful. I think we really clean up our app.js, but we're not out of the woods yet. If we take a look at our auth.js, yeah, this one looks somewhat clean, but we need to keep in mind that we only have one request. We only have one post request to our login. However, if we take a look at our people.js, it is still somewhat of a mess because we have a bunch of functionality since, of course, we have more routes. And of course, a better setup is if we would be able to split this up into a separate file. And I'm talking about the functions. So imagine this scenario where we only would have a router. Then I'm going to set up my method, whether that's get, post, or whatever. Then I'm still going to have the route, but the functionality, this one, the controller, is going to be in a separate file. So it's going to be a separate function. And you'll see how much cleaner our file is going to look like just in a second. So again, we need to head back to our Express tutorial. Now I'll zoom in. I'll create a new folder. And again, common convention is calling this controllers for the reason that there is a pattern called MVC. So model view controller. And then again, we come up with a name. In my case, I'm going to go with jobs, or I'm sorry, not jobs. I'm going to go with people. And I'm not going to set up one for the other one for the auth, since there's only one. But for people, I will set up a controllers file by the name of people.js. And here, I just want to set up first my functions. And the way it's going to work, we're going to go with const. And then again, you just need to come up with a name. So for example, for get request, where I'm getting people, I'm just going to call this get people. Keep in mind, it is just a function. So the name is really up to you. And since I'm going to have the same functionality, of course, I need to keep in mind that I do need to have access to rec and res. Now, what's really cool that once I pass this function as a reference, it's still going to work. So I simply go here with this rec res and set up the functionality. Now, probably faster is just going to be doing like this, where I cut out and then back in the controllers, I copy and paste. Now I know that some people might find this annoying, but yes, I'm purposely refactoring the code so you can see the benefits right away. And I'm going to do that for all the functions. And for a little bit, it's going to probably look messy, where I'm going to do the same thing for the post. So I guess first I'm just going to cut it out, and then back in the controllers, not in the routes, in the controllers, let's come up with that function as well. So const, and in this case, I'm going to call this create person. I'll copy and paste the code. Okay, awesome. Back in the routes, let's get the postman one. So in the controller, let's also call this const and create person and postman, like so. Copy and paste. That's my function. Then back in the routes, I have one for put. So I think it would make sense if I call this, for example, update person. Again, cut out everything starting with a function and then all the way to the closing parenthesis. Cut it out. Back in controllers, we're going to call it const update person, like so. Copy and paste. And lastly, let's deal with a delete one as well. So let's keep scrolling. Again, we cut everything out like so. And then back in the controller, let's create one for deleting the person. So const delete person and copy and paste. And if you remember, which seems like an eternity ago, when we covered the exports, I said that, of course, we can also use right away module exports and then whatever. So, for example, in this case, that could be get people or create person or create person postman. Now, in my case, I always prefer to do my exports all the way in the bottom, where I say module exports. Now, this is going to be the object, and now I just want to access all the functions. Keep in mind, it doesn't change the functionality. Functionality is the same, where I'm basically exporting an object with a bunch of functions. So here I just need to reference their names. So it's get people, it is create person postman, then update person, and lastly, it is also for deleting the person. Now, one thing that is missing, of course, is the people. Like I said, this is just going to be temporary. So I'm going to go to the controller here and I'll copy and paste. Now, in this case, the path is correct because the routes was already in a separate folder. So that should still work. And of course, now I can save my controllers. And in the routes, what I need to do is, of course, import all of them. So in this case, we go with const. And again, I'll write away the structure, all of them. So let me just copy and paste. I think it's going to be faster, like so. Since the names, of course, are going to be exactly the same. I destructure them. And I destructure them from require. And then, of course, we're looking for controllers. And then more specifically, I'm looking for the people, like so. And once we have required them, of course, now we pass in the function reference. So for example, here I can say get people. Now I do need to add a comma. And if everything is correct, our functionality is still going to work. So in the controllers, we're still accessing rec and arrays. And we're still sending back the response. But of course, the benefit of all of this work is the fact that our routes file is going to get much cleaner. So in here, remember the name was create person, like so. And then we have one for create person postman. And let's set it up like so. Then we have also one for update person. And lastly, we have one for deleting person, right? So we go here with delete person. I save, again, I'm not going to test all of them out, but I'm going to go with, for example, delete. And I'm going to look for 4. This still works. I remove the person number 4. And also, if I check out the get one for the people, this also should get me back the array. So I know that my functionality still works, but I nicely cleaned out my file. Now, lastly, before we talk about the databases, I just want to mention that when it comes to setting up the routes, we actually have 2 flavors. So I'm going to comment these ones out, and I'll show you another way how we can set up the routes. And effectively, the benefit is that we can set it up in fewer lines of code. Keep in mind, the functionality is going to be exactly the same. So again, this is going to be the case where it comes down to your preference. If you prefer setting up your routes this way, you can definitely do so. There's no rule against it. If you prefer the method that I'm about to show you, then of course you can use that one instead. So we go with a router, and then we go with a route. And then in the route, I set up the path. And again, since there's get and post that match exactly what I have in base, same situation. I just set up the /. And instead of setting up them separately, for example, get and post, I can just chain them. So chain one after another. So I go with get. That is, of course, my method. That is not changing. And then I need to pass in my controller function. Okay. As you can see, almost the same. In this case, however, I can change it. Now, the method names did not change. The path did not change. They're still actually referencing the base path in here, what we have in app.js. But since we can chain it, we can simply write it in one line of code. So, of course, the callback function is going to be create, and I believe it was person. So create and person, like so. Then we have, of course, one for the postman. So in this case, of course, it's not going to change. It's pretty much going to be the same logic where we go with the router, route, like so. And then we go with / postman. And then, of course, I want to chain dot, and I believe it was post, right? And then we go with create person postman. And then we can again set up one line of code for the put and delete. So in this case, I think I'm gonna just copy where I have router dot route. Then we set up our route, and in this case, it is going to be / and then ID, and then we have two. We have one for put, and we have one for delete. So we go with delete, and then as far as the callback functions, we go with update person, and also we have delete person. And finally, let me just stress it one more time, where whichever setup you choose is really up to your preference. The functionality is exactly the same. We go with a router route, and then we can just chain our methods and add the callback functions. Now, in this case, we set up each route separately. So for example, if you have multiple URLs that match, yeah, you're in good shape. You can just set up router route, pass in the URL, and then chain all the methods. And lastly, let me just quickly test it one more time since I made some changes. I send it, and there it is. I successfully get back my people. So with this in place, with our router in place, with the fact that we have covered all the methods, the get, post, put, and delete, I think we're ready for the next level where we connect our server